in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption's grip tight as a vice. In this endless trial we pay the price.
Hey, old folks, it's Saturday, and yeah, I missed out on to stream about certain, I believe, Wednesday afternoon and Friday morning, and I thought to myself, if I'm anyways going to do 1/2 day there, 1/2 day there, why not just go through the week in as recap, the important stuff? And yeah, so that is what I plan to do this morning, midday, afternoon, so to speak. And hello, everybody. Hello, Lexi. Hello, Yvette, D. Johnson, Christine, Gwendian, Kat, World's End, Lynn Britton, Stephen Donnelly. Who else is here? Here comes Drama! And Blue Skies and Wheezy. And this is streamed on YouTube, X, and on Rumble. So yeah, if you have a Rumble account, or plan to have, at least at least go over there and say hi. I need a few more subscribers and followers over there. I will post the link in chat. Okay. I mean, what a week. What a week this has been. A lot of things happened. And well, let's go right into it. Let's start with Monday morning and just go through the week. I will do more about Wednesday afternoon and Friday morning because I didn't stream that at all. But for Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday morning, more recap in the style of, well, what's interesting, and if you want something shown, give me a rough timestamp, and yeah, we will go through that too. All right, let's see here, so I can go up to when stuff happens. And the World of Doom. Yeah. They did have to wait for
a version based on what Mr. Abadi sent, but I'll obviously look at yours as well. Okay, so that's one thing. Then we have our witness list for the truncated week. There's a motion to limit autopsy photos. I guess this is from the drinks shooting. And then there's a motion to prohibit recall of Detective Thorpe, which I actually haven't even had a chance to read yet. But if either of those is not opposed, then we can handle those in short order. And then with regard to, when we actually left the jury last over a week ago, counsel for Mr. Nichols had moved for a mistrial, and I had denied a mistrial with prejudice, but inquired as to whether she was interested in a mistrial without prejudice. And of course, that issue is now moot. And I don't know what anybody who's still here's position currently is with regard to whether they feel any entitlement to a mistrial without prejudice, but I will hear from counsel for Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Stillwell as to that issue.
Mr. Kendrick is not interested in a mistrial without prejudice, Your Honor. So if that's not going to be granted,
All right.
one with prejudice is not going to be granted. We're not interested in without prejudice.
All right. Well, have y'all moved for one with prejudice with regard to
Well,
what our last issue was?
I believe under the Harvey rule that all of us had joined that unless we specifically opted out.
All right. Okay. Well, that had been denied. So if there's nothing else with regard to that, y'all do not want one without prejudice. All right. How about you, Mr. Short, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Good morning, Your Honor. We are in the same position. We are not moving for a mistrial without prejudice.
All right. Well, that takes care of that issue. How about let's look at our list of witnesses for the week. There are, thank you, she brought it in to me, 3 witnesses who it is proposed not be shown on camera. And I believe the reason provided.
Okay, the Harvey rule that they are referencing is something they agreed on very early on in this trial, I believe, even on day 1. The Harvey rule is if somebody makes a motion or an objection to the court, then it is everybody joins in unless they opt out, and that is a time-saving measure that I believe, well, I don't believe, I know, it was implemented by Attorney Bruce Harvey, who represented Mr. Nichols. So by default, as Skillepen says, everybody joins in on motions to dismiss, on motions to blah, 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 and motions to this and that, unless they actively opts out. Hey, Steve Gosney is in the chat. Hey, Steve. If you want to join in, just say so, and I will send you a link, and you can pop in and out as you wish. Everybody say hi to Steve Gosney. He is a Florida-based death penalty certified appellate attorney. He's currently doing civil litigation, but he is still certified.
Provided for that was each of those witnesses works in an undercover capacity. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection on that?
Mr. Kendrick only objects to investigator, I believe it's Starks, just because I'm not sure why they should not be shown when they're featured on the Facebook page of the APD throwing a football and their image is shown. So I think if there was a concern about not showing that particular witness, they wouldn't be publicizing his face on Facebook.
Well, it may be that their face had not been associated with their name, which is no longer the case.
Well, no. It features his name. I wouldn't have said it otherwise, Your Honor.
Okay. Appreciate that. Is that the case?
Your Honor, I wasn't aware of that until this moment. I know that he also works in the same unit as investigator Flores.
Is that on?
It's not out.
Yeah, playing in
As to that
1.25.
investigator, Your Honor, we were unaware of that until this moment, so we're going to look.
All right, well, y'all check on that. That seems like a pretty valid objection, and no objection with regard to the other two. So we can circle back on Starks, who wouldn't be called until later in the week.
And folks, welcome to the stream, Mr. Gosney. Oh, hello. Yes, you're
Hey,
right.
Nick, what's happening, man? Hey, how you doing, my buddy?
Hey.
Look, see, I got a
I'm
smile.
doing great.
back. See the smile?
Ah,
there?
look at that. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
And
say I'm getting back in a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I'm putting my toe in, but I wanted to come on your show specifically because you've been so kind and so supportive and so everything. I mean, you are just one of the most amazing people, and I don't even know what I do to deserve the respect. I mean, I guess I don't deserve anything, but you've been very kind. I want to thank you and come on and say that at least, because sort of I got about a half hour or so here. We got errands and we got things I got to do and places to be on this Saturday, including.
Well, Ms. Gosney, you are, in my opinion, one of the good ones. And yeah, so when you got that character assassination by the Miami Herald and others, yeah, I got your back.
I appreciate that. Well, but you know, I've done a lot of reflecting, and I'm still not completely in through my head about how that happened. It's definitely changed my perspective a little bit. But one of the things is that first of all, people really came through. A lot of my friends stuck by me.
Yeah.
A lot of people did not. A lot of people just judged a book by its cover, right?
Yeah.
And that's all they did. And they didn't. I mean, it was that article was so false. It was the anti-truth. It was exactly the opposite. I mean, you know me, and you know what I say for it. It's exactly opposite of what I am, which is it wasn't just a bad. It was intentionally opposite of what the actual truth was. So, so that was tough. But the thing is that, and then of course, what it really happened was the mob came after me, right? The anonymous, who also didn't read. And I one of the things that I don't want to dwell on the negative. The thing that I kind of realize is that everybody comes and I push my books, buy my books and stuff. I don't necessarily. I mean, I want you to buy the book, but the most important thing is that people read.
Yeah.
That they read, because this is the thing. I know who bought what. There was only 3 people in Miami that bought my book. So they obviously didn't read it. They read this stupid article and they made these judgments, and they took major positive action to go and get me based on, and without even having read the book. You know, it's like this surface level thing. And this is why what you're doing on this Young Thug RICO trial is so important, because you are seeing the corruption and the problems and the destruction of the system. And you're seeing it firsthand, and you're letting your viewers see it. And that's what I'm kind of sharing, like why I'm so anti-death penalty. Could you imagine giving Fannie Willis, you know, the death penalty, the power of life and death over its citizenry?
Yeah.
You want to do that?
For me, it's unfathomable. But here's the thing: there are a good bunch of people in this world who are incapable of doing better. So they have to bring others down to appear better, to give the illusion. And this is the surface level virtue signaling that we see on so many levels in society from people who simply can't do better without pushing other people down for the illusion to look good.
That's very much the communist appeal.
Yeah.
You know, the appeal of communism is jealousy and hatred, and that its foundation. That's what it is, and that's the thing. They can't stand. It's like you've got to be in the. I'm in this, and I think it's a lot. And I know that we disagree on faith, but to me, it's a loss of faith, because they look at if you don't have faith, and I believe we are all broken. We have original sin, meaning humanity is broken by its very nature. The world is broken. It's fallen. It's a fallen world. It's a sinful world, right? Christianity offers a solution to that problem. And that solution is redemption through Christ, right? Now, if you don't have that exit plan, then you know that we're all fallen people, but it's now we're broken, and so somebody tries to crawl out and not be broken, and they have no solution, so they just want to drag you down and say you should be broken too. It's like a faith problem essentially. But I mean, I'd like your perspective, because I know you're not as big on the faith stuff as me, but well, how do you perceive that placing your faith in false idols idea?
I mean, we have way back when we have something called the Jante law, which the basics of it, don't you think you're better than me? And and that is the core of communism, that no, everybody is on the level plane, but at the same time, no, you're not better than me. So everybody tries to push each other down. You are worse. No, you are worse. And if somebody goes out and say, yeah, I did this, don't you think you're better than me? So that is the basics. So in my opinion, it has less to do with faith and more to the human nature of destruction.
I understand, but how do you solve that problem without faith? I mean, I don't think you can, but I know that you don't have as deep a faith as mine, but yet we agree on many things, right?
Mm.
So do you see that there is a solution to that without faith?
This
That's a tough question, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I believe we need to listen to, for instance, with the what we call the elderman society, or elder women for that matter, that people with experience and what I affectionately call as don't have enough F's to give, who doesn't care about the judgment part, but just people, if you do good, do good.
Well, let me ask you a question. And I think you believe in the truth, right? You believe that there's truth and falsity.
Yeah.
Don't you think that is a leap of faith?
I believe, in my opinion, it is more analytical and in the probabilities, and then thinking 4 or 5 steps ahead. What are the consequences of my actions? If I do something that feels good now, but the consequences might be bad, should I still do it? And in my opinion, what I try to do is, sometimes I do things people might not see. Why did he do that? Well, because probably it is because I thought a few steps ahead. Okay. I will reference which hopefully you don't know much about, the Kayla B situation that arose here. Why did I act like a yenta or a gossip lady about that? And that is, I care about the 12 remaining in jail, who has been in jail for 2.5 years, who are waiting for this trial to end. People's decisions in this trial and the surroundings will affect these guys in some way, shape, or form. And when you do something weird, strange, as allegedly, not 100% confirmed yet, even though I believe I do have everything I need, if an attorney who represents a witness in a trial ends up marrying one of the defendants, how can that affect the rest of the defendants?
Well, and again, I haven't followed you. You have done an amazing job to follow this trial the way you have. But I mean, as an outsider to the trial, but an insider to the system, I can say that this trial, there's no way any outcome of this trial can be seen as justice.
No.
There's no way it's something you've got. Why don't we just try everybody? Sorry. Why don't we just try everybody in one big trial? We'll just have like every defendant in the entire country set one big trial and determine cosmic justice for everybody. And we'll just let the trial run for 20 years. I mean, well, there's got to be, it's like, well, that's absurd. Okay, but You've got what, 20 some defendants or all these people, and you've got a
Yeah.
year-long trial. That is absurd. No way
Yeah.
should that be allowed to happen. They should break it up into individual pieces and have little 2-week trials on each defendant on the major charges, dump all the stupid little charges, try them on the big charges, and do them one at a time and have little short trials controlled. When you've got a trial that's half a year long and we're not even near close, there's no way the jurors are not going to base their decision on any evidence. It's going to be lost in the muck. And you've punished them by the system. You've punished the defense attorneys. You've punished the jurors, and the outcome of the trial can't be relied on. That's aside from all the cheating that they've done.
Yeah, but we have this misconception that it is equal terms in court. It's far from equal terms in court. You have the government with your money, taxpayers' money, endless. If they want 10 million more, they will get 10 million more from somewhere. And against is people who, now Mr. Williams, lucky for him, he has lots of money. Mr. Stilwell, lucky for him, he has some money. The rest of them don't have money. And Jeff from Legal Vices has a good example. Everybody remembers the O.J. Simpson trial. Oh, he spent $6 million on his defense. Of course he was going to beat them. But nobody talks about the $10 million the state brought into that trial. So even with $6 million from O.J. Simpson poured into this, he was still $4 million short of what the state brought in.
Well, the state, it's basically you have there's sort of, it's an interesting balance in American system. It's kind of odd because the state just has a office full of prosecutors, right? And they can assign 10 people to doing this all day, every day for the rest, for the full year. Now that does take away from attention on other cases, but it's just, as a matter of trial management, just as a matter of basic lawyering, this prosecutor has failed because they have not put reasonable limits. This is not a trial. This is not a fair trial, just by its design and nature. We saw this in the Murdoch case too, but this is a lot worse because the Murdoch case, there was 3 weeks of irrelevant testimony about theft of accounts and stuff. But I mean, I think he really did that stuff, right? He pled guilty and he was guilty of sin in that. It was just swamping the trial and the evidence. This is what, half a year of confusion and all that, and they're there, and they're just on top of that. They've got all of these other problems with this trial should go away. It should be a mistrial, and it should be with prejudice. And I don't know whether or not the defendants did it or not. I mean, I'm saying even if they did do what they're accused of, it should be a mistrial and should be with prejudice because of the screw ups. Because how else is the prosecutor ever going to have any kind of discipline going forward? If they win by attrition, think about that. They can beat you down and put you in prison for life because they have attrited, because they have all these resources just as mere power, and we can pound on you until you surrender.
Yeah, and in this trial, it started with 28 defendants. During, I have construction workers downstairs. 9 took plea deals. Starting with 6 months after they were put in jail without bond, up until just before the trial started a year and a half later. And now they have additional people taking plea deals, 4 people in this trial. And for me, how is it fair that the state has the power by exhaustion?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. And they do have that power. They do have that
overcharging, putting them in jail without bond, in jails that are basically prison camps. I mean, the closest I have in comparisons are Korean War prison camps. Sorry for that.
No,
I do not have kidnapping victims in my basement. It is construction workers.
That's right. No, it's really, this trial is a disaster. And I mean, that prosecutor needs to be removed. They need to, I mean, she is an embarrassment. The Georgia Supreme Court, they need to be stepping in. I don't know. They need to take up some of these interlocutory appeals and just grant the mistrial and let the chips fall where they may. It's an embarrassment to the country. It's an embarrassment to the people of Georgia and Atlanta. This is Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
And it's a lack of discipline. It's the prosecutorial function being hijacked and broken. For what reason? Assume this guy is guilty. He did it. All right. Prove it efficiently.
Yeah.
Is that too much to ask? Prove it efficiently. Don't, if the state wins by attrition, and there's no way the jury can make a rational decision based on this type of absurd trial, right? They're not producing justice. They're not producing a just outcome. That is a mockery of what our system is supposed to be. And it's frightening, because now you've got judges here who are on if you have a judge and a prosecutor who both, there's really, the defendants don't have any chance. Now, hopefully you have a judge. This judge seems like she's better, but she's reluctant. She won't take the hard decision and grant the mistrial. I've noticed that this is something that's endemic, and so maybe one of the things that I've realized in my experience recently is that courage is not something that political leaders can manage. Now, because when I was growing up as a young prosecutor, I had a guy named John Tanner. Well, you know John Tanner. He prosecuted Eileen Wuornos, right? He was my guy who hired me into the state. And that guy had moral courage and moral conviction. And he would say to me, is it the right thing to do? And he would stand up for what's right, to hell or high water. Like, he would say, this is right, and I'm gonna fight for that. He would stand up against people that would say something. No, I don't, I'm a politician, but I'm also going to stand up for what's right. And he would do that. What do you think about John Tanner, my mentor, one of my buddies?
When I covered the Eileen Wuornos trial, the Florida-based female serial killer, from that trial was, it was a long trial by that time and standard. It was, I believe it was a 3-month long trial. And with 56 or 57 actual trial days. But that was including sentencing phase. So they were, in comparison, they were quite efficient. But what caught me was the judge.
Bucky Blunt.
Yeah. Oh, nobody dared to screw with that judge. He sat there leaning back with his military haircut, almost looked asleep. And if somebody tried the slightest thing, eyes up, leaning a bit forward, and it was like everything stopped in the courtroom. And somebody screwed up. And the cleanliness of the prosecution.
There was a respect for the law and the system. Yeah. And the judge respected the law. The parties respected the law. They respected fair play. Now, he was an aggressive trial attorney. He was not a pushover, and he was an advocate. He was an alpha dog, right? But yet there was something bigger than him, and that was the truth. He was a very strong Christian. Got in trouble. There's a lot of history behind Tanner I can tell you about, but he was the person that I came in as a prosecutor as, and he was the guy that hired me and that was tapping me to move up. And I will say his protege, or one of his chief assistants, was Steve Nelson. You don't know him, but he was he would always say, do the right thing. Do the right thing. And that was something like, I remember I'd bring up something tangential, like, well, this defendant, they've got this. And he's like, well, what's that have to do with the case? I remember he'd say that to me, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. Maybe nothing, right? He's like, well, I don't want to hear about it. Does it have to do? Is it relevant? Does it have anything to do with the case? And I don't want to hear it. And and he would really cut to the point. And see, that is like old school prosecution. That's the way that it should be done. This, whatever the hell they're doing in Atlanta, it's not the way it should be done.
Yeah, and I understand, because I had Max and Doug, who are defense attorneys. They have high praise for this, for Josh Whitaker, who just joined. Yes, of course, because in comparison, she is amazing. But I still have to say, I've been covering trials from all over the United States, and I do have my background in European law. It's not that good. she still is scared of the hard decisions. As you said, she has had a dozen opportunities to call for a mistrial with prejudice. She has in court, in open court, told the prosecution that it seems like you're making stuff up as you go along.
She should not pre-announce. Yeah, she should not pre-announce that this is a real problem with judging, and they should not pre-announce whether it's with or without prejudice. What you do is you grant the mistrial and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
Because the right call, it is a mistrial. It is error. It is prejudicial error, harmful to the defense, and then argue about later whether it's with prejudice. But you just grant the mistrial because this thing is a mistrial. There's so many mistrials. I mean, when I paid attention, I've been in and out of this trial, and you've been sticking with it. There are so many grounds for reversal and mistrial. It should have been great for her to look behind the curtain and say, well, because of this consequence, that's the end justifying the means, right? So she sees the end she doesn't want, which is a mistrial with prejudice.
Now,
so her means not to grant the mistrial.
In fairness to her, it is the defense attorneys who have openly said, we are not interested in a mistrial without prejudice. So they have put that decision on her. Okay, is this does this reach the level of mistrial with prejudice? Then I won't allow it. If it doesn't, I'm denying the mistrial without prejudice.
I just don't think that. I don't think they should be asked. But see, it's tough. See, this is again the length of this trial has abused these defense attorneys. I mean, how is it that they're going to recover financially from this? And so if they have to redo it from the beginning and they can subject them to another year-long trial, what defense lawyer can ever afford to do that? You've won by attrition again, and that is not justice. That's not law. That's not facts. That's winning by power alone, and which we can't allow in this system. If we allow winning by power alone, we don't have justice. We don't have a democracy. We don't have a republic. We have a tyranny, because that's what tyrannies do. We can win because we're powerful, and that's it.
Now, Europe have, for instance, Europe doesn't have what you have here. Once you bring charges, you have a time limit on when you can move the case forward. In theory, apparently, because it took them 11 months to seat a jury in this trial.
This is very unusual, Nick. I don't want you to judge American criminal justice system by this trial.
No. I mean, this is the criticism Europe gets because we don't have that speedy trial right here. We have, you don't get formally charged until the first day of trial over here.
Oh, that's strange.
So you can be in custody for 2, 3, 4, 5 years before the official charges are brought, while you have, in theory, a time limit on this. But in this case,
yes,
where's the time limit? There is none. There are still 12 people after 2.5 years in jail without bond waiting for this trial to end so theirs can start.
Well, if you're asking about speedy trial, okay. See, the speedy, I know Florida speedy trial law. So this is quite a complex subject. I don't know if you want to go into this rivulet, but I'm here to offer up my expertise if you wish. But the fact that they seated a jury within speedy trial limits gets them out of the speedy trial trap, right? So obtaining a dismissal with prejudice based on speedy trial grounds is very difficult. Now, there's two different types of speedy trial. There's statutory and constitutional. In Florida, the statutory speedy trial is very hard. You basically have to scream and shout and tell the prosecutor they're screwing up before you can actually get it. And it's very rare. We actually, when I was in the 50s, when I was working in the appeals, we had one case that we actually got dismissed for speedy trial grounds on statutory speedy trial, which was so unusual. And the state hated it so much that they changed the law.
Yeah,
it's like the state hates speedy trial. Now, what the speedy trial does is does not allow for dismissal with prejudice based on lack of thing. What it does is it gives the defense a tool to force the state to bring them to trial. Okay, that's really the effect of the speedy trial rule. There's also constitutional speedy trial, which is very outside And that has to do with like the state really has to screw up. It's really outside. It's more, even more difficult than the statutory speed trial in Florida. But we can really get in the weeds. But it's not a mechanism to get a dismissal. It's a mechanism to force a trial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But in Judge McAfee, he is the one who is the judge on the Trump case. Now, he has made a determination that speedy trial is not when you start the jury selection. For instance, if this were to be a mistrial and Mr. Williams was the only one who still had a speedy trial right in effect, and according to Judge McAfee's interpretation of Georgia law and statute, they would have 2 months to get the jury seated, which would effectively take.
That may be in Georgia. That's not the way it is in state.
Yeah.
But it may be in Georgia. That's the case.
Mm.
Generally, prejudice occurs. When does prejudice? What I mean by prejudice is, when have you done a trial? Like if a trial, when does the trial actually begin? Technically, this is a very interesting kind of legal question, and the answer is when the jury is sworn. When the jury is sworn. So you need to swear the jury in. Once the jury is sworn, then the person, the defendant, is placed in jeopardy. And if the state then dismisses the case, like for example, they screw up something. They swear the jury in, the state screws something up. They didn't disclose their witnesses properly, and they know they screwed up and they're going to lose. So their answer is they dismiss the case and then they recharge the person.
Yeah.
All right. If the recharge is after the statute of limitations, it's with the prejudice and it's done. So that's why it's important to know when is somebody placed in jeopardy in front of a jury. In Florida, at least, and I think most jurisdictions, it is when the jury is sworn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Lots of little tidbits. That's useless now that I'm in civil.
Yeah, you are getting a law lesson for free by Mr. Krasny. Congratulations, viewers.
Yeah, well, and I wanted to come on because I know that you've got a lot of questions about procedural law and substance. So that's what I want to answer. I've got a few more minutes here, 20 more minutes or so.
Now, in my opinion, once they booted out Judge Glanville and replaced with Judge Whitaker, that was the big chance in this trial for Judge Whitaker to say, there's no reasonable, I cannot get caught up in time. I cannot read all of the opinions from all the decisions from a year and a half of pre-trial and trial. This is very prejudicial towards the defense. On top of this, you have this ex parte meeting.
That is the problem. Yeah. The problem with that I see that is absolutely over the hill reversible. Number one is there was an undisclosed meeting between the judge and the prosecutor and a testifying witness. Okay, now if the guy had been recused immediately, it'd be no problem. But that witness then went on to testify in front of this jury. So that jury is now tainted by that is absolutely 100% over the line. That should have been mistrial right there. The fact that if it had happened and the guy had been recused, the judge had been recused at that point, maybe there's an argument that it's harmless. But in this case, the judge and the prosecutor met with it, and the witness then testified in front of the jury after that meeting, undisclosed. That to me is a mistrial right there. That should be with trial. And I don't know with prejudice, without prejudice. To me, that's prosecutorial misconduct, and it should be with prejudice. But that's that one thing. That was the opportunity there, I think. But there's so many problems. Whenever I bounce in on this thing, and it seems like every day there's a new problem with this trial.
Yeah, and since last time, well, you have another person who has, well, the prosecution had this witness read from, well, the prosecution and the defense agreed on this should be redacted because it would be prejudicial, too prejudicial. Okay, we redact that from everything. Then this witness takes the stand and is asked to read from an Instagram photo and the handles under it and the hashtags under it. And the prosecution gave him an unredacted copy. And he started reading from it. Now, the prosecution had the redacted on the screen in front of him, but they handed him the papers. And of course, he read from the papers and read out that hashtag that was too prejudicial. And that is what caused all of this.
It could be, that could be what you call harmless error.
Yeah.
Which is appellate words for, well, it was, yes, it's prejudicial, but it's not so much that it overwhelmed the entire trial. But this is just weasel words for the judges to get out of making a hard decision of letting somebody get a mistrial with prejudice, right? We're bending over. But see, here's the problem: the whole attitude, they're bending over so far to help the state, to prevent the state from screwing up. But they've bent so far that justice is completely been warped beyond recognition. And it's this trial is an abuse of everybody around it, and the prosecutors should be disbarred. I'm telling you, that's how bad I feel this is. They should be kicked out. They should be removed. The Georgia Supreme Court is the one that should do it. But what do I know? I'm just a Florida lawyer.
Now, I have to ask this question: is there some? The totality of circumstances is a favorite word with appellate courts and Supreme Courts. The totality of the circumstances, yes, we know all these misconducts, but in the totality of circumstances, is there a totality of circumstances regarding, for instance, we have 50 motions of mistrial.
Well, and they're legitimate.
Is there a nested misconduct statute anywhere in the United States?
There is something called cumulative error. Okay. Yeah. And that would, if I was doing the appeal in this case, for example, I would argue every little error that it is, but then I would, at the end, I'd make a last point. Even if you find this error to be not without, is not, this is an error, but it's harmless. And this is an error, but it's harmless in the totality of the term. This is error. But then I'd argue at the end, but cumulatively, all of these errors together are not harmless. Even if individually they may be, cumulatively, and that's called that's a totality of the circumstances. What you're saying, that is a cumulative error, and so yes, that point would exist in an appellate brief. And like somebody said, who was it over here? And what you mean, like the rich and famous guy Baldwin, the prosecutor makes one mistake and he gets away with it. Right. Yeah. And here, this is just mistake after mistake after mistake. It's not a mistake. It's intentional bad lawyering. And maybe they're incompetent. Maybe they're incapable of putting on a fair trial. But that that doesn't matter to the defense. So, okay, well, it's okay because the prosecutors are incompetent. Well, really?
Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, one of the arguments from the judge here was that you should have seen Prosecutor Hilton's face when he said this. There was clearly no intent. But my argument against that is, not prepping your witnesses time and time again. It doesn't matter if it is incompetence or not. It is still intent.
Well, and it's interesting because there's this standard in Florida, which is an article that I have yet to write. It's one of those that I'd like to write, but now that I'm not in criminal law, I might not be opining on a criminal subject so much, because a lot of my articles get written because something bothers me. And one of the things that bothered me when I was doing criminal law was they call it the Richardson violation. Okay, so in Florida, there's a case called Richardson, in which if you fail to disclose something and then present it in front of the jury, right? And then it's like, then the defense objects. They say, Your Honor, we haven't seen this evidence before. We want a Richardson hearing. And a Richardson hearing, it's a 3-part test. See if I can remember the Richardson test. But it's like, one of them is, was there a violation? Was it harmful or not? Was it harmful or not harmful, right? Is it prejudicial? And then the third, was it intentional? I always had a problem with that third element. Because to me, if it wasn't disclosed, and it's harmful to the defense, I don't care what the intent of the prosecutor is. That doesn't have any, what's that have to do with the justice to the defendant? So I always thought that third element was problematic, and I was going to write something on that, but like I said.
Yeah. And in this case, one of the Brady violations here, according to Judge Whitaker, is, well, you have it now, so that curates the Brady.
Yeah, well, and judges love to do that. Like what they'll do is they'll say, well, this expert wasn't disclosed in Richardson, and it was unintentional, but it was harmful. So what I'm going to do, the relief that I'm going to grant to the defense is I'm going to let you go outside and interview that guy for an hour, and then come back in and put him on. That's like the solution for the judge, which is, I mean, these judges do not understand how much we defense attorneys prepare for these trials. I mean, you've met I don't know if you've met my Betty Rosemarie, but we've done, when doing death penalty cases, we've done trial, just jury selection, faux jury selection, basically a practice jury selection, 2 months every week. On a Friday morning, we would do fake jury selection for every Friday morning for 2 months on the lead up to trial, just on that one little issue. We would prepare so much and so hard for every little contingency, and for the judge to then come up and say, oh, and there's this major piece of evidence that impacts your case, and just go out and talk to him for an hour and that'll fix it. That doesn't fix it.
Yeah. And in this trial, again, Bruce Harvey, one of the attorneys, was away that day. That day was the day the judge decided we are now going to argue Mr. Harvey's motion. But see, he's not here. He should be here.
Hey, Loa has a question. I have an answer. Hold on a second. Let me show something.
And Mr. Steele, Attorney Steele, had to go up and argue Mr. Harvey's motion. Luckily, it was a really easy motion to argue. But still, for me, that is also insanity. The day Mr. Harvey isn't there is the day she really has to argue that motion. So another defense attorney who does not represent Mr. Harvey's client goes up and argues the motion and wins it.
Here, I wanted to answer this question from Loa.
Okay, I will bring it up.
Mainly because it gives, yes.
No.
Go ahead, Ken.
Loa, can prosecutors continually not prepping witnesses be harmful error, whether it's fact, expert, or lay witnesses?
Okay, I've got ideas and answers in law, right? My compendium of my law review articles. This is now in the 3rd edition. It's available on Amazon and from me, okay? 2nd edition is available at a discount from me, but this is now the version that you should get. I've added 2 chapters based on the work that I was doing in the prosecutor's office here. And one of those articles, one of those new chapters in the 3rd edition is called, and it's only available in this book, Ethically Preparing Witnesses for Deposition or Trial. So this is a guide for how a prosecutor should prep their witnesses for trial, including a form and ethical problems with, because what happens is prepping witnesses is very dangerous, especially from the prosecutor side, because you have the danger, the huge danger of coaching them into saying false statements. They have power and they can manipulate lies. And so this is a way. And then, of course, the defense sees that and says, well, you just prepped the witness. You coached him to say what the way. So this is an ethical view of how a prosecutor should approach prepping witnesses. How do you like that? Only available in the 3rd edition of Ideas and Answers in Law. How about that, baby? And the other one, there's two chapters. The other one is kind of an interesting thing, which this is available on SSRN, which is an academic website. Inadvertent disclosures of privileged information. So when the defense or the state comes into possession of privileged information they shouldn't have, how to deal with it. This is the kind of stuff that I was working on in the prosecutor's office, but there's a lot of corrupt prosecutors that don't want to have to deal with that. They want to be able to take that information and cheat with it. They want to be able to coach their witnesses and get what they want, because then they can win, right?
Judge Whitaker sanctioned the prosecution's office early on by having them retake the Brady course. the video introduction course to Brady.
What you mean? There's a lot of questions. I've only got a few more minutes here.
Yeah, but
Um,
I need to say, if you want to get a Christmas present for the prosecution's office, this is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office address. So if you go buy Mr. Gosney's book on Amazon, you can send it there.
That's funny. That's funny.
So it's 136 Pryor Street, Southwest 3rd FI, Atlanta, Georgia 30303, United States. Or you can search for the address itself. And yeah, if you want to give them a Christmas present, there are, I believe, some 70 assistant district attorneys in Fulton County.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny. You're funny. Oh, and I'm going to have a live stream tonight at 8:00.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and it's going to be on Miami traffic.
Miami traffic.
I observe. I'm sort of a reactionary, right? I like what am I dealing with lately, and so that's my latest topic. But I see that What You Mean has another question. Is it true that people who took plea deals can't go back and do an appeal? Can Steele do a cumulative error for the whole trial, even though Thug took a deal? The answer to that is,
yeah, both yes, and they can do an habeas corpus, but that they have a time limit of 4 years to do so in Georgia, and they can do a direct appeal within 30 days.
Except, but by pleading a plea, waives many of these errors.
Yeah.
Sadly, I mean, a plea deal, basically you're waived now, unless you specifically reserve the right to appeal X, and that's accepted by the court or the prosecutor in Florida, is that that you basically waive everything. Now that you cannot waive things that are fundamental, like what if he pleads and he gets, it's a 5-year felony and he gets 6 years. Okay, that's a jurisdictional question. Or if he can't, if he says I wasn't told about X, Y, and Z. So there's a lot of like ineffective assistance of counsel. But I know those are very uphill arguments.
Yeah.
Generally, all the stuff that's error in this trial is waived based on his plea.
Yeah. What can be if down the line somebody gets convicted because the 28 defendants, everything is technically the same trial. Even those 12 who are still waiting trial, it's still the same RICO trial. But if they're along the way, the Georgia Supreme Court says, no, these are cumulative errors, and effectively say that the Glanville thing is where they cut the line. Then the habeas corpus could argue towards...
Well,
but it's a stretch.
Maybe.
It's a stretch.
Maybe. The thing is that the problem is everything is waived by a plea deal, basically. So what he'd have to argue, they really need to reserve their error. So the way that he should plead is, okay, I'm going to plea, accept this deal, but I am not waiving the right to appeal, say, the judge's coaching the witness on the stand and presenting that to the jury. I mean, be very specific. That's a winner as far as an appellate winner as far. And you either need to get the judge to agree to that or the prosecutor to agree with that.
And they didn't in this. They waived that they waived that in the appeal. Yeah.
So it's waived.
Yeah. So they are extremely limited. Now, I'm happy for Mr. Williams that he is home on probation. I really am.
Oh, is that what he got? Is that the deal he got? Yeah. Well, who wouldn't take that deal, right?
Yeah. He got 5 years, but commuted to time served, and 15 years probation. 7.5 years of those reporting. If he stays clean, he does not have to report the last 7.5 years. And if he managed to stay out of trouble, the full 15 years, they are the last 10 years of prison will be waived by the state.
Hey, Celestial Force is back. Hey, I saw her last night. I was on the expert stream. So tonight, 8:00, I'll be streaming, and it's going to be on Miami traffic. Is really the topic. I also say, can I tell you a secret? Is also I'm going to have a new children's book out for Thanksgiving, Christmas. It's going to be called My Difficult Dog. So I have been working behind the scenes. I haven't had enough energy really to stream, but I have been working a little bit. I've been updating all my books, making sure that the copies that are up are clean and well grammatically. I went through every book. You ever seen this Grammarly software? Grammarly, it's really good AI editing software. And I went through every book except for, I've got two more that I need to work on, but I basically went through every book and revised it so that it's better, more readable. And so the books that are available. And the thing is, I really, like you're saying, somebody was saying here that you should send the books and they should have reading sessions. The problem is these people are arrogant in their stupidity.
Yeah.
And like I said, I want people to buy the books, but I really want people to read the books. Read the books, because there's content in here, but they don't. It's like I remember objecting in this one trial I had, and there was this prosecutor. It's like, I went to law school, I passed the bar, I know everything now. That arrogance is the root of their sin. And it's like, I don't need to be lectured by you, Mr. Gosney, about the law. I'm this great. I'm like, well, I said, maybe you do, because you're messing it up, right? It's great that I've got the book, but I sure as hell would like people to read it and learn it and apply it. That's why I'm writing it. I'm not writing this stuff for money. It came out in a book form because I had written so much. So I'm like, this is important stuff and I want you to read it. I think it's valuable stuff. And that's with all my writing. I want people to read it. What happened to reading? It's like everybody's got this little phone thing and they think they know the world. Read the stuff. It's important. And there's, when I write stuff, it's because there's something to be said. I don't know. Yes. And they're all available on Amazon internationally or my website, either one.
Now, I do want to show you one thing here. It is the funniest thing, saddest thing as well. This is an actual motion from the lead prosecutor. And it says, let me get it up here, make it big. Motion in limine to allow the state to present all relevant evidence to the jury and to deny defendant objections to the presentation of relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a waste of time. A 403.
Okay.
And this is the entirety of that motion.
What? Oh, that's crap. That's a crap motion. That's nothing. That's a nothing. Yeah. Why would you even file that? That's an orotennis motion, isn't it? I mean, why even write this? This is nothing. This is not the way you write a motion. The way you write a motion is you cite a rule, you present what the argument is, you present case law or statutory evidentiary law to support it, and then you integrate that case law and statutory law into the fact pattern that you're trying to point. What is this? This is just a nothing. This is an orotennis. So this is like objection, Your Honor, cumulative evidence. It's a waste of time. And then they say, the judge looks at it and says, overruled, sustained. That's all this is. This is a nothing. How, who is writing this? Adriana Love, that's the stupid prosecutor, right?
Yeah, that's the main prosecutor in this case. And what led up to this was because the day leading up to her writing this motion, it was excruciatingly obvious that she was just trying to buy time with a witness for some odd reason. That day, the defense had 43 403s, 43 of them, waste of time, which was sustained by the judge. And Ms. Love took this.
And the thing is,
so offended. She was so offended by this.
Here's what she probably did. This is stupid. This is stupid motion practice. But here's the other thing about it. The other thing is that there's a difference between the state motions and the defense motions. All right, very different. There's a very different perspective, and people need to understand this. It's not clear. This is a little not maybe my last point that y'all can learn from, is that a defense motion is there to preserve the case for appellate purposes. All right, so you might have something you're losing. So you put that thing in writing so that the appellate court can see it and see what was being overruled in the case you're arguing specifically, right? It's a preservation issue because if the guy gets convicted, now it's before the court. The state is in a little different position because if the state comes, they lose on some evidentiary ruling and they lose, that's a not guilty. It's over. There is no preservation. The judge they can't appeal that, get the trial with the not guilty overturned, and then get a new trial. No, when it's a not guilty, it's over for the state. There is no appellate appeal from a not guilty by the state. So this kind of motion is pointless. This is basically an oral objection, but this is a lack of disciplined, stupid prosecutor. Somebody said Dunning-Kruger, who thinks that she's really smart because she's got arrogance. And she thinks she knows what she's doing because she's bickering. She's bickering. And she's like, oh, my bicker didn't work, so I'm going to bicker in writing. That is not lawyering. It's weakness. It's stupidity. It's terrible prosecution. And they all should be disbarred. How do you like them?
Oh, I love having you on. I love having you on. I mean, oh.
But that's just my humble opinion, right?
Yeah. And I've heard the argument, well, maybe she turned this way after a number of years as a prosecutor. I found a case from 2012 where she argued in closing arguments in front of the jury that the defendant's silence was shown of guilt.
Right.
That he didn't talk to the cops, that he didn't testify. Now that was appealed. It was granted by the Georgia Appeals Court. It was sent down for a new trial, and that trial just said you don't have a case and threw it all out. But that guy still served 5 years in prison.
Right. Yeah, that's
Before
right. That's the
for something that wasn't even a crime.
There's a big United States. I think it has been clear because that there's a big problem in this country about unchecked prosecutorial power. And there's no check on these people, and the absolute power. Lord Acton, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and these are positions of power that basically has absolute power. There's very little check on them, and Soros has got a smell of that. That's why he's targeting these races. Is people don't even see the prosecutor's office as being. It's like, oh, that's just some ministerial thing, and yet. Then he gets these people, these hard leftists in these positions of power that turn this absolute power position into a weapon against political enemies. And it's a weakness in our country that, maybe wasn't foreseen by our founding fathers because, and so, I mean, this is a weakness and we need to really check that, especially equal protection of the law.
Yeah. I mean, your Constitution is unique in this world. The Bill of Rights, they are unique. Few Western countries has what you have. For instance, you have double jeopardy. We don't.
Yeah.
We get over here in Sweden, if the prosecution thinks that, oh, he only got 10 years in prison, we want more, they can appeal that in order to get a harsher sentence. If a person gets acquitted here in Sweden, the prosecution can appeal that to higher court to get a conviction. If they do a lousy job in the lower courts, they learn from it, they appeal and present a better case.
Right. Well, actually, who was it? And I'm trying to think about, I think it's George Mason. I might be wrong about that. But, in our constitutional history, there was a big debate about the Bill of Rights, okay, and whether or not the rights need to be enumerated. So what you're talking about, back when our country was first founded, the Constitution was put forward. And one of the biggest criticisms of it, I believe it was George Mason, was that it did not have a specifically enumerated Bill of Rights. And the Constitution was going to fail over that issue. But there was a compromise that was done where in certain states adopted with the idea that a enumerated Bill of Rights would follow up immediately by amendment. And that's how we got the Bill of Rights. And there's still kind of debate about that because in fact, my book Prepare leads with this very question about the enumerated rights being a limiting factor or an expansing factor. It's about the problems with a Bill of Rights. And we're still sort of struggling with that issue. But what you're talking about is that you're basically arguing the George Mason position that a Bill of Rights is very important, because if you don't have that, the government just encroaches on everything and says, well, yes, you've got that right, but not in this instance. And they say that in every case, right? So you don't have anything. So it shows you the wisdom of the founding fathers and James Madison's idea.
Yeah, and I had a really good point, but I forgot it.
I got to go. We've got some things to do today. 8 o'clock tonight, I'll be streaming, and just for fun. And I'm just trying to, I have a little energy. I got a little topic I want to talk about, and I'm still feeling my way back into the world of streaming. But I did want to come on and say thank you, Nick, to you personally for supporting me in your own way. We have different perspectives and different ways of going about it, but it takes a team. I mean, I'm good at some things, you're good at some things, and we should bring out the best in each other, and we should work together. And that's something that you have done for me, and I'm humbled and blessed that you're in my life, and thank you.
I remember one of these trolls on Twitter said, Mr. Gosney doesn't have real friends, he only has these internet buddies. Folks, Mr. Gosney is my friend.
Thank you.
To you guys who tried to more or less end Mr. Gosney, I still know who you are. I know it. I still know. And I have... but...
I know. Well,
Mr. Gosney is moving on. And I don't want to screw that up. And I believe for now, it is worth more for me to see Mr. Gosney having a good life moving forward than to ruin yours. But I will do it if necessary.
Well, this is the thing. There's always the need for a door kicker, and as much as I'm about peace and love and Christianity, there's also the people that are out there who are willing to go to war. And, and the thing is that that's not a positive way forward, but it's a necessary thing. Like, it sucks that we have to have tanks and military planes and stuff. But if you don't, evil wins. They take over by force. They take over by power. So, don't engage. I'm just saying, as people, as humans, as an appeal to the left or the liberals, the good-hearted liberals, engage in honest and true and respectful dialogue with your opponents. Don't go into this personal destruction world, because it destroys everybody. It will destroy the humanity ultimately by its viciousness and vileness. And but there's a need for good to have armor and a sword. The armor of God exists because, and one of those weapons is a sword, because good needs to defend itself. And we all have our roles within that, as long as are you on the right side? Question.
Yeah, and if you go by the Christian way, I mean, even Jesus, when necessary, was not a stranger. I mean, what he did against the battlers in the temple, that wasn't especially peaceful, but it was necessary at that point in time.
Right.
I don't claim to be anywhere near Jesus. But,
and then in the Garden of Gethsemane, if you remember when Judas betrayed Jesus, and the Roman guards, he kissed Jesus, and the Roman guards came to seize Jesus, right? They had swords. The disciples had swords, and one of the disciples took out his sword and chopped the ear off of a Roman soldier, right? But Jesus said, no, because you're preventing the fulfillment of the prophecy of the Messiah. So you are, by fighting, we're not here to fight the Romans, because my destiny is to be crucified and rise on the third day, right? But the disciples didn't know that, but they were armed. So yeah, it's, Christianity is generally peaceful and turn the other's cheek, but there's this warping of Christianity that has been done by the secularists, who have said, oh, well, this is what you stand for, so you can't fight back. No, but you have to be judicious. You have to be very humble and careful about it. But there is a need to defend good and to protect the innocent. You can't protect the innocent if you're powerless.
Okay.
Hey, man. God bless you. I'll be around. We'll see you around.
Okay, thank you for showing up. Thank you so much. I posted Mr. Gosney's Mr. Gosney's channel and his books and everything are posted in the chat.
All
I will
right.
post it in the description to this stream as well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Steve. See you. All right. That was a good, very nice 45-minute law lesson given to you for free by Mr. Gosney. Buy his books, read his articles, watch his channel. Whew. Unexpected pleasure. Now, let's get back to the recap of this week. Let's move on.
Anyway. All right, that takes care of that. Ms. Percival, Mr. Weinstein said that they had also forwarded at
I
around
will
10
cut
p.m.
that
last
out
night
as
a
a
proposed
separate
jury
video to
instructions.
this
Can you
stream.
see whether you got that? And if so, forward it.
If you don't see it, I can resend it to you.
I only see,
If you don't mind, just resend it. It might be the easiest way to
I'll
do it.
resend it.
sorry, I don't see it.
No worries.
All right. In the meantime, how about the autopsy photos? Have y'all on the drinks killing? Have y'all discussed what is or is not coming in?
Now, what I will do in this stream is show these motions hearings of sorts. I will show you the cross-examinations for this week, because I don't think I can do an entire morning or an entire afternoon. So that is what we will do this stream. I think that's all we need to know as well.
On that amongst yourselves.
We haven't, Your Honor, although I'm not going to say at this point that I believe we need judicial involvement. I don't want to be involved.
All right,
I just
what-
saw that this.
Okay, why don't y'all get together and see if y'all can come to agreement about what would come in, and if there's disagreement after y'all talk, then y'all bring.
Oh, by the way, meanwhile, we got raided by Baker. Thank you, Broken Baker. He is Danish, but don't hold that against him. And he has an excellent channel where he covers trials and other stuff. So go over and subscribe to him. I'm almost caught. I mean, where is Mr. Baker? Let's see here. Broken Baker has 12,600 subscribers. I'm currently at 11,800. So I'm almost caught up. So please subscribe if you haven't, so I can catch up and surpass him, so I can rub his nose in it. All right, let's continue.
Bring that back up to me. Okay, the recalling of Detective Thorpe. You want to just give me a summary?
Yes, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows and has been doing in this case, you have discretion and control over the way evidence is presented and witnesses that are called. One thing that, from my observations, has been important with moving this case along is when a witness testifies, and then we cross-examine that witness, you have been limiting the state on the redirect to the scope of the cross, which I think is important. Detective Thorpe testified previously as lead investigator for the Donovan Thomas case back in September, I believe, and he was on the stand for several days. The state, through discovery, provided me with a copy of a statement. There's been several statements made. This was around the time that Mr. Stilwell was in the car with Tierra Jones when she was shot, and then he was also served with arrest warrants at that time for Donovan Thomas. There is an interrogation that took place. Detective Thorpe is the individual who was in charge of questioning Mr. Stilwell. Detective Gaither walked in towards the middle of the interrogation. But this interrogation was never brought up by the state in their direct of Detective Thorpe back in September. I certainly did not bring it up. No defense counsel brought it up. So by recalling Thorpe and getting into this interrogation, that's something that they wouldn't have been allowed based on your Honor's previous rulings. Of course, every ruling is different, but based on your Honor's previous rulings, that would have been outside the scope of cross, or outside the scope of cross for them to get into that on redirect. And it just seems to me simply recalling him is just an end around of that rule that we've been abiding by.
All right, let me hear from the state on this matter.
So, Your Honor, with Detective Thorpe, he's going to be covering three, I'll call it categories of testimony. For one, he is going to be discussing Defendant Kendrick's statement to law enforcement that was pertaining to the Donovan Thomas murder. Also, Detective Thorpe was the lead detective, homicide detective, on the March 11th, 2022 murder of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, which, as the state has articulated to this court before, is intrinsic to the Chamel drinks because it leads up to that murder.
Yeah, and I don't think the objection is as to that. So what's the third?
So, Your Honor, third is that the questioning, because Detective Thorpe is going to be testifying about those first two, the state's questioning of Detective Thorpe in relation to Defendant Stillwell's statement, I would proffer would be 15 to 20 minutes. The state intends to ask Detective Thorpe questions, not play the statement, which alleviates need for fights over redactions or playing to the jury. So in the state's legally, the state is calling a witness to testify about relevant admissible evidence, specifically two statements of party opponent. And so the state feels that there's not a valid legal objection to keep out relevant admissible evidence. And the state also feels that Detective Thorpe is going to efficiently cover three topics, which could be different witnesses.
Okay, but with regard, I don't think the issue is as to the other two. It's as to talking to him about Stillwell's statement from November of 2015, a topic we seemingly already covered. Why should?
Okay. Denise D became a YouTube member, the first member of today. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Now you have access to all my members only content. You have access to members only emojis, and you also have access to my Discord. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. New members today. 1. Yay! And for you who are considering it, it is $3 a month. $3 a month, and you get access to well over 100 hours of members only content and other perks. Thank you, Denise D.
Y'all be able to get into that again? Is there something about that statement that is now, I mean, I guess you're saying it's relevant to the Drinks murder? Is that what your position is?
No, Your Honor. My position is that with Detective Thorpe on the stand, he's going to be discussing both current defendants in this case, their testimony and statements that he gave within. He was going to already be discussing Defendant Kendrick's
Yeah, I
statement.
understand the other stuff.
So the state's position is that him discussing a statement of party opponent of Defendant Stillwell is legally relevant admissible evidence.
Okay, but.
And we have not covered that statement with the jury.
In any way?
No, Your Honor.
They called Detective Thorpe to talk about this homicide.
This homicide being?
Donovan Thomas, 2015, January 10, 2015. And they never brought up my client's statement. They never, we certainly never brought up my client's statement. And we proceeded with trial since then with the understanding that they called the lead investigator in the case, and that wasn't what they, I don't really want to go get lost in the weeds. But I'll just leave it at that. They chose not to call to ask about that. Now they're asking months later to relitigate.
All right. So if you had Detective Thorpe on the stand talking to him about the.
Yeah, on Monday, the prosecution tried to circumvent Detective Dennis being yeeted from this trial. And they tried to get in Detective Thorpe about this to discuss the Donovan Thomas situation and bring in evidence now. They didn't bring in then. So that was a big issue this week. That was a big issue this week. Now, they weren't successful. Ultimately, the judge's decision was to no, if you didn't bring it up back when you actually had the Donovan Thomas part of this trial, you can't do it now. You can't do it now.
Thomas murder already, which you did, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then it seems that that would have been the time to talk to him about Mr. Stillwell's statement from around that time. And I mean, I appreciate, we can do it efficiently, but you already had him on once. So why weren't you covering, why is now the time to be covering that instead of back when you already called him?
Understood, Your Honor. Part of what the timing of this is because of Detective Dennis initially discussed Defendant Kendrick's statement. Because that testimony on that day was excluded, Detective Thorpe is discussing that statement of Defendant Kendrick's. And because he's going to be discussing or testifying about that statement, the statement was in October with Defendant Kendrick. The statement with Defendant Stillwell is in November. And so the state feels that because he's going to be discussing that statement with Kendrick in October, it's relevant to have him briefly address the statement he also gave with Defendant Stillwell after that statement.
Well, that's a red herring, Your Honor, because the Dennis has nothing to do with the statement of Stillwell. He wasn't present. He couldn't have testified to that. So yes, they may be calling Thorpe for different things, and that's not my issue.
Right.
But they just can't lump in something that they should have asked about months ago.
So, Your Honor, the brass tacks of this issue is the state, of course, feels that this statement is favorable for the state's theory. Defense wants to keep it out, and the state's position is that
No, what a bad tie is trying to argue here is not, oh, this is so important for our case. Well, if it is important, why didn't you bring it up back then? Apparently, you only want it in now because people have pleaded out. So you believe that because Mr. Williams and 3 others are no longer in this trial, you can start bringing in stuff you think won't be objected to by Mr. Steele, Mr. Brown, Mr. the others. But judge didn't fall for it.
a targeted questioning of Detective Thorpe, who was already, we're not adding a witness. The reason I brought up the other matters is because I think it's relevant in terms of the efficiency of the trial. If we have one witness covering 3 separate topics and a 15 to 20 minute questioning targeted of Detective Thorpe, who's already going to be testifying, is just relevant admissible evidence that the state feels should not be legally excluded under a statutory or legal basis to exclude relevant admissible statement of a party opponent.
I mean, essentially, if you've been covering this trial, like, I don't know, incident by incident, I guess, which is sort of how y'all have been doing it, then you've already covered the Donovan Thomas murder with this witness. So it is like you're being able to do an in run around, well, gosh, we forgot to cover that on direct, and now we want to do it again. We want to redo. Essentially, we want to be able to recall him. And so why didn't you do it the first time?
Your Honor, I don't know exactly why the state, there's not some secret or tactician trying to be gained by putting the statement in now, to be quite frank with the court. It's just the state, and sometimes this happens in trials, where a witness can be recalled to talk about testimony that has not been discussed.
All
So
right. I mean, but essentially that's what you're doing, right? Is saying, okay, we haven't gotten to some of these things, but we'd also, while he's up here, like to be able to essentially recall him as to this other thing that we didn't cover before.
Well, Your Honor, the primary purpose of Detective Thorpe, and the reason I keep bringing up Kendrick's statement is because that's kind of, in the state's position, critical to why we're discussing this. Because if he's going to be discussing one of the defendants in trial statement at this present time, because that prior testimony is not in evidence, the state feels that it's important to talk about the other defendant remaining on trial statement that was close in time, because we're going to be, that's the main reason for now, Your Honor.
We'll get to you in a minute. Mr. Shart, how would you be prejudiced by this? I mean, you know about the statement. You are certainly capable of cross-examining.
I hope I am. But I've known about the statement. But the state made decisions not to, and I think it was strategic. their strategy quite well.
That might be giving them a little too much credit.
Well,
And this, the shade from the judge. The shade from the judge. She's telling, giving them too much credit. In plain speak, is they don't have a strategy. They are just making crap up as they go along. GD, Nick, do you think the judge is leaning towards a directed verdict? That would be 2 for you. The defense will definitely ask for it, but I don't think it will be approved. That motion for a directed verdict. A directed verdict is the defense, in order to say for appeal, tells the judge they didn't prove this, and this. They didn't even bring in evidence towards this, and this warrants a directed verdict of not guilty from the judge. It doesn't even go to the jury. This is extremely rare that ever gets approved. Lawyers get through entire careers without even seeing one. On this channel, we saw one. It was the directed verdict in the in the missing sister murder trial, Arizona versus Michael Turney. That was a directed verdict, because then the prosecutor actually did not present a single piece of evidence showing that Mr. Turney killed his daughter. Not a single one. In this trial, even though it's absolute garbage, the prosecution have presented things that the jury can take to them. So I do not believe that there will be a directed verdict here. It is so incredibly rare. Now, directed verdict they have different name in different jurisdictions. I use directed verdict because that was the term that was used in Arizona. So I keep using that term, but it has different names in different jurisdictions.
it's ironic because Mr. Stillwell said things in his statement that were very helpful to Mr. Williams. And they chose not to put that into evidence. Now Mr. Williams is pled. Now all of a sudden they want to recall this gentleman to bring in that statement. And I've been proceeding with this trial over the last 3 months, under, I think, the fair belief, based on the way things have been going, that wouldn't be admitted into evidence. Now, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but I find out about this. I see Detective Thorpe's name all of a sudden show up on a witness list when it wasn't on the upcoming witness list. And then it's, well, why are we recalling Detective Thorpe? And it's, well, to talk about Kendrick's statement, to talk about the Mac Miller and Darius Ford murder, which I get. But then it's like, oh, and we might ask him some questions about the statement your client gave that we didn't ask about back in September. And I don't think that's appropriate. And I think that I don't think it's appropriate to be able to recall witnesses repeatedly to highlight, when you want to highlight them, what their testimony is. If this was going to be brought out, then it should have been brought out in September.
I guess if I deny it at this point in time, the defense can put on whatever case they're going to put on, if they're going to put on a case. But I think that you had indicated before you had at least some defense case. Is that right? I mean, you had indicated that before. Anyway, if you do, then they get a chance to have a rebuttal case anyway, so they can put it up then. I mean, I guess we could do it that way.
Right. Assuming it was a logical rebuttal to what we presented.
All right.
That is probably one of few times the judge actually warned the defense, hey, if you don't want this statement, in a rebuttal case, you can't have it in your case in chief. And I think Mr. Short got the message.
Do you pretty much know what it is they want to be getting about whatever he may have said
I
in
don't.
November of 2015?
I mean, there's a 120-page transcript. It's I don't know, an hour and a half, I'll say.
Your Honor,
You gonna proffer what it is?
it's not a secret in terms
Go
of
ahead.
the whereabouts of defendant Stillwell is the key issue. He states unequivocally he was in Miami.
Okay.
And so on the day of the murder. And so that is the main point of, there's no hiding the ball with it. That's the main, it's his whereabouts on the day of the murder.
All right. Any further
Well, it's
argument?
not that simple because there was a
Did
statement.
he go to Miami with the crowd that went to
I
Miami?
think the evidence would show that he went the next day. And
Which
so,
is the day, I mean, it's easy enough to explain as well.
right. And so the video shows that Mr. Stillwell saying that he was in Miami. And then there's Detective Thorpe kind of unwinds that and says how that would be impossible. And then eventually Mr. Stillwell agrees. So, it's like when you boil it down to a one sentence, he said he was in Miami. That really doesn't give the whole story. Now we're opening up to the whole video once again and exactly what was said in the context, because it wasn't him just saying, oh, I was in Miami, period. It becomes clear that he thought he was in Miami that day. And then when they talk about, he puts himself with Kenneth Copeland in Miami. And then they say, well, Kenneth Copeland was in my office after the homicide, so you couldn't have been in Miami. And then eventually, I think it's fair to say that Mr. Stillwell says, okay, I understand what you're saying. That's not a direct quote, but so that, I don't know why he's being recalled.
Okay, and why wasn't that presented to begin with when you had him up here before talking about either the Thomas murder or when Mr. Stillwell came and gave a statement as a victim?
Your Honor, I don't know exactly why that was not presented earlier.
Okay. All right. I'll think about that. He's not going to be our first witness. Yes, sir. Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, Your Honor. You mentioned end runs earlier today. If you recall, or maybe you don't know, Detective Dennis was the one that was supposed to be speaking about Mr. Kendrick's interview, and you rightfully sanctioned him. I would love for you to recall your righteous degree of anger at this point, but I won't bring that up.
Oh, I remember.
So I'd like you to keep that in your mind while I'm talking. But this is an attempt by the state to do an end run around that. Now, I know later you said that if they had witnesses on the list already and they could go and then talk about things. So we had someone get up and start talking about, lyrics that wasn't initially supposed to talk about more than Nibin matches. But I don't believe that Thorpe was supposed to come up again. And this is just an attempt to get this testimony in about Mr. Kendrick's statement that was rightfully pretty much barred by you stopping Dennis. So I don't think they should be allowed to do this end run.
Okay, I barred Dennis. I didn't, but at the same time, y'all asked, well, can topics be covered? If they were going to be covered by him, could they be covered by other witnesses? And I said, as long as there was somebody on the witness list already, that they couldn't add people, but that if they already had somebody on the witness list who could cover those things, that they would be permitted to cover those things. So as long as we had Detective Thorpe somewhere on our witness list again, then I would deny that. So we had that long
I'm not. Was he on y'all's witness list
witnesses. Again? Was he on there anywhere?
I don't believe he was on there again, but before I make that representation, I'd like the state to verify that.
Well, we can check, Your Honor. I'm pretty sure he was, but if he wasn't, he was on the main witness list.
Yeah.
The rules of evidence only require that the witness be included in the witness list.
Oh, I know. I don't know if you were with us yet when we had the debacle about Detective Dennis, but that was a sanction. That wasn't an evidentiary ruling.
So Thorpe was not, I don't believe Thorpe was on the list to come back again. So this is an attempt to basically gut your sanction by bringing Thorpe back.
All right. If he was not on the witness list to be recalled, then I'm not going to permit it.
Your Honor, if I can recall our meeting at the bench, you didn't I don't believe you specified the shortened list. I think you said if he's a witness who's already been on the witness list, we cannot add anyone, but if he was a witness.
Okay, we'll go back and check.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Because that is not my recollection. My recollection is if they were going to be testifying anyway, but they could not be added.
And my recall is the same as Your Honors. Otherwise, your sanction would be
Yeah.
utterly meaningless.
But that was,
We're not,
We will probably get to that word eventually. And yesterday, the $50 super chat didn't get me to say that word. Now, you're more than welcome to attempt higher amount super chats and try again and again and again and again. But I do believe it's futile. I will not say that word. I will not say that word.
argue about it right now. We're just going to go back and check and see
But you're welcome to try.
somehow. Not sure how, since the court reporter who took that down isn't with us right now. But we'll see what we can do. And it was at a bench conference, so there's not going to be any watching the live stream of that and getting the answer. Okay, let's turn to this jury instruction. Does everybody have the proposal from the other side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all both got good language. I'm basically kind of just putting it together, and then I'll give y'all what I'm proposing. And if y'all wanted to, make sure that I can either read them in, or y'all can file those as your proposals if you want to, for the instructions.
And Your Honor, I was going to ask,
Yeah.
are you planning on inquiring of the jurors if any of them cannot follow this?
If I didn't explain it, this is from Monday. They are discussing now what jury instruction towards why are there all of a sudden only 2 defendants? That is what they are discussing now.
Instruction or?
I mean, no.
Okay.
That's not really what we typically do. It was just, I did it because, I mean, if you're asking somebody to disregard 3 days of testimony, that's a little unusual and more than they normally have to do. So that was why I did that in that instance.
Understood.
I just normally expect them to be able to follow my instructions.
When you're through with this, Your Honor, I just want to clarify something with the court.
All right, so I can send this to you, or I can read it, or both. What I'm proposing is, members of the jury, you will notice that certain of the defendants are no longer before you for reasons that do not concern you. The prosecution of those co-defendants is no longer a part of this trial. You must not speculate, make assumptions, or draw any conclusions about the possible reasons for their absence, and their absence from this trial must not in any way affect your judgment or influence your verdict as to the defendants in this case, or I could say remaining in this case. You must base your deliberations and your verdict solely on the evidence presented, and an individual determination of guilt or innocence must be made as to each defendant. Thoughts?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's fine with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Good for Mr. Stillwell, good for the state. All right.
And Your Honor, I just want to, since we're down to 2 defendants, I just want to make sure that we're still operating under the Harvey rule.
Well, I mean, do y'all want to? Unless you say differently, I'll assume a motion made by one of you is adopted by the other.
And an objection as well, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Harvey rule
and
still applies in this
is,
in the trial.
let's see where this witness list is. So Mr. Lee's still going to we're going to finish up with him, and he has, I would assume at this point, been instructed not to mention any incarcerations of any of the defendants.
He has instructed, I'm going to re-instruct again now.
All right. Okay, and did either of the remaining defendants want any sort of an instruction? As you know, we had paused because he had mentioned well, he had understandably read part of a post that said free.
Joey's first fan says, my husband spent some time in Sweden while in college. That Swedes were uptight until they got some booze in them. It's why I always got Nick and Baker mixed up. Sorry, Nick, for mistaking you as a Dane. Your apology is accepted. Now, I don't think I'm particularly uptight, but I do loosen up when I get some booze in me. And I mean, it's Saturday. It's almost 6 p.m. where I am. If you want to, we can have the wheel of regrets. And if for you who are here, oh, well, Nick, what is the wheel of regrets? Well, it is the wheel I put up as I, let's see here. Yeah. It is the wheel I put up. If you want this stream to be a little bit looser, more fun, a bit of entertainment, and it goes like this, that for every 25 gifted memberships or the equivalent in Super Chats or PayPal, I will spin this wheel. And whatever it lands on, I will do. So that is the wheel of regrets. Because, well, if I finish that wheel, I will regret it tomorrow. What is a sour shot? This is a sour shot. This is sour cola. It is extremely sour, but once that lemon face wears off, it's actually quite tasteful. All right, back to what we are really here for. The recap of this week.
Anybody want any kind of instruction about that? Or at this point, okay. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
May I just approach the evidence room?
Sure.
I just want
Laura.
Throw away the hot sauce. The hot sauce is mainly there because just having alcohol, I need to break it up with something. And hence the hot sauce. Because a wheel for my first couple of Wheel of Regret streams, it was just alcohol in it. And yeah, it doesn't work out well. Brandon, there's no gin? Oh, hold on. Now it is. Now it has 2 slides of gin as well. No, not for every $25. For every 25, oh God, that would be too. For every 25 gifted memberships, the equivalent of Super Chats or via PayPal gets you a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. This is the hot sauce. It is habanero. I have stronger ones. Do I have it here, laying around here? No, it's in the fridge. I have a Scorpion Moruga hot sauce as well. Brandon, thank you. There's no gin. Now there is. 25 for every $25, that would be too easy to make this stream a very short one. If I'm going to have hot sauce, you should talk to Ian about a bottle of Everyone Makes Mistakes. I have talked to Ian. It is really hard to get it from Canada to Europe. And I tried to get to the auction of the first batch of his next one, but I didn't win that auction.
Your Honor, could we get 5 minutes before you bring the jury out?
Sure.
Thank you.
And in that 5 minutes, maybe we can change that clock because that's going to confuse me all.
All right, let's skip ahead. They start out with black Pippi Longstocking over here. You're a negotiator, I'm a negotiator. Let's swap in the spiciest hot sauce and get on with it, or do you want to sit at this table all day talking circles? I will move one slide in with the really spicy scorpion sauce. I'll put one of these in there. And we, instead of his testimony, we'll go right into, let's see here. See first.
You are still under oath. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. How are you?
We'll go right into cross-examination.
Assertions about gang activity. Is that right?
Let's see here. Can't show music videos. Wait a minute. Here it's still on. Yeah, they had arguments regarding those. Let's skip right into cross-examination. Now, this one, when I streamed first time on Monday about this looks like AI. Somebody or some kind of Photoshop, in my opinion, because that is a flat stone. Why on a flat stone things don't run downwards? On a flat stone, I don't think this is an actual depiction of what it looked like. Now, after this video came out, somebody went there and did it for real, but not with that color, if I remember correctly. Brandon says, I think we landed on a number, I just don't know which one. The number for a spin on the wheel is 25 gifted memberships, or the equivalent in Super Chat or via PayPal. 15 times... No, 25. Sorry, 25. So it's times 3 is $75 per spin. Now it is time.
As Junior be considered an
Now, PayPal
Lee,
conversion
good
for
morning.
straight cash is since YouTube takes 30% cut and PayPal takes roughly a 5% cut, it's a 25% discount. Yeah, $60. Yeah, you're right, Brandon. So $60 on PayPal is the equivalent of $75 on YouTube, due to the cut they take.
How you doing today?
All right.
All right. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay, and you know Shannon, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. I want to ask you about this. The picture you just saw of the tombstone. You ever see that picture before today?
When they showed it to me, I think.
Who showed it to you?
She showed it to me last week, I think.
She being the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Ms. Hilton?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, and you, on that vlog, I think you're calling it a vlog, you made a reference to a tombstone, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right, and were you referencing Donovan Thomas's tombstone?
No.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you about Donovan Thomas's tombstone, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you deface Donovan Thomas's tombstone?
No. I actually thought that was I thought somebody just made that. I didn't know somebody actually went there and did it to his real tombstone in real life.
So when you're saying you actually thought that, are you talking about when you made that vlog? You thought that, or?
I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about his tombstone because I was talking about ESPN, and I said we wrote ESPN on the nigga tombstone. I never said we wrote Slack on the nigga tombstone. I ain't hear that in the video. So I wasn't talking about his tombstone.
Okay. So let me just ask you this. You said you personally did not deface any have you defaced any tombstones?
No.
Okay. Have you been present for the defacing of any tombstones?
No.
Okay. Regarding the picture you just saw on the screen of Donovan Thomas's, or the tombstone that said Donovan Thomas, do you personally know who did that?
No.
All right. And thank you, Brandon, for buying 5 spins on the wheel. Jeez. All right. Now, when they come in clusters like this, I will do 1 spin every 20 minutes. Because if I would do 5 in a row, that wouldn't be nice to either my stomach or to this stream. But here comes the first one. The Wheel of Regrets. Wild sauce. Okay, I need to go fetch the wild sauce. Hold on, I'll be right back. This is the wild sauce. This is Nordic wild hot sauce with, let me read the thingy. Habanero, blueberries, lingonberries, garlic, paprika, and vinegar. Do I get some milk now? No, I have some cream in the fridge. Brandon says, for the record, I do not support wild sauce consumption. No, nobody does. Now this is the mild, well, if you can say mild, this is the mildest one of them. And I'm hiding that choice so it won't return. Oh. This one I usually don't get the hiccups from. Usually. All right. Back to trial.
Okay. Do you know if it was one of your friends that did that?
The wild sauce actually tastes good. It actually tastes really good. It's great in if you make a game stew, like with deer, elk, or something like that. It's excellent to get a kick in that stew.
I think I would know if they did that, but I don't know them doing that.
Do you know if it was another rapper who did that?
No, I never heard nobody. I never found out or heard nobody say they knew who did something like that.
Do you know if it was a fan who did that?
I don't know who did it.
Do you know when it was done?
No.
Okay. Mr. Lee, what is your profession?
Music.
Okay, you're a musical artist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and in common terms, you're a rapper, you're a hip hop artist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about your profession, okay? Is that okay? All right. When did you start deciding that maybe you wanted to be a musical artist? What age?
I think when I got out of high school, like 18, probably.
Okay.
Around 18.
Okay. Is that when you started, and how old are you now?
25.
Okay. Is that at age 18, is that when you started rapping and working on your craft, or had you been working on it beforehand?
I mean, I was working on it before, but that's when I took it serious.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about before you started taking it serious. Okay. When did you start writing down lyrics?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay. Did you, I understand that you, as an 8th grader, you might not have been taking it serious, or as you view serious as now, but if I asked 8th grade Mr. Looney Lee what he wants to be, did you want to be a rapper back then?
I think I did. I just didn't have the confidence.
And did you grow up in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you the only person in your class who wanted to be a rapper?
No.
Okay. Did a lot of the young men and women, boys and girls that you went to school with, want to be rappers?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a common dream in the neighborhood that you're from?
Yeah. It's almost the only dream.
Okay. Now, 8th grade, we're talking about age 13. Is that fair?
I think so.
Okay, so we got, and you testified that you started taking things serious at age 18. So we got about 5 years between 13 and 18. That were you doing music that entire time?
On and off.
Is that why you say you weren't taking it seriously?
Yeah, like on and off. I was doing music.
When did you start going to studios?
Real studios.
Any studios?
I told you 8th grade.
8th grade.
It was
Okay.
a house studio though, like in somebody's house.
Where they have computers set up and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ability to mix music and record, etc., but not at the level that you get from a commercial studio.
Right, yeah. It was in the closet.
Okay. All right. When you said you started taking it seriously at 18, what changed? What is different between 17 and 18-year-old Looney Lee as far as his music?
I mean, I was older, so I was able to go to real studios and see bigger things in music. I don't know. And it made me like, I mean, I guess because I was older and I was able to stay out longer or go to studios and stay out late with my friends at the studio. So it made me just like, I mean, I had the time to take it serious. I had the opportunity to take it serious now because I'm 18.
Gotcha. At some point, have you been able to sign a record deal?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you have a record deal with?
Alamo Records.
And where are they based out of?
New York.
Do they have any sort of affiliation with YSL, the record label, other than you?
Any at all? You saying like, I mean, I don't know.
Are they one and the same?
What do you mean?
Are they one and the same? Do the people that run YSL record label run Alamo?
No.
Okay. Are they the same people? Do the people that run Alamo run YSL?
No.
Record label. Okay. All right. And what year did you sign with Alamo?
2018.
Okay.
I was 19.
Okay.
I think it's 2018.
How many albums have you made in your career?
Tapes, I mean, 3.
3, okay. And when you say 3, how many songs have been released under?
On each one?
Yeah.
Maybe like 12 to 14 on each one.
Okay. And you rhyme under the name Slime Life Shorty, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had hit songs?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me what your most popular songs are?
Don't worry, and Baby Boy.
Don't Worry.
Yeah.
Okay. When was that released?
Like 2020 or 2021, one of those years.
Okay.
I think it was 2021.
As a signed artist, do you perform live?
Yeah.
Okay. How often do you perform live?
Whenever I get booked,
How often is that?
like every other weekend.
Okay. And how many people are you performing in front of on average?
I don't even remember the total. I'm just saying it's like whatever the club capacity or the venue capacity is, like that.
Thousands, is that fair to say?
Not thousands, but yeah.
Okay, about 1,000.
Yeah, 1,002, maybe, I don't know.
All right. Now let me ask you this: as a signed artist, I'm not talking about when you were starting out. As a signed artist, do you have a team behind you at the record label?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they sign? Do they book your shows for you?
Management do that.
Okay. All right. Management does that. How about designing the graphics on your albums and things like that?
Yeah, they do that.
Okay. How about studio time? Who's in charge of booking studio time and paying for studio time?
The label and managers.
Okay. And your social media presence right now, do you have Instagram, Twitter, etc.?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your moniker on Twitter, for instance? Is it Slime Life Shorty?
I don't even know. I don't even run my Twitter. My label and team do that type of stuff.
That was my next question. So as a signed artist, are you responsible for the tweets that you put out?
No.
Are you responsible for the Instagram posts that you put out as a signed artist?
Not 100% of them.
Okay. Does your record label utilize social media to garner their artist, you, attention?
Yeah, like they might feel like they know the best things to post or to say.
Is it part of a promotional plan?
Yeah.
Okay. These studio sessions that you're able to have the label book for you now, are those, who pays for those?
The label though.
Okay. And are those typically at night or during the day?
It's really, you asking when do I book studios or when do people book studios?
When do you book studios?
Typically nighttime.
Okay. And just for my education, sometimes when people say I'm at the Yo or I'm going to the Yo, what is the Yo?
Studio.
Okay. Yo is short for studio. Okay. Now, with what you have going on in the year 2024, with this label behind you, are you able to use your music to provide for your family?
Yes.
And your children?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you view your music, your experience in the music industry as a success?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about your efforts to break into the music industry, okay?
I'm actually going to start playing this in 1.5 because they are both talking clearly and concisely. If it's too fast, just
in
say
those years
so.
before you were signed, you said you went to people's houses to record?
Yeah.
Why did you go to people's houses as opposed to the studio?
I didn't have no money to book my own studio.
You didn't have the funds?
Yeah, I didn't have the funds to book a real studio session or my own studio session.
Okay, and when we're talking about booking a studio session, I think I know what you mean, but I want to make sure everyone does. You have to rent the room, correct?
Right.
And then you have to also pay an engineer.
Yeah, you got to pay the engineer. Yeah, like whatever he charged per hour.
Okay. So back then, when you didn't have those funds, you were recording in people's houses. How about your social media at the time? Alamo wasn't running your social media when you were, before you were signed, were they?
No.
Okay. Who was in charge of your social media?
Me.
Okay. And did you try to use social media to increase the public's awareness of you as a rapper?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me some ways in which you would do that?
I guess my name, Slime Like Shorty.
Okay. Did you use hashtags?
Yeah.
Did you talk about upcoming projects that you had coming out?
Yeah.
Did you include pictures of you at the studio or maybe the home studio working on your craft?
Right. Yeah.
You wanted the people to know that you're on the grind, that you're producing music, correct?
Yeah.
You wanted people to know about you. Okay. Did you include references to YSL
Yes.
in your songs?
Yeah.
And in your social media posts, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And YSL, of course, is a label that at the time, you're younger than Jeffrey Williams, correct?
Yeah.
At the time when you were trying to make it through, YSL, in fact, had a very popular artist on that record label, correct?
Yeah.
Being Jeffrey Williams performing as Young Thug, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Associating yourself with YSL is in your experience, were you able to bring in fans and potential fans and get them to pay attention to you by doing that, by associating yourself with YSL?
Of course.
Okay. Was that part of your strategy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
When you were just trying to make it, did you release songs on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. Like we just saw a song performed by Shannon, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that song was on YouTube, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And it was only, I think, probably about 45 seconds long or something like that, shorter than the usual song, correct?
Right.
Okay. That sort of short song released on YouTube, is that something that before you made it, before you were signed, is that the type of thing that you would release on YouTube to get attention?
Yeah. Some videos on YouTube. Yeah.
That vlog, we keep calling it, A Night with YSL. I know that it wasn't the label that you gave it. 46NN is in evidence. Is that the type of media that you would put on YouTube to garner attention to yourself?
Yeah, rappers do that.
Okay. Do you do that?
I was a part of that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the only vlog you've ever released to the internet?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I
so-
never really released no vlog. I mean, like I didn't release it, but I guess like the cameraman, the camera crew, that be around, whatever, they release it and name it whatever they want to. But yeah.
But you took part in it.
Yeah, yeah.
You willingly took part in it, right?
Mhm.
And you wanted people to see you on the internet because you thought that would boost your career and the number of people that would potentially buy your music, correct?
Yeah.
So, in your experience as an up-and-coming rapper, songs released to YouTube, that's part of the process, correct?
Yeah.
Blog posts with hashtags that reference YSL or other popular rappers, that's part of the process, correct?
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about your relationship with my client, Mr. Stillwell. What year did you meet Mr. Stillwell?
Probably 2019, maybe. I don't remember by heart.
Okay. You did not know him back 2014, 2015, 2016, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in 2019, when you met him, would you consider him a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how often would you see each other back in 2019, 2020?
Whenever he came to the studio or somebody was shooting a video or something like that,
Okay.
or a show or something.
So you just named three things: Shannon coming to the studio, someone shooting a video, or at a show. Let's unpack that. First of all, it seems that you're saying that your relationship with Shannon, you were friends, but it revolved around music. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's how we met.
Okay. When you say at a show, whose show would you see him at?
Their show, when they performed their song, or my show, or anybody who had a show that was around or rapping.
Okay. Music videos. Has he ever been present at any of your music videos?
I think so. I don't know. I can't remember.
Have you been present at his?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, we talked, I think it's fair to say you're signed and you're at a certain level in your career now in 2024. When you met Shannon in 2019, to your knowledge, was he signed to a record?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. To your understanding, was he at that point in the process that you had been years before?
Yeah.
Trying to make it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get attention.
Yeah.
Trying to get eyes on him.
Objection, that was speculation.
Sustained.
You mentioned seeing him at the studio. In that year, 2019, 2020, that time frame, how many days a week would you be in the studio?
Maybe 4 or 5 days out of the week.
Okay. And at that point, these 4 or 5 days of the week, that's Alamo Records paying for your studio time at this point, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, and what studios would they rent for you?
it was different studios. I don't remember all the names of them though.
Okay, what area towns were they?
Like I think the states like Northside-Drive area. I don't know. Around the area, Northside-Drive somewhere.
Northside Drive, Atlantic Station. Were there any around Cleveland Avenue?
It was a studio in Cleveland, but it wasn't the label didn't book it. It was just somebody we knew.
Okay. What about on Fulton Industrial?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you know an individual by name of that goes by Mook Toven?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, who is Mook? And that's Mooktoven. Who is Mook Toven?
That's the guy that had the studio on Cleveland Avenue at first. Then he moved around different places.
Is he someone that I guess your record label or an individual would contact to book a studio session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Miss Knight, could you do me a favor? Could you publish 38NN?
Now, I can't play videos because then I will get yeeted. Oh, this is just a photo. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lee, I want to talk to you about this post that the state has admitted as 38NN into evidence. Okay, Mr. Stillwell's not in this photo, correct?
All right.
All right. Now, I see you wearing a hoodie and a pair of shorts that say SLAT and Keep America Slime. And it has make crossed out, and it says Keep America Slime. Is this, who made those clothes?
Miles.
Okay, when you say Miles, who's Miles? Miles, is that Miles Farley?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Miles Farley a rapper?
Nah.
Does he
He
want to try to be sometimes?
He tried to be before.
Okay, but the reality is, he makes clothes.
Yeah.
That's how he makes a living, correct?
All right.
And he sells these clothes around Atlanta and around the world, correct?
All right.
Okay. And these particular clothes that you're wearing were in fact made by Miles Farley, correct?
Yeah.
And is Miles Farley a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and does Miles Farley, these clothes that he sells, is it limited to only people that are rappers for YSL? Or does he sell it to the public?
He said anybody who want to buy it.
Okay. And these clothes that you were wearing today, did Miles Farley, or clothes that you were wearing the date that this photo was taken, did Miles Farley give you those clothes to wear?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he ask you to wear them?
I'm pretty sure he probably wanted me to wear it.
And did you wear these clothes to do Miles Farley a favor?
Yeah.
To get his clothing brand out there so more people would buy those clothes.
Right.
And so that he could make a living.
Right.
In his lane of this hip hop universe, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Miss Knight, could you do me a favor and publish, where are we? No, excuse me, 39 NN. I'm sorry, 36 NN, I apologize.
And before we watch that, it's time for a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. I still have 4 spins paid for. This makes it just 3 spins left. It's the Wheel of Regrets. Oh, one more. 3/4 or none hot sauces. And then I get 2 in a row. Scorpion Inferno. Let's read the label. 50% yellow scorpion chili. Hawthorn. Apricot. Citrus. Lemon juice, ginger, salt. Yeah, 5 total. But yes, Brandon, 5 total. I already spun once. This is my second one. 5 total. I spun twice for you. First one was the wild sauce, and now the scorpion sauce. Oh, it's thick. Oh. It's just Brandon is trolling. He's trolling. Oh. 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 I only had one of the is scorpion. Thank God that one is gone. Oh. Mm. I'll go get some cream. Oh. Brandon, the context of their interaction, which led to Judge Whittaker saying the N-word, was she was reading the lyrics. And she has the habit of, when reading, she also reads it out loud. Without thinking of it, she read out the word. She apologized. Oh. Oh. No, I shouldn't. No, what? Is John C. trolling? I don't think I'm muted. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Okay. Let's leave the N-word subject. Okay, folks? All right. 3 to go. 3 to go. All right, let's continue.
Okay, let's talk about 36NN, States Exhibit 36NN. Who's in that photo?
Me and Shem.
Okay, and where was this photo taken?
At the studio.
At the studio?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you see the words to the right, the caption?
Yeah.
And this is on OG Bull's page?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, those words, do those words look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And when I say the words, I'm saying F-U-C-K, the other side, put them on TVs about my dogs, going on. Those look familiar to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whose words are those?
The lyrics to my song.
Those are lyrics to a song that you wrote?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the name of the song?
I would love it.
One more time?
Where's the love?
Okay, and what year was that song released?
It had to be in, I don't know when, but it had to be in 2020, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now, it says F the other side. When you wrote those lyrics, or when you performed those lyrics, were you speaking about a specific other side when you wrote that?
Oh, specifically? No. I mean, no. I mean, not nobody in specific.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you familiar with the term drill?
Yeah.
And you familiar with the term trap music?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that those are categories of hip hop, rap in the year 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's kind of like an updated way of, it makes people that say like gangster rap seem a little old because now there's all these different subdivisions, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so this idea of the other side or ops, if I were to go on YouTube and just pull up random songs, random hip hop songs released in 2024, would I see hundreds of rappers talking about their ops?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know what the question's going to be.
Would I, well, let me ask you this. I can fix it.
Okay.
I'm not
In the year
muted.
2024, and even the years before, then leading to where we are today, has the concept or the theme of ops, is that a common theme in hip hop?
Objection, things a common theme.
To his knowledge, I'll permit it.
To your knowledge?
Everybody got ops when they make music.
Right. So rappers, you've seen rappers in Atlanta use the term ops.
And music, yeah.
You've seen rappers in other cities use the term ops.
Yeah.
You've seen rappers in London, England, or other countries using the term ops, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing unique about the term ops
No, not me.
in music by YSL or music by Slime Life Shorty or anything else. That's a common theme, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just use it how you want to use it.
So in this song, where the lyrics are in front of it, and these are up until, where do your lyrics stop on this post?
Where it say dog with 2 exclamation marks.
Not my dog. Okay, so from the beginning to the 2 exclamation points, those are your lyrics. So you talk about putting people on TVs about my dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a reference to creating a news report about someone being harmed or killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying as an artist.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever killed anyone?
No.
Okay. Was what you said in that lyric fiction?
Yeah.
Is a lot of your music fiction?
Yes.
Okay. So here on this post, we have a picture of you and Shannon at the studio, and Shannon posting lyrics that you wrote, correct?
Yeah.
And that you are telling us now you wrote them as a work of fiction. They're not true, correct?
All right.
All right. Let's talk about hashtag NSLB. That stands for No Slime Left Behind, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was, in fact, a title of one of your albums, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you say No Slime Left Behind, why did you choose that as an album for 1 year, or the title for one of your albums?
Because I feel like slime is a popular thing to push in music, I guess.
Okay. The Left Behind part, have you growing up in Cleveland Avenue, have you seen some of your friends left behind?
A lot of them.
Okay. Does that make you feel good that some of your friends have been left behind?
Nope.
Okay. 2 Bs. Hashtag 2 Bs. What does 2 B stand for?
Big business.
Big business?
Yes, sir.
And that's a phrase that you often say to people, correct?
All right.
You personally are synonymous with that phrase, big business. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What does big business mean to you?
You're doing it big. Whatever you do, do it big. Whatever business you in, make it big, make it count.
And then we see a thanks for an exclusive AWS hat and for this crazy AWS One of None hoodie. Do people, when you're in the studio creating music, do people bring you clothing and just give it to you to market there, much the way Miles Farley does? Is that common?
Yeah.
Is that what Miles Farley does?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Answer it.
Yes.
Is that what you do? Like, give me clothes to wear, give people clothes and stuff like that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And he comes to the studio to hand out those clothes often, correct?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Could I, Ms. Knight, could you now kindly put up 37 and end? Okay. Mr. Lee, 37, and that is my client Shannon in the picture, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And in this, it says, ain't none more compatible than a trench, a carbon while in the trenches, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then afterwards it says, and this was posted September 18th, 2020, correct?
I don't see the date, but I guess.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does it have the same hashtag, notes line left behind and
Oh,
two
yeah.
Ds?
Yeah.
Okay. And I also see on the bottom, hashtag book in riches on the way.
Uh-huh.
Book in Riches was a song that Shannon was working on back in 2020, correct?
Right.
One of the songs that he was working on, correct?
Right.
How often would, you said that Alamo would book you studio time, how many days a week? If you answered, I'm sorry, I forgot what your answer was. How many days a week would
You
you?
said how often would they?
Yeah, no, how often would you be in the studio?
About 4 or 5 days out of the week.
Okay. And now how often would you see, you said you see Shannon at the studio a lot. How often would you see Shannon at your studio sessions?
Maybe half of the time.
Okay. So 2 to 3 times a week, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reality is Alamo was paying for your studio sessions, but other people could show up at your studio sessions and try to get a little time on the mic with the engineer, correct?
Right.
And try to work on their craft when they didn't necessarily have the resources or the company or the label behind them to support them, correct?
Yeah.
Is that what Shannon was doing?
Yeah.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Book and Riches is a project that you knew him to be working on,
Yeah, I think it was a project. I take.
and OTW stands for On the Way, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so back when you were trying to make it, before you had Alamo behind you, you used to make posts on Instagram, correct?
Yeah.
You used to hashtag your projects.
Yeah.
And try to let the public know that you're working on something, right?
All right.
And you would want the most views you could for your post, correct?
All right.
You'd want it out there. You'd want it reposted.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's where association with Slime and Slat and YSL was able to work for you, correct?
Yeah.
Affiliating yourself musically with YSL led to a whole nother unaffiliated record label signing you to a contract, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because you had been able to demonstrate to them that you had the grassroots following that would make you a wise investment for those people in New York, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And part of growing that grassroots following is the social media posts, the hashtags, the free studio time,
Yeah.
the wearing the clothes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard other rappers completely unrelated to Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, Jeffrey Williams use the term slime, slat in their raps?
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, you still with me?
Yeah. I said, yeah.
Have you seen athletes wipe their nose
Yeah.
to celebrate a sack or a touchdown?
Yeah.
I beg the court's indulgence. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, do you have questions? All right, go ahead.
Okay, time for Mr. Weinstein with a few questions.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I think you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so for you, just for convenience, I'll call him Yak, okay?
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Miss Knight's putting up 38 NN. This is the third time I guess you've gotten to see this today. Do you recall where this photograph was taken?
At the studio.
At the studio. And y'all are standing outside the studio because I guess you're on a smoke break. Is that correct? And you can't smoke in the studio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't smoke cigarettes in the studio.
Say that again?
Yeah, you can't smoke cigarettes in there.
I'm glad you clarified that point. You can't smoke cigarettes in the studio, so you're standing outside. And Yak is right behind you in this picture, right?
Yeah.
And you're wearing your Miles Farley clothing, as we've already established. And most of your interactions with Yak were related to recording in the studio and music. Is that correct?
Right.
Did you guys do a song together?
Yeah.
What was the name of that song? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
You don't
I
remember?
don't think we ever dropped it.
Never dropped it, but you got it on a reel somewhere, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, in other words, your relationship with Yak is music oriented, right?
Right.
How many songs altogether do you think you've written before you were 18 and after 18? How many songs you put together?
I don't even know. I don't remember.
Over 1,000?
Probably so.
Probably so. And those songs, are all those songs factual?
No.
Are all those songs autobiographical, things that you actually did?
No.
So even though you came up on Cleveland, even though you're a rapper, you have an imagination? Is that correct?
Yeah, every artist do.
Every artist does, right? You don't lack an imagination because you're a rapper.
Right.
The vlogs that you go out and shoot, what's the process for that? Can you just explain it a little bit?
I don't even know.
Are you holding the camera at some point?
You saying? Are you talking about in that particular
Just
video?
in general. I'm sorry, you can take that down. I don't want to confuse things.
In general?
In general, like the vlogs. I'd like you to talk about how you do those vlogs.
I guess somebody just record. I don't know, whoever want to get on the camera, just talk or whatever. Talk about your music, talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay. And once that's all recorded, who edits that? Do you edit those vlogs?
Nah.
There's some other editor that does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. You have any input into that?
No, I didn't even know it was going to get dropped.
Okay. And, talking about that, there's a lot of people that have input into the vlog, right? But
just a quick break here. Dave on Making Law Simple, his channel. If you ever want to have fun in a mockery kind of way, you need to gift him. You need to gift him memberships. I mean, let's just listen to Dave trying to pronounce names. It is the funniest crap ever. When Dave cannot pronounce names if his life depended on it. It's the funniest thing ever. All right. And while we have that break, let's spin the wheel for the third time. For the third time. For the love of all that's holy, not another hot sauce. Reel of regrets! Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. No, not doing it. Not doing it. Respin. 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 Oh, thank God. It is a whiskey, and the whiskey of choice is this one. Platte Valley, 100% straight corn whiskey. And I still need to find a bottle here in Europe, because this is almost at the end of it. And my Georgia shot glass. I like jugs. So, folks, cheers. Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. really like that one. I really like that one. It's excellent shot whiskey. Excellent shot whiskey. Mmm. Nom 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 nom. All right. Let's get back to trial.
Also into your lyrics, is that correct?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. So does your producers have input into what goes into those lyrics?
Labels may make suggestions on what you should say or how you should say some stuff or what you should drop or what you should not drop.
Okay, so when we're looking at lyrics that you're singing, you may or may not have written those lyrics, correct?
Yeah.
Even if you have written those lyrics are may be the product of input from the record label, right?
Yeah.
And there's certain things the record label wants in those lyrics, correct?
Yeah.
There's certain things that are part of the genre of trap music that might be in there, or drill music, correct?
Yeah, it depends on the image that the label want to push.
What was the image they were pushing for you?
Slime, I guess.
Slime. Okay. And so there's certain tropes, there's certain things that need to be in there, correct? And the label wants you to have those in there.
Objection, speculation.
Well, from your experience, does the label want you to have certain things in those lyrics?
I would think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions for you. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe approach the party.
You may.
All right. That was, a decent cross-examination, and didn't move the state's case. What they showed was damning with the desecration of the headstone. But in my opinion, that green text on that headstone, I believe it was Photoshop there. I honestly do. But there's no evidence of it since the prosecution only handed over a screenshot of it, not the actual photo. All right, skipping redirect. And then it was this lady. This is the chief medical examiner. Her testimony was excellent. Absolutely excellent. I have issues with this witness because I covered the Daubert hearings. And this witness testified as an elected chief medical examiner that she has no standard operational procedures. None. Because every case is different. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't have SOPs, standard operational procedures. SOPs, standard operational procedures, means that others can control what you're doing. If you're winging it every time and don't keep records, don't save your notes, you file a report but you don't have the notes, I don't give a flaming two shits on a straw how good you are at testifying. You are not credible. You should not be a medical examiner if you actively go out of your way to make your work uncontrollable. No peer review whatsoever. For me, that should be an immediate disqualification. But her testimony was excellent. And the jury will never get to know the absolute horse shit Daubert hearing from her. Now, they did not have any questions for her. So they went on with a witness.
In Atlanta, Georgia.
It is.
Is that in?
That didn't want to show itself. And they showed, oh, that's a big pile of parts. That's stuff. That's stuff. That's stuff. 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 Yeah. And they went on a break.
Is everybody ready to get the jury back in?
Yes, no, yes, yes.
Where's Mr. Atkins? I think you probably want him. Okay.
And it's Mr. Weinstein who cross-examined this witness.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Detective Stornow.
Good afternoon.
I know I briefly introduced myself to you a few minutes ago, but I am Doug Weinstein. I am Diamante Kendrick's lawyer.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Let's talk about the home on Allison Way for a few minutes. You said this home was Jeffrey Williams' home, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of all the other people that were living in the home at the time?
Not all of the individuals, no.
Okay, but you were aware other people other than Jeffrey Williams were living in that home at the time?
There were definitely other people that were residing in the house.
Mr. Kendrick was not one of the people that resided in that home.
We have reason to believe that he was living in the residence for some days leading up to the search warrant.
He was a guest in the home, correct?
It depends how you want to say he was a guest, or was he staying for an extended stay?
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you, Ms. Knight, would you put up, let's put up 5XX, please. Publish that. By the way, while that's being published, when you looked around this house was like a party house, wasn't it? I mean, what's your opinion when you saw that?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
When you went in the house, with 5XX up here, let's look in the lower left corner of 5XX. What do you see in the lower left corner?
Some red, talking about the red cups?
Yeah, the red cups.
Uh-huh.
How many?
Now, oh, sorry. Yeah, those are the red cups down in the left corner. Now, on my stream, Doug admitted that he failed to recognize those cups were in a triangular form. They were set up for beer pong.
How many, I'll call them red Solo brand cups. How's that?
Okay.
How many of those red Solo brand cups do you see there?
Just depicted here in the photo, I can see at least 7, maybe 6 or 7.
6 or 7. And they're in those like a racking a billiard cue setup, right?
That's correct.
Is that the type of thing that?
Well, yeah, he said on my stream he didn't bring that forward. Okay, but he did say racked up setup.
You have one of those in your home?
I do not know.
Okay. Neither do I, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
No, it's not. So let's not
what
be
about-
making commentary.
Okay, Your Honor. What about your knowledge of Mr. Williams? Do you know this home was occupied by, or the resident of this home, is someone that suffered from drug problems? Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume the facts not been evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about what you found in the home. The marijuana that you found, what appears to be marijuana that you found in the home. Was Mr. Kendrick holding that marijuana when he was apprehended, arrested?
No.
Was Mr. Kendrick, let's put up 9XX, please. Could you publish 9XX? I'm not going to go through these one by one. I don't want to belabor the point. Okay, 9XX. That marijuana that you, or what looks like marijuana that's there, was Mr. Kendrick found around that marijuana?
The
I
7
don't
red
believe
cups
he
in
was-
the triangle.
I believe he was apprehended
it's
attempting to exit the
Illuminati.
residence. So not near that marijuana right there. No,
Okay, we'll get into where he was apprehended in the future, but he was not, as far as you know, around this marijuana when he was apprehended, when he was arrested.
Well, he was inside the residence.
He was arrested from inside the residence.
I'm asking, like, are you saying, was he within a certain amount of feet of the marijuana, or?
Sure. Was he within arm's length of the marijuana?
No, I do not believe he was.
Okay. Was this taken off of his body?
No.
Were any of these drugs, I don't want to go one by one, so let's try general if that'll work. Were any of these drugs that you've shown today, were any of these drugs taken off of Mr. Kendrick?
No, not off his person, no.
Okay. What about the numerous weapons that's been shown to you today that you've shown? Were those taken off Mr. Kendrick?
Not his person, no.
Were they found within his arm length?
Within his arm length, no.
Okay. Here, let's look at, what is this number? Okay. 62XX, what alpha?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Weinstein. Yeah, that's 62 X-ray alpha.
Okay, 62 X-ray alpha. I'm going to hand you one of these. Your Honor, may I give the jury some samples of 62 X-ray?
You may not.
They'll return it. Okay. 62 X-ray alpha. Let's look at that. Can you read what's on the front label of 62 X-ray alpha?
Sure. It has YSL, Young Stoner Life, slime drink syrup, pink cotton candy, 420 milligrams, 8 THC, net weight 5 ounces, 150 milliliters.
Okay, and what's before the 8? Does that look like a delta to you, like it says delta 8?
Yes,
Okay, so it's delta 8 THC, at least according to the label, correct?
that's correct.
And that's the same kind of delta 8 THC that you can buy all around Atlanta at the stores.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so let's look at the back for just a moment. Can you turn it over and look at the back label?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you read all of that, but it says pink cotton candy, 420 milligrams, delta 8 THC, correct?
Correct.
And what's the word below that?
The warning.
Warning. And below that warning is a long paragraph of, if you want to read it over first, that's fine, but a long paragraph of warnings about use of the product, correct?
Yes.
And it's the type of warning you'd see on, other products that you might buy at a drugstore, correct?
Correct.
And below that warning, the next pink printing you see, what does that say?
Ingredients.
Would you read the ingredients, please?
Allulose, simple syrup, sodium, benzoate, citric acid, food coloring, flavor additive, cannabinoid distillates from hemp, sunflower, lecithin.
Okay. I don't know how any of that's pronounced.
I probably messed it up.
No. The back to the warning just a minute. Would you just read the first sentence of the warning, please?
In accordance with the provisions of the 2018 Farm Bill, this product contains no more than 0.3% delta-9
you can just say THC if you like.
THC on a dry weight basis.
Okay. So again, this is the state, assuming this is correct as to what's in it, this is the same type of thing that is available for sale around Atlanta.
It may be. I haven't seen it in the
Okay, below ingredients, there's another pink text. What does that text say?
directions.
Would you read that?
Must shake well, mix with favorite drink, and enjoy.
And 1 capful per serving, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the very bottom, what type of label, what do you see on that part of the label?
You talking about the nutrition facts or the
The nutrition facts. So there's nutrition facts there. What's it say there?
Let's go back.
Arm length.
within his arm length? No.
Okay. Here, let's look at, what is this number?
I'm not sure what
Okay.
the brand is on that.
62XX, what alpha?
On that
I'm sorry,
0.3%
Okay,
THC
62 X-ray
liquid.
alpha. I'm going to hand you one of these. Your Honor, may I give the jury some samples of 62 X-ray?
You may not.
No, no. Missed Doug, when they came back the day after, apologized to the court and explained he actually didn't mean to hand out samples. He just wanted them to have a look at the bottle. And judge knew what he meant, but for the record, she had to deny. This was so funny.
No, return it. Okay. 62 X-ray alpha. Let's look at that.
Warning.
Warning. And below that warning is a long paragraph of, if you want to read it over first, that's fine, but a long paragraph of warnings about use of the product, correct?
Yes.
And it's the type of warning you'd see on, other products that you might buy at a drugstore, correct?
Correct.
And below that warning, the next pink printing you see, what does that say?
Ingredients.
Would you read the ingredients, please?
Allulose, simple syrup, sodium, benzoate, citric acid, food coloring, flavor additive, cannabinoid distillates from hemp, sunflower, lecithin.
Okay. I don't know how any of that's pronounced.
I probably
either.
messed it up.
No. The back to the warning just a minute. Would you just read the first sentence of the warning, please?
In accordance with the provisions of the 2018 Farm Bill, this product contains no more than 0.3% delta-9
You can just say THC if you like.
THC on a dry weight basis.
Okay. So again, this is the state, assuming this is correct as to what's in it, this is the same type of thing that is available for sale around Atlanta.
It may be. I haven't seen it in the.
Okay, below ingredients, there's another pink text. What does that text say?
Directions.
Would you read that?
Must shake well, mix with favorite drink, and enjoy.
And 1 capful per serving, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the very bottom, what type of label, what do you see on that part of the label?
You talking about the nutrition facts or the?
The nutrition facts. So there's nutrition facts there. What's it say there?
20 servings. Each serving size is 1 cap, 7.5 milliliters.
Okay, and it's got the serving size, amount per serving. It has your carbs. If you're tracking your calories, that's there, right? So it's the same type of nutrition label you see on all kinds of other products, correct?
Correct.
What's below that for manufacturer?
Below the manufacturer is a website.
No, I'm sorry. Where it says manufactured by, what does that read?
Elemental Extractions, Huntington, West Virginia, with a 25705 zip code.
Okay. So this does not seem like a particularly nefarious product, given the warning, the ingredients, the directions. It's like any other product you might buy, correct?
I guess it's any other Delta 8 product. you may
Okay.
buy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with property evidence summary reports in general? Property reports. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
I want to show you this a moment. Take a look at that and tell me if that's something that you're generally familiar with.
Yes.
I don't have a moving microphone.
I'm sure there's one you can borrow somewhere.
Thank you. I'll just leave this with you for now, and then I'll ask you some questions. So this is a report you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This property, can you read at the top what it says for case number?
Case number is 221291090.
I'd like this marked as DK10, admitted into evidence, as the property report from this case number that was just read, DK10.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Would you look at the detailed inventory of go past the vehicles to the detailed inventory of the individual items that were seized from the home? This is from Jeffrey Williams' home, correct?
Correct.
And what page are you on now? You're on page
5.
Page 5. And that is a list of vehicles and property that was seized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't complete this particular form, correct?
No, the evidence property form, no, I did not.
And are you familiar with the procedure of how you itemize lists on a property form? Like, what level of detail do you normally go into when you're itemizing items that are seized during a search and seizure warrant?
Well, you generally like to list, if it's an item that has a serial number, you'll list that. You'll describe the item. You'll list whether it's evidence or just property. And if there's a value known, you'll put that, and you'll also add who was in possession of the said item.
Okay. Keep a hold of that for a moment, and I'm going to show you some other pictures that came from the search of the home that day, search of Jeffrey Williams' home. Tell me if you're familiar with these images, please.
I am.
Okay. You're going to look at all 4 of them just to make sure. Okay. So I'd like to introduce into evidence what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit DK11A, or 11 Alpha, 11B, 11C for Colette, and 11D.
DK11.
DK11A,
and D.
A, B, C, and D.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can you put up DK11A, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at in DK11A?
Looks like we're looking at a bunch of jewelry as well as a stack of currency.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do you know where this was found in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't recall off the top of my head where this jewelry was located.
But it was found in Mr. Williams' home, correct?
Correct.
Could you put DK11B, please? What are we looking at in DK11B?
I believe it's same picture, just it shows more of the jewelry and watches.
DK11C, please, Mr. Kokomo.
More jewelry. Looks like there's some rings.
And DK11D, what are we looking at there?
There's a sunglass case.
Oh, now it's time to pay attention. Pay attention, because what you're about to find out, if you haven't seen this yet, is astounding.
So, ring case, more jewelry.
Okay. And would you agree that this property likely, just upon looking at it, has significant value?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And would this be something, when you were doing an itemized evidence report, that you would list piece by piece into that report?
Piece by piece. It depends. With so much jewelry, that might be categorized all together with just jewelry.
With that many items, he would say he would just itemize it as one lot of jewelry, which is exactly what they did. Folks, the number I've seen is the combined value of the jewelry, the watches and stuff in that house exceeded $6 million. And these incompetent idiots just poured it into one evidence bag labeled jewelry. One evidence bag. Now, if you are a cop in the Atlanta region, you are severely underpaid because most cops have extra jobs because just being a cop doesn't pay good. Wouldn't it be easier to make an extra income if you always took a bunch of jewelry, stuff it in one bag, just label it jewelry, and then some items may or may not have grown legs? Wouldn't it? Well, yeah, that is what happened here. And everybody, Mr. Jingles is here. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Everybody say hello to our fearless leader of the Mr. Jingles Viking Thug Gang. Yes. He is our supreme leader. We are not a criminal enterprise. We do not accept responsibilities for each other's words or actions. And that makes us not an unindicted co-conspirator. So yes, Mr. Jingles is here. He graced us with his presence. Hey. All right, let's listen to what this cop testifies to.
If you just categorize it together as just jewelry, what are the procedures in place to make sure that all of this jewelry is properly tracked and doesn't walk off at some point?
Well, you would place it in an evidence bag, create a property tag for it, and secure the evidence and turn it into property.
Okay. Do you know if that?
Yeah, but before then, officer, what would you do? Wouldn't you itemize it, label it before it went into the evidence bag? No, apparently not. They just poured it all in one evidence bag, labeled jewelry.
That was done in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And
so if there was any...
Now I will show you the redirect, because the own goal from the prosecution is they walked right into that.
Particular piece of jewelry that had significant value, and it was amongst here, you would have put that in a property bag and it would still be in the possession of evidence. Is that correct?
Any property that was seized would be in a property bag and submitted to evidence.
And if it disappeared from the home and didn't appear in the property bag with evidence, where would that property be?
If it disappeared from the home?
Yes.
And not in property?
Yes.
I couldn't say where the property would be.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Short?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Investigator, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. May 9th, 2022 is the date of this execution of the search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You started to say that you knew, you thought there were other people living there.
Oh, by the way, it's time. The second to last one. Pre-bought spin of the Wheel of Regrets. The Wheel of Regrets! And it is a vodka shot. Damn, that was close. Vodka is Nemirov vodka. In my Georgia shot glass. I don't know how we are missing gin, but for every picker wheel that isn't gin, I'm hiding that choice. So it is now 1, 2 gin shots and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 in 7 chance. 2 in 7. Cheers, folks. Oh. Yeah, and yes, Catherine, they took the cars as well. So we have a combined value of seized property in excess of $8 million, at least. And of course, the prosecution, the DA's office, wants to keep it. So they have a civil forfeiture case going on. My guess is that missing property, when it got legs and disappeared, it might have been from the property itself, or it might have been because they're already sold. Now, I believe that is why the prosecution came into court with that evidence bag with pounds. I mean, easily 5 pounds of jewelry. Easily. Mr. Jingles, don't attack the Eula goat. Don't attack my Eula goat, okay? Let's continue here.
And then you gave an opinion about Mr. Kendricks living there. Who, to your understanding, who was living at that residence, if you know?
I don't know who was living there, just the occupants that were there during the time that we served the search warrant, other than obviously Mr. Williams resided there.
Okay, so you don't know of any other individuals, you're just basing on who was there at the time?
I don't know who was living there on a permanent basis other than Mr. Williams.
Okay, fair enough. All right, how many guns were taken from Mr. Williams' residence on May 9th, 2022?
I believe it was 6 firearms that were located.
6 firearms, some ammunition, some magazines.
Correct.
Clips.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you, out of the 6 firearms that were collected from this residence on May 9th, 2022, to your knowledge, did any of those firearms ballistically match any of the shell casings from January 10th, 2015 outside the barbershop in Mechanicsville?
I have not reviewed the ballistics reports on those firearms.
Okay, so you do not have any information of any of these firearms matching the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay, how about these 6 firearms that you collected on May 9th, 2022? Do you have any information that even suggests that any of these firearms match any shell casings or any ballistics from the March 14th, 2022 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
No, as I said, I have not reviewed the ballistics results from those firearms being tested.
Now, the reason Mr. Shard brings this up to this guy is that, to my understanding, none of the 6 guns seized in that house have been matched to any crimes in the Atlanta area. 0 crimes. But we are entering the last 5 or 6 days of the state's case in chief. Maybe they will find a ballistics expert among those. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Fired.
Okay. Now, when you executed the search warrant, May 9, 2022, my client Shannon Stillwell was not present.
No, he was not.
Okay. Do you know how long Mr. Williams had owned this residence?
I do not know the approximate time he owned it.
Okay. Fingerprints in that residence. Are you aware of any fingerprints belonging to Mr. Stillwell that were ever located in that residence?
I am not aware of any.
How about DNA? Any of Mr. Stillwell's DNA?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any evidence at all that Mr. Shannon Stillwell has ever, even once, been present, visited, ever gone to that residence on Allison Drive?
I do not have any evidence that he's been to that residence.
No evidence at all?
I do not have it, no.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, yeah, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Storno, was it around 6 p.m. when you began staging or getting close to entering the home on May 9, 2022?
It was around 6 p.m. when the search warrant was executed.
And before 6 p.m. on May 9, 2022, were you ever inside of that home at 355 Allison Drive?
I had never been inside that home, no.
So when asked questions about who was present or what transpired in that home, until you stepped foot in it, had you ever been in there before?
No.
And when the Titan unit and the SWAT unit clears a residence, is it, let me ask you this, is there any noises before they enter the home? Is there any way for anyone inside of the home to know that someone is coming?
Well, to my knowledge, SWAT did announce their presence.
And was there any air units or audible helicopters or anything like that involved?
Yes, our air unit did assist in the execution of the search warrant.
And does the APD SWAT unit who participated in that search, do they utilize drones as well?
Yes.
When you said it was roughly, on cross-examination, you were asked questions.
During redirect, the prosecution says, well, they were forewarned by their sheer presence, and that is why stuff went missing. But that's besides the point, because you didn't itemize the jewelry and stuff went missing. All the guys in that house were apprehended and searched. All of them. So how did it go missing? Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello.
Questions about, do you have any evidence if defendant Kendrick was within arm's reach or had any drugs or firearm on him? Do you recall that?
Yes.
How long was it from when SWAT first announced their presence to people in the home before that house was able to be searched?
At least around 30 minutes.
And when you had mentioned where it was defendant Kendrick arrested, inside the home or outside the home?
I do not recall whether he was arrested inside the home or outside. I know he was attempting to flee and was apprehended by uniformed officers executing the search of that were entering the residence.
And how many you remember the kitchen cabinet we had discussed with the suspected marijuana and the tan and black firearm?
Yes.
How many grams of marijuana were recovered in the residence?
A total of, I believe it was 1,299 grams of marijuana.
And
1.2 kilos of marijuana. 2 pounds, more or less. 2 pounds of marijuana.
And in the time frame from when SWAT announced their presence to when APD gang unit personnel were collecting items.
This is probably one of the single most stupid things I've heard from this prosecution so far. They allege from the jury that the SWAT team just went in there and then nothing happened until The CSI arrived. That is their argument to why some things might have gone missing. As if not, the SWAT team is controlling the entire area, controlling all of the people with body cams, with everything. The prosecution here claims there's a half an hour gap where stuff could have gone missing. It's insanely stupid. No reports. Didn't document his property. Files, yeah, as Denise said, everything missing. One bag filled with $6 million worth of jewelry marked as jewelry. And some went missing.
Was there enough time to place items in the home?
Yes, there was ample opportunity to hide items in the home between.
Listen to the stupidity here. Oh, during the raid, it was plenty of time to hide items in the home. Bang, bang. Knock, 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 knock. SWAT! Long inside, control the area within a couple of minutes. But the prosecution identified since it took half an hour from when they entered the building to CSI joining. There's plenty of time to hide items. This is insane, folks. Absolute insanity that grown people with a law degree actually comes to court and argue this.
The time that SWAT actually was able to clear the residence.
And with that secret compartment in the pantry, do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you need a passcode or anything to open it?
No.
Is it easy to open up that pantry door?
Yeah, it's easy to open up if you know where it is.
I also wanted to ask you that. Well. Your Honor, may I briefly approach?
Yes.
In grand total, with this week, we are at sidebar counter 331 with this week. Now they are approaching. I'm skipping ahead.
Your Honor, while we were speaking, the items we were discussing have arrived.
Yeah. After cross-examination, when they talked about missing items, these absolute idiots ran or drove or whatever to the evidence locker to bring the bag of jewelry to court. How did not this is the level of stupidity and incompetence from the prosecution that they actually brought in the bag, opening the door to what happens next afterwards.
So thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective Storno, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 70 X-ray.
This is so insanely stupid. How did they not see this coming?
Detective Storno, do you have an APD case number associated with, is the APD case number for this case on that piece of evidence?
Yes.
And can you do me a favor and open that up and look inside of it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead and open up the.
Detective Storno, thank you.
Okay.
And what are the items that are contained inside of this?
It's a whole bunch of jewelry, watches, some chains recovered from the residence. Rings.
The state at this time moves to tender into evidence 70 X-ray.
Look at the smiles from the defense. They can't believe what is actually happening here.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to keep it in one 70 X-ray box.
This is one of the easiest spotted traps in court
No further
history.
questions. Thank you, Detective Storno.
And that's all they did. Is that the jewelry? And no further questions. We are easily talking about 5 pounds of jewelry in one bag. And they brought it in. Right after the defense argued stuff are missing, they brought in the actual bag.
Detective, that's all the jewelry that was seized right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you look through that and tell me if there is a Richard Mill or Mille, M-I-L-L-E, RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch? It's pretty distinctive as it's white ceramic, so that might help your search.
Okay. I see a Richie Miller, but only it's a pink one. I don't see a white one.
I want you to confirm that there is no white one in there, just so you're certain.
You might need more space than that.
Just $6 million worth of jewelry, and he's just.
There's not a white one in here.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need. I have no more questions.
And it's not there. It's not there. It's not there, folks. It's not there. It's not there. A $350,000 watch is missing from evidence that disappeared from the home and should have been in that bag. A $350,000 watch. Is there more stuff missing? Probably. It's hard to prove because they never itemized the items. They never itemized it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if anybody in the near future does a raid of Nathan Wade's property. They will find it. I mean, follow the money. Who in the police force involved in that raid unexpectedly bought Dodge Charger or something? Yeah, the insurance company has an itemized log, and the firm who lent jewelry to Mr. Williams also knows. But since they haven't itemized it, the argument from the state is that it must have gone missing before we came there. It is so insanely stupid. Here comes drama! Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Getting us to 6 new members today. 6 new members today. Now, I do believe I forgot to remove one Wheel of Regret spins, but I'm adding one. I'm adding one. Now, Brandon was extremely nice to buy 5 spins of the wheel of regrets. And he already got 4. Hot sauce, scorpion sauce, whiskey shot, and vodka shot, which should be 1 left. But if I mean, we had 1 new member, 1 super chat, and 5 new memberships gifted. I'll add 1 more. I'll add 1 more. So it's still 2 more spins of the wheel of regrets, and let's make one right about now. We are spinning the wheel of regrets. It's a whiskey shot. This is for pure entertainment on a Saturday at 7:24 p.m. where I am. And because, hey, it's recap and everything. Just rotate to gin and Britta. The last one, Brandon, will not be spun. It will be a gin. It will be a gin. There. Folks. Cheers. No, it's not the James May gin. The gin is this one. It is an organic Navy strength gin at 57.1%. So yeah, that's interesting. That is why Brandon wants this wheel to end on that. Now, if you want to purchase more spins on the wheel, it is 25 gifted memberships or the equivalent in super chats or via PayPal. So it's $75 in super chats or gifted memberships, or $60 on PayPal, since PayPal takes a lesser cut than YouTube. Whew. All right. Back to trial. Back to trial.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And now they're trying to put that all the jewelry back into that evidence bag. $6 million worth of jewelry handled like it's insane. It's insane. It's insanity how the prosecution handles the evidence. Insanity. And we will soon see it here. Abate is holding one bag, and Hilton is holding another one. That's the jewelry and the watches and the rings and the stuff. That's the ease they are doing. And stuff are missing. I believe that is why they are so, well, besides the DA's office really wants the money for the civil forfeiture, but also because if the civil forfeiture is denied, then they have to give everything back, and then they have to itemize it, compare it to what was in the building, what was in the photos. And everything that is missing is stolen. And they were escorted into court. According to the information I have, they are escorted. The jewelry is escorted. They didn't just walk across the street with it. Okay. And then they went on a break, and then Officer Samba showed up. Had no, I don't believe, no. And then this woman showed up, testified. No cross-examination to her either, if I remember correctly. And then they had some argument at the end of the day.
Okay, so we mentioned off the record, Ms. Taylor, who's our court reporter for today, was also our court reporter the day after Detective Dennis's testimony, and it may be that the bench conference that we are all remembering was that morning. So Ms. Taylor's going to search and come up with a rough of that bench conference and provide it to us in the morning. And we're going to look in more detail on Friday during our non-jury day at exactly what we have left in terms of witnesses and evidence. But it is anticipated that we might need proposed jury instructions well before we had, or I had originally asked for y'all to provide those. So be thinking about that. What else?
I would also, for encouragement, we are currently at 181 likes on this stream, 182 likes on this stream. Now, every 45 minutes, roughly, I get a complete turnaround of my viewers. So at 250 likes, I will add another spin, just to make things more interesting. So we are 70 thumbs ups away from another spin of the wheel.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that the state is just going to continue to go down the list provided. Is that accurate?
No, it's, Your Honor, it appears we've been trying to confirm our witnesses for tomorrow.
Okay.
There's a lot of scheduling conflicts, so we need to regroup as a team to figure out everyone's coming tomorrow. We will do that as soon as we leave here, as soon as that is.
Is it going to be, is whomever's going to be testifying tomorrow, at least somewhere on this week's witness list? Okay, that should be fine.
And so my understanding, I'm reading, I guess how I want to read the court's comments. My understanding is we are looking for instructions on what was stated regarding the Detective Dennis and Detective Thorpe possibly coming in as it relates to Mr. Kendrick's statement. But when we're looking for those, that bench conference,
Yeah.
that I'm
So
confused.
my recollection is, as I mentioned this morning, is that when Dennis's testimony was excluded as a sanction, somebody from the state asked, well, if somebody else could cover the same testimony, are we totally excluded from even, touching on the topics, or is it just Dennis who's excluded? And my ruling was, no, if you already have somebody on the witness list and they can cover the same topic, then fine, you can ask through them.
Right. And my understanding is that would apply to Mr. Kendrick's statement, who they were originally potentially seeking Investigator Dennis to testify about. That does not apply to Mr. Stillwell's statement, which I objected to this morning, that they chose not to ask.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in their order of proof and exhibits witness list that suggests that they were going to ask Detective Dennis anything about Mr. Stillwell's statement. And they had already covered, it seemed, everything that they were going to get into about when Mr. Stillwell was the intended victim and Ms. Jones was killed, without any indication that that was anything. I mean, that would have been the time to get into that. And there weren't other witnesses listed that they haven't already gotten to yet. So my ruling on that is they don't get
Okay, I just
To
want to make
just circle back, just because it may be now that Detective Thorpe is coming in because the state figured out it was him and not some other witness who needs to testify to.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're thinking of Detective Griffin. Detective Griffin is the person who he was present for when Mr. Jackson was.
Right, right. And Detective Thorpe wasn't listed as somebody who was going to testify then.
We hadn't gotten, in the sequence of events, we hadn't gotten to it, because it didn't make, his interview was months.
You hadn't gotten to the Jones killing?
We got to the Jones killing. It's not related to the Jones killing.
I know.
Well, Detective
Well,
Thorpe also.
it was an interview that was taken of Mr. Stillwell at the time he was talking to them about having been a witness / victim of that killing, right?
Right, and I'm bearing the lead, I think, a little bit. Detective Thorpe also testified as the lead investigator for the Donovan Thomas case.
Right, and he
So-
already testified.
Right, he already testified, they never asked about it,
Right.
and that's kind of my stance.
Mhm.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Is there anything else for this? All right, I think we'll see.
Yep. And that brings us to the end of Monday. Let's go to Tuesday. And this, I believe, is... Yeah, this is Tuesday. Again, we are recapping, which means only some arguments outside of jury and cross-examinations.
What Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript. Trying to find the exact which I have. Really an issue anymore anyway, is that, I mean, we're clear on the Mr. Thorpe can't be testifying about Mr. Stillwell's. So if y'all want me to read that part of the transcript, I will, but.
You didn't hear the first part of what you said?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little late taking the bench. I was searching the transcript roughs for the part that we had been looking for yesterday, which I found. But I think we're clear anyway on what my ruling is about what Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript what we were discussing before, which my ruling was, so they can't have a new witness. If they have a witness that they were planning to call back anyway, who is already qualified to testify to this, then they can testify to it, but they can't come up with a new witness or recall somebody that they didn't already have on their list. So I think that takes care of that. But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal no issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning. Interestingly, he sent two different drafts of it. The first says, it's to my assistant, when you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to...
Oh yeah, this is the juror problem. A juror really don't like the prosecution. Really don't like the juror emails.
the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case, I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, this is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that he's sick of being on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him. Willing to hear what anybody has to say about it.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months.
In our letter, he said that he's biased
Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
right, but he said, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state's turned up the state. So therefore, the state has some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side, so specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
The shade from Judge Whitaker is real. The shade.
Yeah, but if he is, it appears that his thought at this point is that he, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he's still be fair and impartial. Walking everything outside the presence.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate. So I'm looking for some kind of the general language that we give about needing to decide the case based on the evidence. So once I find that, we'll get him out and y'all can ask whatever questions you want.
And when that is complete, Your Honor, before we bring the whole jury out, I just want to say something to the court, put something briefly on the record.
Okay, about this or something else?
Something else. You can wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, skip ahead to the magic of recapping.
I'm in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning, and I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it, and my assistant had already sent that one to me, so I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial, and I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed. I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out.
Yes, and Doug repeated this on my stream yesterday, on my Friday panel show. They will have closing arguments before Christmas. And if Doug says it that confidently, I believe him. Hey, Faith, it's your first time here. Welcome. Everybody, it's Faith's first time here. Everybody say hi to Faith. Okay, the Kayla business. I said what I needed to say a couple of days ago. I went on lead attorney's stream yesterday, and I expanded on it. What I said on my stream a couple of days ago is maybe half of the information I actually have. All I'm waiting for is an honest answer. And we got a lot of statements from Kayla. Everything but an honest answer. And now, if nothing happens, all good. If her choices affects the remaining 12 who is rotting in jail, waiting for their trial to start after this trial ends, different story.
whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you said probable, and I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send a correspondence and if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you can no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected it when we first began this entire case, we were projected to be in 6 months and then so a year.
Yeah.
And then the circumstances between, I just personally, I just feel like it's just too long.
Yeah.
I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been him and my thing, family, friends.
Yeah.
So since he's probable in the sentence, and so therefore I can you're assuring that this will probably go toward the 2024 year, so then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we just discussed, and yes,
All right. Okay. And can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
Since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
2024 is to be.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
I do not know.
All right.
I do not know.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll excuse you to the jury room and we'll have you all back in just a minute. Thank you. All right. Anything further about that issue before we move on?
No,
All right. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I became aware last night after I got home that my request to the court to show the jury to pass around the bottles of the liquid, that was not an intention for them to take a shot from those bottles.
You did say sample.
I did say sample, so I guess a lawyer, which I suppose I am, would say I inartfully worded that, but that was not my intention. I just wanted them to be able to look at the labels, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I understand. The jury got a kick out of it. It was a little bit of levity. So, I didn't know if maybe you had set it on purpose for that very reason.
I'd left my shot glasses
No,
at home.
I didn't think you were actually wanting to give them samples, but I had to deny that in the way that it was phrased. So, okay, no problem with that. All right. Is there any other matter before?
That was so amazingly funny. Yes, his wording was that she had to deny the request, but oh god, it was so funny. It was so funny.
We get the jury out to start our testimony for the day. Okay, and who's our first witness for the day going to be? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out, and you can have that witness be making their way up to the witness stand. Thank you. And if you would mind swearing our witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
Aaron Wolford, AARON-WOFFORD.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
over 21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one. Well, we can give that one a shot. If that one doesn't work, move that other one towards you.
All right. Skipping ahead to this. Yeah. I actually want to show you this. This is a retired correctional officer of Rice Street. I said on X while he was testifying, if I could ask him one question. He, after decades in Rice Street, how many people died under his watch? Eventually, Doug Weinstein tried to ask that question. It was denied. It was objected to and sustained. This guy is so proud of his work. So proud of his work. Let's see what his work actually was. And I don't even have to play the cross-examination. I'm actually going to skip forward to when they show the video. And let's talk about it.
Okay. See? You see the individual that's standing.
This is
I guess in the
under
middle right-hand corner.
his
Yes,
watch.
Is that Jay Myra?
that's correct.
And in your review of the footage, I guess we'll go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is
This is a unit where only one inmate is allowed out at the time. Guess if only one is out at a time.
6 North Zone 600
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and like the top floor with stairs lead. Do you see the numbers? For example, 616, 615, 614, what are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay, and in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during your time there?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years with the Sheriff's Department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure related to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the security system that you
Well, this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time for their hour or however long they were out. I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors, you said PC zone, what is that?
That's protective custody.
Okay. Now, you referenced 2 inmates being Mr. Myron, who we see in states of it's 124 BB. Is the second individual you referenced, last name Bennett, is that Ray Sean Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're working at the jail and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody. Do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Is the nickname Lucci? Does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
And as the video.
Oh, by the way, hello everybody over at Rumble. Yeah, I'm streaming this at Rumble as well. So I have the same name here as over there, Nick Starro. Just look for that on Rumble if you have a Rumble account, and follow me over there as well. Make my channel grow on Rumble as well. And hello, Slyly Pie and Cassandra is pissed over at Rumble. Thank you for doing great commentary over there. Thank you so much.
Video's playing. I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. You see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards
the commentary
the back
up here.
The right-hand side.
So we
of
see
124 BB.
That's one person.
You described there's when the inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're going to do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. If they stand on one of the large screens of them.
This box right here is where they're going to do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're going to do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit, 64651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able to do that?
I'm figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay, so when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely, they're able to walk about freely, as you can
Yes,
see.
yes, yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Rayshawn Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit.
And they skip forward to just make the illusion that normal things.
6:08 p.m. on February 9th, 2022. Do you see in the top middle right-hand side, State Exhibit 124 BB, the individual upstairs in a white shirt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that?
Yeah, there's a guy up there in a white shirt. Veteran correctional officer. Why is there two people out at the same time when the rules of this area of Rice Street says that only one are supposed to be out at the same time? You have a person in the tower looking at this. How come nobody reacts? Nobody goes there and says, up. Only one out at the time. What did you do? No, they allow these two to roam around. And it gets worse.
Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, after he's been released from his cell.
Appears to be race. Yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, when you see in the exhibit, as the video plays, of both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick out in 6 North 600, is this typical that two inmates are out at the same time?
No.
And can you tell the jurors why not?
Because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Myrick, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. in the video. And at 7:01 in 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Myrick?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, ones we're watching right now. Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming, from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
I can ask a different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working on during their shift, here, this is 6 North, 600. Just one deputy works several pods,
Yes,
and are throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods from 600 North, 600
yes,
South and around?
yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is there, I guess, a watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the Pelco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies? And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Let's look at that again. Did he go there as quickly as he could? Let's see here. Sorry for playing these events of the stabbing. I'm going to skip forward. There it starts. 47:28.
Going on in relation to the inmates,
I'm assuming from the other side.
the deputies in relation to the inmates.
Let's
For
go down to
example,
normal
were,
speed.
what-
Now, this is sped up by the prosecution. Yes, I sped it up as well on me restreaming it. For a full 3 minutes, if you discount the speed up, they are fighting. And what does this fat, lazy guard do?
watching right now. Where does this deputy come from?
He just walks up. And look at remember, only one are supposed to be out. One inmate are supposed to be out at the time here. He casually walks up, has seen all of this going on, and just casually walks up.
He comes, I'm assuming.
Oh, look, there's another inmate behind him. Behind him. Doesn't care. Fat, lazy.
From the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
Oh, the guard must have been somewhere else. Bullshit! Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Now it's tasing and stuff.
I can ask a different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working it on.
Let's skip ahead. Oh, look! Another fucking inmate in an area where only one are supposed to be out at the time and the rest in lockup. There are 4 inmates out at the same time. Do you wonder why people take plea deals after spending a year, year and a half, 2 years in Rice Street? When this happens with fat, lazy motherfuckers being employed as guards doing nothing, with this retired piece of garbage is proud to testify about this. Are you surprised that people take plea deals, even though they are innocent? Folks, this is what the politicians in Fulton County wants. This is what the Fulton County DA office wants. This, what you saw here, has been going on for decades. And not a single person in power wants to do anything about it. because it creates the incentive for people accused of crime to take garbage plea deals. Yeah, sorry for my language. No, I'm not sorry about my language. This will probably get my stream demonetized, but thanks to Brandon, who bought 5 spins on the wheels, I can afford to not care about the demonetization of this stream. This, what you just saw here, is what Fulton County politicians, prosecutors, cops, this is not a mistake, folks. This is intentional. Take a plea deal or hope you don't get killed, hope you don't get stabbed. Fulton County jails per capita has more deaths in their jail than almost anywhere else in the United States. This is what they want. They want the politicians, the district attorney's office, the owner of this facility. They want people dead in Rice Street and Fulton County Jail. They want people dead because then they know the rumor is out there and it's easier to get plea deals. How's that for intent? There are criminals in Fulton County. There are RICO to be made. But the RICO is politicians, prosecutors, cops, and guards. Those are the real criminals in Fulton County. Let's skip ahead to cross-examination.
And Rashawn Bennett, that applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no 2 people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain? Are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes. Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay. So, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay. So, am I correct that the tower, ideally,
Listen to this person testifying about they're not supposed to be out more than one at a time, but sometimes the locks should be in place to ensure. Listen to this cunt.
the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room.
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the door.
Ideally, fuck your ideally. And hello, Barb Knopp over at Rumble. Hello. Oh. Fuck your ideally. This is not hard, folks. This is not a difficult task. If the locks don't work, make them work. If the inmates put stuff in between, first of all, how can you have locks there that can be interfered that easily? And how can you let it keep happening?
Doors, you know what's supposed to come out next, comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well,
Correct.
which would be against the protocol.
Correct.
What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't up there.
Well, presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate, or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know. Maybe the towel person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, other one's supposed to go in.
Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Walford.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Shart that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at a time, correct?
Outside the
cell.
Yes.
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah.
It is. How would they go about doing that?
Move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody,
If it's moved, it's not locked, you absolute moron. This is so infuriating.
it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the
I'm
same
not
time.
saying in that pod. I'm just talking, you said generally in the jail. Correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly.
We like to survey this scene. Really? Really?
Simply hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened?
Capacity?
Within the, let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Doug asked the questions. He actually asked him how many were killed or died in 2022. The number I have is for 2021. 13. 13 inmates were killed in 2021. That is per capita almost 5 times as many as any other jail. Almost any other jail in the United States. 5 times per capita.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could I follow up on something that Mr. Weinstein brought up?
You can after, if there's any redirect.
I just have one question. Lieutenant, in your time working at the Fulton County Jail, have there been incidents or situations when deputies have assisted inmates in, for example, staying out in the pods while other inmates are being released from their jail cell?
No, not that I know of. No.
And that is the question on redirect. You twat. And next witness is next witness is our beloved records keeper. Our beloved records keeper. We need to listen to this because this is, unless
Good morning,
she's being
you're still under
recalled
oath,
by
so you
the
can go.
defense or as rebuttal case, this is the final time she's testifying. Because after this, she's officially retired.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Latners.
Good morning.
Miss
I got good
Latner's
news. This is the last time you'll be testifying in this trial, Ms. Latners.
Have good news for you too.
You're
My last week working.
on to retirement, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
congratulations.
This is her last week, and then she's retiring. I don't blame her if she moves out of state, and every time they try to bring her back, she's doing... Nope! I wouldn't blame her at all.
Safe to say you've earned it. Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 through 3 Victor Victor and a disc with 1 and 2.
Yeah, they didn't have any redirects or cross-examination. They were just moving in stuff in evidence through her. But Ms. Latner's, happy retirement. Thank for all your unsolicited commentary, brightening up our day. Thank you, Ms. Latner. Thank you for bringing in the evidence that proved the prosecution and the officers were lying about surveillance camera and footage of the laundromat incident. Thank you. Let's move ahead to the next one. I don't remember who this is.
You swear to firm testimony that you're going to give a quarter of the truth and whole truth and what you said. Maybe see, can you state your first and last name with the whole please?
Kevin Cheeseborough, K-E-V.
Oh, Cheeseborough.
Cheeseborough, C-H-E-E-S. He is in
Let's skip right up to cross-examination.
Beesboro.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Miss Knight, could you please pull up 64 VV? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeseborough, just briefly, this, to your recollection, you've identified your car. Is this the moment that you parked and are exiting your car to check on things, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's just a witness.
The red car that you checked on, in this photo, it appears that the car is essentially, when you came across this car, was the car in the crosswalk as it is in this photo?
I would assume so, because at this point there would have been any interference. So yes.
Just for a bit, we are at 212 likes. If we reach 250 likes on this stream, I will add another spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Otherwise, it is 25 gifted memberships, $75 in super chats, or $60 via PayPal to buy another spin on the Wheel of Regrets. And with that, I'm going to do the last prepaid spin on the wheel. No, by the way, my apologies. I promised Brandon not a spin. This is going to be a gin spin. This is the gin. It is organic Navy strength gin at 57.1%. This is a part of today's entertainment. Cheers. But if we reach 250 likes, thumbs ups on this stream, I will add another spin on the wheel. If you want to make sure more spins on the wheels gets played, I need your monetary support. All right, let's get back to trial.
Okay.
Safe to say that it was in the crosswalk.
Okay, while you were there, did you see the red car, not your car, the other car that you were checking on, move at all, forward or back?
No.
Okay. And lastly, when you checked on the car, if you know, did you know whether the car was on or off?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge about whether the car was in park or drive?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge whether the gentleman that was in the car, whether his foot was on the brake or if the car was merely in park?
I'm not sure what gear the car was in, but I feel like I do remember his foot being on the brake.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weinstein, anything for you? All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Cheeseborough, thank you. You are excused. Let's take a convenience break.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one. This is an officer. I really don't care about him, but let's listen to the cross-examination.
Is that the only image from
Lieutenant
State
Butler.
64 V? Was that the only?
Morning, my name is Sergeant or Lieutenant?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? Just briefly, when you were in office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean, not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are always getting installed, so.
Well, regarding the wheel of regrets, my opinion on what it takes to spin the wheel gets more and more liberal the more shots I take.
At the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
Really? No recording from the camera the prosecution just showed magically didn't record between the absolutely most crucial times. What a shocker.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
That I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red.
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it,
Okay.
but my most interaction was probably between 2018, 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't care about redirects. Let's jump on to the next witness. Sergeant Johnson in full gear. Let's skip ahead to
and speak with White and K.
Questions?
Yes, Your
Go ahead.
Officer Johnson, good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. One before that, the car. Okay. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseborough?
My attention was focused on the car. I believe it was the citizen kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off from my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with anything like that?
No, it was just that car, and nobody was near that car. It was... Yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drink's foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that, in the picture, does this picture, and it's 72 VV for the purposes of record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk?
what Mr. Shard is doing here is that he is pinning down the prosecution to a particular answer and a particular fact. He's pinning them down on it. Why? I will tell you as soon as we get there.
Past where, if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
When I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. It could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived?
Yes, from what I can recall, to the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect. Next witness. This is a crime scene technician who just went in talking and not much else. I'm not sure if it was cross-examined.
The use of this machine.
Oh, it was.
Thank you. VV. Firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, I noticed, and thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks's, you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged, or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone, could you publish 107 VV, please? So,
Yes,
Officer
I know
Davis,
that
when you
Delphi
were
jury
working
has
as a
gone
crime
home
scene
for
tech,
the day.
and you took over a scene.
I don't know if the Delphi jury is supposed to deliberate on Sundays, or if they keep the court schedule with Sundays off and continue on Monday. Brandon, how much longer are you planning on going? Well, this is day 156. We still have day 157, half of it, and day 158. So we are halfway through after 4.5 hours.
Did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
2 more days.
So I don't take over
No,
a scene. I
those are
work
not
under the
full
direction
days.
of
I
the
will cut
homicide
out a
investigator.
bunch of
There are
it.
things that I know how to
This
do
is a
from
recap
training, such
of
as
the
lifting
entire
prints and
week.
photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on a scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay.
So that was, and that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator. Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone.
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me, or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket. I put it in a bag and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drink's arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you found it?
Yes.
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
There was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car part.
And may I approach you?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to Drinks Shamel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
DS, oh, I thought you wanted me to confirm, sorry.
Admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so my question is this your thumb
My thumb, no, I
that's
don't
holding
have,
the machine?
that would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera, that's how that's photographed, so I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture.
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred.
Yes.
Okay. We the state asked you about confirming the identity.
Mhm.
From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shamal Drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS55? In the
Yes.
top right?
Mhm.
Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, but you would agree that this DS55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shamal Drinks at 1:06 a.m.
Yes.
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan,
Yes, I
and
do.
he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.
He was what? At the scene prior
Prior to
to?
1:06 a.m.
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't he?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
One brief follow, Josh.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12.
Okay, that was a testimony. Not much to say. And since we are recapping, let's listen to this guy.
Yes, sir. Our next witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear first that when you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's it. State still the first time.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr.
This is Detective Thorpe. Remember, they had a huge argument about calling him back to the stand because he had so much important things to say. Let's check and see how much important things he had to say. Oh, we have thank you to Diane for $20 via PayPal. And thank you to Brandon for $60. Before we listen to this amazing story from this witness who the prosecution was so adamant he had to testify, we have one more pre-bought spin on the wheel and a third of the way to the next spin. Thanks to Brandon and Diane via PayPal. If you also want to support me via PayPal, the link is in the top. It's in the top of the chat. Or if you just want to see me stupid drunk. Folks, no worries. If you go back about a year and a half, I had a Viking drink off with Jeff at Legal Vices, where we had 30 shots each, and I was still coherent. I'm doing fine. This is just entertainment. All right, a spin on the wheel. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots left. The wheel of regrets, and it is. Oh crap! It is moonshine. Now, oops. I have moonshine here. Now, this is all that's left from one of them, and the other one. This does not a full moonshine shot. The one moonshine shot unopened is this one. This is white chocolate moonshine. Now, I have to address the 2 previous ones. I had that original one that is white lightning. Oh, that was paint thinner. That was paint thinner. Then I had an apple pie one. Now, it wasn't paint thinner, but it took me about a day and a half to get rid of the aftertaste. Ugh. So, here is white chocolate moonshine. When I got this at a local store in, it might have been Kentucky, and I asked him, just give me a few random ones. And apparently he gave me the ones they couldn't sell. Why is it creamy? Why are you... Oh, God, why is it creamy? Oh, God. Oh, why? Okay. White chocolate moonshine. That's actually okay. I was prepared. I'm going to pour the rest, emptying the container. That's actually okay. That's actually okay. Yeah, it's a bit of Bailey's. That's actually okay. I'm a bit shocked here because the 2 others were completely vile. This was nice. Who knew they could actually produce something drinkable? I'm almost a bit disappointed. Here's the thing. For entertainment purposes only, there is your... Why is this pea colored? It is the apple pie. Oh, for entertainment purposes only. Because that was a bit too nice. The white chocolate one. You know what? I'm going to pour the left of all 3 of them in one shot glass here and see what the mix will do to me. Cheers. Ugh. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that's bad. Oh, God, no. I'm going to need to shave my tongue after this. Wow, that's the mixture of white lightning, apple pie, and white chocolate. Do not ever do that, folks. Wow, that's bad. Oh God, that's bad. Wow, that's bad. Oh God, that's bad. I don't need a bucket, folks. I'm a Viking. I've had worse. Folks, I can make a home brewing machine with a teapot, some metal tubing, and ice. I can make a home brewing machine. Now it doesn't produce good ones, but when you're in your teens, 20s, sometimes it's not about how good it tastes. Ugh. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Okay. Whatever you do, folks, the moonshine from Old Smoke Distillery, don't you ever mix it. Whew. Yeah, that was bad. All right, let's see where we are. We are a third of the way to the next spin on the wheel. Let me check the thumbs up count. I will add one. Oh, we are 238 likes. At 250, I will add a spin on the wheel. Okay, now this is Detective Jay Thorpe. The prosecution has fought intensely hard to get him on the stand because his testimony is crucial, I say, to this case. Let's see how many days he will be on the stand.
THORPE. And good afternoon, Detective Thorpe. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to welcome you back. And I want to really direct your attention to March of 2022. Have you been assigned the homicide investigation of the death of a Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes, I have been.
And when did that homicide occur?
It happened March 11th, 2022.
And where was the location of that homicide?
It was 7585 North at Fair Street, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's it. He was there to testify about a thing that is still open. That's it. This is it, folks. The prosecution fought for days to have this guy on. That was the entirety of his testimony. Something happened, and the investigation is still ongoing. That's it. The prosecution fought for days to have him on, and that's it. If you ever doubted that the prosecution is making things up as they go along, that's your evidence number 350,201. And it's gone. That's it. There's a pending investigation in some event. That's it. And it's gone. And this is the latent print investigator. And folks, I have to say, this is beside anything in the trial. There's something special with girls in glasses, with women in glasses. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it's just so. um, hmm. But no cross-examination, and it is this one next. This one is next. Talking about they looked at license plates. They found Mr. Stilwell's rental car on some places throughout the day. And a Ford Fusion. They found that. Blah, blah, blah. About the day. The Euro wrote the letter next day. No, it was on the beginning of this day. We covered it about an hour ago, I think. But this witness was all about checking those two license plates. And let's go back to the cross-examination.
This one is same day, 3/14/22 at 9:24 p.m. And that's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
Oh. The closest in time they got the Focus, for the whatevers, and the other car, the Audi, was 24 minutes apart at one point in time. 24 minutes. That's the closest they got. Ford Fusion. Thank you. Thank you, Rocco. Thank you. Brandon, your family is not starving. Your family is not starving. Slyly Pie over at Rumble asks, I'm mostly Finnish. Am I a Viking? Well, kinda. Finns are dangerous. Now, I have been drinking with Brits, with Irish, with Scots, with Eastern Europeans. There are two nations I'm having a hard time keeping up with. It's the Finns and the Russians. Those I'm having a hard time keeping up with. Finns and Russians. I can drink a Brit under the table any day of the week. I can drink a Serb under the table any time of the week. Finns and Russians, that's a competition. That's a struggle. I will give you an example. This is about 10, 12 years ago. I have visited the Ukraine, the Lviv region, and I was about to travel back. And I went on what I can only describe as a matchbook, as a pack of gum with propeller. It was me and about 20 Russians. I was sober when I got on the aircraft. I wasn't when I left the aircraft. I traveled from Lviv to Frankfurt with Russian businessmen. They had to pour me out of that aircraft. They more or less. I did manage to walk through customs, barely. But these guys, unaffected. Yeah. And I've been to Finland a bunch of times because reasons. No, being in a sauna with Finns who decides it's time to drink. Oh God. So yes, Finns and Russians. Yeah. I'm having a hard time keeping up with those guys. Any other nation, bring it on. All right, back to trial. Back to trial. Enough with the stories. Yes, this witness only searched for that red car and 2 white cars. That's the only cars. No other. No time frame. Look at these cars. No time frame. Look at those cars. These 3 cars alone. Keep that in mind, folks.
Republishing what's been marked as 18 Victor Victor. Do you see the 9:49 p.m.?
Oh, and from Jenny. Jenny, $20 via PayPal. That gets us 2/3 of the way to another spin of the wheel. So $20 on PayPal, and you got another spin of the wheel. Let's check in on the thumbs up, the likes. We are at 247. 3 more likes for another spin on the wheel. 3 more.
LPR reading for the white Audi.
Yes.
What is the time and location for that vehicle?
So it's 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m. and 6 seconds. Location is Windsor Street Southwest northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Is that the same location for the red Nissan we just discussed?
Yes.
And how much time difference is there between these LPR hits?
About 25 minutes.
And going to 19 Victor Victor, the white Ford Fusion, do you see a LPR hit around that same time frame?
Yes.
What is the time and location for the 950 white Ford Fusion LPR hit?
It's on 3/14/22 at 9:50 and 47 seconds.
Yeah, let's skip ahead.
Question, John.
Examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Hey, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the work that you did on this case. What day did you run the LPRs?
I don't have the date I don't know which date that I ran them.
Folks, we are at 250 likes on this stream, which has brought you 1 more spin of the wheel. If you want another one, $20 via PayPal, or let's say 5 gifted memberships. Oh, 252. Well, we're past 250. So 5 gifted memberships or $20 on PayPal for another spin on the wheel.
For Detective Hogan.
Do you have a date range?
I would imagine it was within a few days of the actual homicide.
May I approach?
You may.
Can you see those?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm not going to pretend to know more about the LPR system than you. On the lower left or lower right, it says March 28th, 2022.
Right. That's when Detective Hogan ran the hits.
So, when you say Detective Hogan ran the hits, okay, explain.
So in order for us to produce this is like a PDF copy. What we're looking at in the computer, we can just flip through. So he ran his own copy of the information.
Understood.
For the case file.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You ran it for Detective Hogan. The 3/28 that's indicated on the state's exhibits there is the date that Detective Hogan took what you came up with on your computer and actually printed it out to PDF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
According to what this says. It says user Hogan. So
Understood. So you certainly ran these before 3/28.
Yes.
But your recollection is earlier than that, within a few days of 3/14.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, my understanding, well, Detective Hogan, when he came to you, do you remember what day he came to you to discuss these matters?
So it would have either been, this happened late on the 14th. So it would have probably been the 15th or 16th. I just don't remember which day.
All right. And when Detective Hogan came and asked for your assistance in this matter, did he have license plates at the time, or did he ask you to do the first step as well?
He did not have the license plates. He had the vehicle description and last known location and a time frame.
So you did the first step that you talked about on direct, which was identifying license plate based on the description of a car.
Correct.
And a location that Detective Hogan thought they might be.
Yes.
And from those LPR reads, you were able to get license plates, and then you ran the reads on the license plates.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, Detective Hogan, to do that first step, to try to identify license plates, he gave you descriptions of some vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what descriptions did he give you for vehicles?
A white Ford Fusion and a white Audi sedan.
And then the red Versa?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, this is the defense pinning down the state, the prosecution, on what they told her to deliberate, to find out. This is excellent defense attorney work. It's not always about gotcha moments. It's about pinning the state down on specifics, on specific evidence that they cannot get away from. Sometimes in trials, the state changed their minds during trial, and all of a sudden, their theory changes. So via their own witnesses, it's excellent lawyer work to get them to pin down what the state and the only thing the state alleges. And with that, with over 250 likes on this stream, we have another spin on the wheel. It's the wheel of regrets. And it's a gin shot. Oh. It is a gin shot. And for my gin shot, it is Navy Strength Gin, 57.1%. In my Georgia shot glass. This is one of the final ones. Then I need to go to the store and get one more. And as you see, yes, it's a full shot glass. Cheers, folks. But it's a good one. And thank you to Slidey Pie over Rumble with a $2 Rumble rant. Thank you so much. That gets us to $18, 5 gifted memberships to the next spin on the wheel. All right, let's get back to trial.
Did he ask you, besides those 3 cars, the red Versa, the white Ford Fusion, and the white Audi sedan, besides those 3 cars, did Detective Hogan ever come to you and ask you to run any other LPRs on any other vehicles involving this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so he did not identify to you any other vehicles of interest for you to run LPRs on?
Not that I recall, but at the time he was looking for these 2 specific suspect vehicles and for his victim vehicle and what time they might have been in the area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with this case besides the LPRs?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any surveillance video regarding this case?
I know there is surveillance video. I've seen still shots from it.
Okay. Okay. But Detective Hogan just asked you about those 3 vehicles.
He gave me the description of the vehicles. And so when I'm looking for locations nearby, I'm going to look at any white vehicles. If I know that they're white vehicles, I'm looking at any white vehicles, but he knew the make and model.
If there's any white vehicles, I'm looking at any white vehicles. Let's see if she actually did that. This will be revealed in later
I
testimony.
know the make and model. So when I'm, or, you know, in this case, it's white vehicles and then a red vehicle. So I'm looking in general for any vehicle that remotely matches the description, because it doesn't always return what type of vehicle it is. And sometimes the pictures, you can't tell what type of vehicle it is.
And thank you for that. So if you were doing the first step, which was to identify vehicles, you would be able to look at pictures the LPR caught other white vehicles, but then you would be able to be determined, okay, is this a Ford Fusion or is this a Audi sedan?
Correct.
Okay, and that would narrow it down for you.
Right.
How long is LPR records kept?
From my understanding, at one point, it was maybe 2 years. I don't know if that's still the case.
Okay. All right. And does the public have access to the LPR readers around town, or is it just for law enforcement?
In what way?
Could I or any other citizen have access to the database that you have to tap into the LPR system? Or is that strictly law enforcement?
It's law enforcement, from my understanding.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
One here, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
All right. That's it for her. That's it for her. This is... Oh! Now, remember... Oh, no, not remember. This is a witness who works at BP. We are going to watch later videos from a BP about the cashier. This is not that cashier. You would assume that the prosecution, with the access of BP, the video, the surveillance video, and him, that they could pin the actual cashier of that day down. No. But you will see that later. Let's go through. Let's get to cross-examination again.
In camera angle 9 of the King's Liquor Store footage, is this the area that you had described that would have been, I guess, behind the fence?
store? Yes.
Okay. And is this the only camera angle that points towards the street area or Windsor Street?
Yeah, towards the street, yes. This is the only angle that points towards the street.
And Mr. Grimm, when you were, I guess, providing this footage to members of the Atlanta Police Department, were you just providing footage for specific timeframes that was requested? Okay. Did you know anything about why or what was going on as it relates to the footage that you were providing?
No.
Okay. I don't think I'm anything further at this time.
Any questions for this witness?
I do have a few.
All right.
I'm going to require Mr. Bonte's technical expertise if he's able to help. Sure.
No cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you do me a favor? Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Groom, G-U-R-U-N-G, Groom.
Garoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Garoon, nice to meet you. My name is Max Shard, okay? I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. We just reviewed 4 different cameras that were at your establishments, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many total cameras are there at these establishments back in 2022?
On BP, there's around like 20 to 24.
Okay.
Okay, a bit of disturbance, no break. I am at 11,827 subscribers. I am 173 from 12,000. Just saying. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do.
And in King's Liquor, around 18.
Okay. Now, my understanding is someone from the police department asked you to retrieve some footage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what times they asked for the footage on 3/14/22?
3/14. I think they, what I remember is they asked me to give me a footage from certain time to certain time. So that's what I pulled up, but I don't remember the exact times and dates.
Very fair. Okay. So do you remember how long the footage was?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Abate was kind enough to pull up, I believe this is camera 19 of the BP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, I can't, because we're on Zoom, there's a, do you have that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. You see how it says Adam Abate's screen in the bottom left? Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The bottom left? Okay. What I want to know, and I don't think this is blocking something, but tell me if it is. I want to know, when we're looking at this picture right now, or if we played this video,
yes,
how would we know what time it is Eastern Standard Time?
There should have been. So yeah, on this screen I don't see any time, but it should have a side section where when I use the app on the GeoVision, there's a side stamp that has time and date. But I think when the video was downloaded, it doesn't. Maybe I can see it, or it's not. I can't see it yet.
Okay, and from what we have right here in front of us, and I guess you don't remember the exact time frame that they asked you to. So from what we have in front of us, you can't tell us exactly what time any event occurs on this video, correct?
Yes,
Eastern
based on
Standard
this
Time?
video.
Okay, cool.
So the evidence the prosecution brings forward, he can't actually say that this video represent the time frame they represented. How about that? Derek Crossland, Nick, why don't you try the strongest beer from Scotland? I've tried a lot of strong beers. I mean, I had one of these 22%ers. Not that nice, but it was at least an experience. What is that? Strongest beer, Scotland. The Bather Fire. Okay. Oh, for fuck. No. The Scottish Bather Fire is at 75% alcohol. Let's see what it costs. $50. Oh, no. 46 pounds, which is a fuck ton of money. £46, what's that in dollars? That is, hold on. Pound to dollar. 45.99 is $60. Now, would I spend? Here it is. Here's the thing. That is without shipping. If you, oh God, $60 for one beer. Will I pay it? No, I will not. I will not pay $60 for a beer. Now, if you purchase it and send it to me, that's a whole different story. If you want to, my contact is niklas.starov@gmail.com. Put my email in the chat. Now, if you want to purchase it for me, whole different story. Whole different story. And will I do this while I'm doing actual trial stream? No, that would be a separate, probably in one of my Friday panel shows after the guests have left. Yes, I would. Would I buy it? No, I will not buy it. I mean, I know about straw rum, but yeah, just no. Let's get back to trial.
And is that also the case, going to be the case with camera 3? And if you could pull up camera 3. Thank you, Mr. Abate. And so, for instance, this is camera 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is inside the BP from behind the cashier.
Yes.
Okay. From what we have here, we can't tell the exact time that anything's occurring, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this while we're on camera 3. On 3/14, when the police came in.
A 330 centiliter bottle of 75% beer. Yeah, that's like a full bottle of 40% alcohol. That's like a full bottle of this in one beer. If you want me to have that on on stream, yeah, you need to pay. You need to monetarily support me severely for me to have one of those beers, and I'm not going to buy it.
Talk to you. Did they ever ask you who the clerk was working in the store that night?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Do you have any information that the police officers spoke to the clerk that was working at the BP that night?
I have no idea about it.
Isn't that weird? Nobody talked to the clerk.
Okay. The other camera, what was the other camera from the back of the store?
Sticker.
No, from the back of the BP with a third angle that we viewed. What camera number is that?
King sticker. It might be 19, something like that, outside.
Okay.
18 or 19, something. Oh, this one?
Yes.
This is 12, I guess.
Camera 12. Okay. And the clerk would be on the left behind that plexiglass, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, none of these cameras will have the exact time displayed.
If it was on the app while we use it, it has the current timestamp. But while we download it, it should have it, but I can't see it.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you, the time is from an app. You're saying an app as
in, yeah, it's a software
for security.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information that the times on this app are synced to say the clock used by APD for 911 calls? Can you testify that the time on your app is exactly in sync with this city's 911 system or Fulton County's 911 system?
No, I don't think so. It's a little off, I guess.
A little off?
Yeah,
When you say
maybe,
a little off,
15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. How about, you're familiar with the FedEx across the street, across Windsor Street?
Mhm.
Are you familiar with their surveillance system?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that your surveillance system, which is a little off from the county's 911 system, is in sync with the FedEx system?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mr. Groom, do you see at the bottom of, I guess, the state
Yeah.
exhibit as it relates to
Blah, blah,
camera
blah, blah,
angle
blah.
9?
Redirect, blah, 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 blah. And this guy. And then they had a break. And then they had some discussion. Let's listen to that before we go to day 157.
Thank you. All right, if you won't mind swearing our next witness, and we can just.
Folks, I need to take a visit to the big boys' room because 4 cups of coffee, a beer, and some shots later, I need to take a leak. So let's listen to a song. This one, while I go to the big boys' room.
Adrian in the courthouse spewing fire. Every word she utters smells like a tire. Her arguments hit like a flat balloon. Manure tornado in the courtroom noon. Her voice a chainsaw cutting through the air. But the logic's missing, nothing's really there. Whirling out of circles, losing grip. Every point she makes is just a slip. Manure tornado spreading wide. All her arguments turn to hide. Courtroom laughter when she's done. Prosecutor Adrian ain't one. Oh, no, I'm Olivia ain't one.
All right, I'm back. Just for, can you hear me? Because this microphone, my Yeti microphone, keeps unplugging on me. And I don't know why. All right, let's keep going.
Go by last name.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give today. Truth, the whole
Yeah. Oh, why? Let's listen to this one.
Where Mr. Stillwell was arrested was a white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The same white Audi that was present on March 16th,
Correct.
and the same white Audi that he is alleged to have used in a horrible crime on March 14th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that you found a book bag with drugs or narcotics in them, correct?
Correct.
And that was in some bushes at that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Present at the address was Mr. Stillwell, but also another individual by name of Cormarvius Nichols, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see who had control of that book bag?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that, do you know what Atlanta Phoenix, APD Phoenix is?
Yes.
That's helicopters, correct?
Yeah.
That can follow pursuit.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware if APD Phoenix, let me ask you this, do they record from the air?
Yes.
Are you aware if APD Phoenix caught on video who discarded the book bag full of narcotics into the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Mr. Stillwell?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Your understanding is that Mr. Nichols was also in the Audi on the way to that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it would certainly be illegal for Mr. Nichols or Mr. Stillwell, for that matter, to be in possession of narcotics in a book bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell charged with those narcotics?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move back to the first date, March 14th, 2022. You were present at the scene on Windsor Street that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called to the scene. Who called you to the scene?
Dispatch.
Okay. What time did you arrive at the scene?
Oof. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you write any reports regarding your work on the night of March 14th, 2022?
I believe it was internal memo with no report.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, there was a deceased gentleman in a red Versa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did not recognize the deceased when you arrived, did you?
No.
Okay. You were a gang investigator for APD since 2020, correct?
Correct.
Your focus is on the gangs of Atlanta, the members within those gangs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you did not recognize Mr. Shamal Drinks.
Correct.
Okay, in fact, later on in that night, law enforcement had to use a GBI scanner to use his fingerprints to determine his identity, correct?
No, I believe his ID was on scene.
Okay. Okay. Either way, you did not recognize him.
No.
Okay. Now, the state just had you compare some photos of Mr. Stillwell and also of Mr. Miles Farley, correct? Remember that? Side by sides?
Yeah.
Okay, you recognize the left part of those side by sides as being from the BP surveillance from March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the night of the Shamal Drinks homicide.
Correct.
On that surveillance, you identified, I think just now, Mr. Stillwell wearing a hoodie and a pink hat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move to to March 16th of 2022. Okay. You respond to 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
All right, and let's just be clear. you responded and located Mr. Stillwell. I don't know if you located him, but Mr. Stillwell was at the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you and other law enforcement strictly viewed him as a victim for March 16th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The incident involved someone shooting at that house repeatedly.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, Mr. Stillwell was in the back of a police car.
Correct.
Okay. Wearing the exact same clothes from the BP video, or at least the exact same hoodie and distinctive pink hat.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived, you sought to speak to Mr. Stillwell, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was not under arrest.
No.
He was detained as a victim.
Correct.
Okay. He was not legally obligated to answer your questions.
Correct.
Okay. And you asked him questions about March 16th. What had happened?
Correct.
Okay. And you said he didn't provide any information, but in fact, he said he was present and people shot at the house. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But importantly, you asked him what car he was driving, correct?
Not he was driving. I asked him what car was his.
Okay, you asked him what car was his. And this is 2 days after you are alleging, you being the police, he used a white Audi in a homicide.
I don't think that was known at that time.
So not video at the BP?
I don't think that was collected the night of the incident.
Okay. Well, you asked him 2 days after a homicide that the police are accusing him of, what car is his? And he is not legally obligated to answer any of your questions, is he?
Correct.
And he told you, while wearing the exact same hoodie and exact same hat that he was wearing in that BP video, he told you that white Audi is mine, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't hide that fact.
Yeah. This microphone keeps unplugging itself. Okay. Mr. Stillwell admitted that, yes, I drive that Audi. I drive it. Throughout this trial, you have heard people lying to the cops and embellishing to the cops and everything. Why would Shannon admit of, that's my car, when he knew, if he knew that that car was involved in a homicide? We will get to that video in a while. We will get to that video in a while. But before that, why would he admit renting that car? Why would he say, well, I kept renting that car? If he knew it, the police and the investigators said, oh, that car was involved in a murder.
No.
Besides those 3 days, was that all the work you did on this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is there a redirect? All right.
On March 16th, let me back up. On March 14th, you said you was
Blah, 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 blah. And he is out. Let's see what happens.
All right, anything we need to put on the record before we break for the day?
Just my daily inquiry about what the agenda is for tomorrow
Okay.
from the state.
We covered a lot of witnesses today. Good job. Thank you.
We're trying 11, Your Honor. That's our phone number.
Are there going to be any witnesses tomorrow that aren't on this week's list?
I need to fetch
Is that what you
something.
need to know, basically? then?
Listen to this. I'll be right back.
Looking for what I did this morning, but everyone, I'm partnering with my team, but everyone on page 1 should be here tomorrow, so except for number 1. So number 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Guys, interrupt for a second.
And then number 7 on page 2 should be here tomorrow. Number 10 on page 3. Number 20 on page 4. Number 22 on page 5. For number 24, we have a different custodian of records, but the custodian will be here. And we should be able to go in order from 25 on. I know the court said we want to go to 5:36, so we're going to try to make it work to get to 5:36.
Thank you. I'm at least 5:30.
Yeah. This is the end of day 156. Let's go to
I can't see it now.
day 157.
Good morning. Everybody can be seated. Don't know if we have all the jurors or not. I haven't checked yet, but anything we need to put on the record before we get the jury out?
Your Honor, good morning.
Good morning.
My understanding is that Mr. Sumlin is on the state's agenda this morning at some point.
He's not coming today, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is he coming at all?
Yep, yes, he's coming.
Next week?
Yeah.
So, in preparation of him coming today, I reviewed.
That's an interesting question. Was asking if you knew how YouTube decide who can gift memberships via phone. Well, gifting is most easy done through Android or through the actual YouTube website. iPhone, for some odd reason, have a harder time doing that. And I have no idea why.
His statement that he gave to Investigator Viverito and other law enforcement investigator JP Miller. And my understanding is the state is going to ask him questions based on things that he has personal knowledge of. And I understand that that's out there for potential impeachment. My concern, and I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Investigator Viverito asked him to speculate about a lot of things, why certain things would have happened. He makes it clear that he was locked up during the Donovan Thomas murder. He knows nothing about it. He also makes it clear that he does not know about the Jamal Drinks murder. And he's just, kind of speculating about why this would happen. There's a lot of talk. How much would Jeffrey have paid them? Why, the hypotheticals, why would Shannon have done this? And the reality is Mr. Sumlin has no firsthand knowledge of who did what. He's just kind of going off the cuff in this interview. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that none of that is nothing that he is speculating or just kind of hypothesizing about that he does not have firsthand knowledge of will be inquired about.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
We will be making inquiries into, we will be laying proper foundations, and we will be making inquiries into areas that we believe he has knowledge of. If we will not improperly ask a question that we've not laid a foundation for him having knowledge of. That's what we can say. I don't think it's proper for counsel for the defense to attempt to curtail our direct examination based on what he believes a witness has knowledge of.
Okay, well, I don't mean to curtail anything, but if the state brings out things that he does not have firsthand knowledge of and it's improper, I'm going to be moving for a mistrial with prejudice, and we all know that now.
Yeah, okay. So I would think that, y'all, I don't know if I've got a copy of the interview or not, but y'all could get together and see if you all can agree on what's clearly not within his knowledge and what might be, and then we could potentially litigate that beforehand on Friday.
Do that. We could.
You do have a copy of it, Your Honor, it's in that 30 witness.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we could definitely get together and talk about things that we believe, or one party believes he does or does not have direct knowledge of. But again, given the way that the interviews have gone and the examinations have gone, I don't, again, think it's proper to prematurely try and curtail certain things. I believe
It
that.
is absolutely proper to try to make an evidentiary determination beforehand on things that would be objectionable.
I don't disagree with what the court is saying. I'm saying that if we seek to, or we establish a foundation for his knowledge of certain things that the defense does not believe he has knowledge of, I believe that curtailing our ability to make that foundation would not.
I don't think that's what he's asking.
Well, if that's not what he's asking, okay.
So those folders, they were in like buckets of 30. Which one am I supposed to be looking at? I thought we had litigated everything there was to litigate about
We did.
someone.
But we keep going back to that day that we ran out of time, and I was litigating a lot that day, but there was a couple things left on the table, and we were going to get back to it, and then
Okay. Well, I guess
everything sped up, and
I guess that'll be Friday then. All right. Anything else? Do you know whether we have all the jurors? Not yet.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't want to hold court up for the day, so I was going to bring it up at the end of the day, but if we're waiting on the jurors, I'll just raise it now. They're continuing to wake my client up at 5 a.m. in the morning. He's exhausted. He has trouble participating in his defense in that state. I would just, once again, I know you said something once, the election thankfully was over yesterday. So maybe if
I'm
that,
not sure what the election has to
well, I
do
thought
with
that
it.
was the reason that the jail was short-staffed. But anyway,
Oh, okay, I got you.
if that's the reason they're waking up at 5 a.m., that's over. So if they could get back to what they were doing prior to the brief recess we had last
What
week.
time does he get to go to bed? I mean, he can go to bed early.
I don't know.
I'm not saying I want him to keep having to be woken up at 5, but I would suggest that maybe he try to get his sleep in as soon as he gets back after he has his evening meal.
I understand, but for some reason, since the pleading out of the other defendants, there's been some kind of shift. And if that shift isn't wholly necessary, it would be good if he could get the same amount of rest he was getting prior to that.
Okay, so who would be in charge of what time they are awakened in the mornings?
The lieutenant, guess I was transferred. I speak with him again. I spoke with him on yesterday, but I'll speak with him again.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Can I ask the state a question? Is when we get around to the jury charges, I know, well, I don't know, but I think that early on in this case, John Floyd was involved. Is he still going to be available? Because certainly he's got some knowledge of RICO that might be helpful to the court in crafting the charges. Okay.
And Judge, we've actually been working with him.
Okay. Great.
Make him available.
Thank you. So Ms. Persfield was just looking at wherever someone's evidence is and does not, oh, no. That would be. Is the statement a video? Maybe that's what.
Let's go right ahead.
Sarah Van Holm as an expert in ballistics and firearms analysis.
So this is a scam science expert. Ballistics tool mark analysis, folks. I've said this over and over again. Is not a science. It is solely based on their personal, subjective opinion. It's not a science. It is not a science. Oh, no cross-examination, and
Johnson
then it
Police Department,
is...
where I started as uniform patrol, worked my way to detective, then made my
And this
duty
is...
issued weapon.
I need you to watch this and tell you folks, you need to tell me what this is evidence of. Let's watch it. And you tell me the evidence.
That I was given by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And there is an exhibit in front of you, 51XXA. Please look and tell me if you recognize Stacy exhibit 51XXA.
I'm familiar, I recognize this weapon.
How do you recognize it?
This was the weapon that I test fired that day.
And we say that day, so I May 25th, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And how many, in your time as either as a task force officer or as in your other roles, how many guns with switches have you handled during the course of your law enforcement career?
Oh, numerous.
And what were you asked to do regarding that weapon?
I was asked to just do a demo video to show its functionality, that it does in fact fire as a fully automatic machine gun.
I'm going to show you what.
He was asked to make a demonstrative video to show. Let's listen to what he actually says here.
Asked to just do a demo video to show its functionality, that it does in fact fire as a fully automatic machine gun.
A fully automatic machine gun. He is asked by the prosecution to prove that this handgun is a fully automatic machine gun. I wish I was joking.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 51XXC. Tell me if you recognize this exhibit 51XXC.
I do.
How do you recognize 51XXC?
By the case number and my initials and the date and time on it.
Okay. And what is contained on 51XXC?
It is the video of myself at the Fulton County Training Center range, test firing a normal function semi-automatic Glock 45 9mm, and then test firing the state's exhibit.
And did that video fairly accurately depict your test firing of both those two weapons?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender in the mid 51XXC.
You have a bad motion?
Yes.
Let's skip ahead and look at this fucking video that shows that this pistol is a fully automatic
the state's exhibit
machine gun.
Mine is a semi-automatic pistol functioning.
Semi-automatic pistol functioning as a machine gun. You absolute fucktwat. You absolute twat. You should be ashamed of yourself. The prosecution should have been, but they're not. This is their evidence that this particular gun, this handgun, is in the eye of the law a machine gun.
He has a semi-automatic pistol.
I wish I was joking.
Black Model 45. This is my duty issued weapon. Serial number is Bravo Tom Uncle George 256. Empty chamber. Six round magazine loaded into duty weapon. Range is hot.
Look at that fully automatic machine gun. Look at that fully automatic. Are you fucking insane? This is supposed to prove to the jury that that gun is a fully automatic machine gun.
Empty magazine.
What did you say there?
I said empty magazine, and I showed an empty chamber, that there are no more rounds inside the pistol.
6 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black model number 45. Serial number Baker Paul Henry Whiskey 105. 6 round magazine.
And what do you say there?
I said empty magazine, empty chamber again.
And did that conclude your demonstration video?
It did.
Court.
That
And what do you say there?
I said empty
Henry Whiskey 105. 6 round magazine.
Here's the thing with that gun. That gun, according to the prosecution, the ballistics and everything has never been proven to be in connection of a crime. Never. The ballistic, nothing says that gun with that modification has ever been used in a crime. They are just wanting to show it because, ooh, bad people. And it's off. No cross-examination. And it's time for the
Raven
next.
Williams, RAVEN WILLIAMS.
Raven Williams. Let's see if she's getting cross-examined.
And yet, Gotti.
No, ma'am.
Do you know what Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes?
Oh, that's another one. I have to go back. This is the morning of day 157. I did not cover.
All right, point 2. Good. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120.
That's Mr. Drinks. And no questions. Next one.
Questions for this witness?
No
Mr.
cross-examination.
Weinstein, okay.
Let's see here.
Good morning, Mr. Norton.
Morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick, who's sitting right over there.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. You said that when you had this firearm, it did not have a switch on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know who modified it to put that switch on there, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if my client, Mr. Kendrick, has ever been in possession of this gun, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know if he's ever fired this gun, do you?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
They brought forward a gun they can't show belongs to any of the defendants. And then it's this chick. Let's go forward to cross-examination.
To the forearm and one to the neck.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The lethal wound was the wound to the neck.
That's correct.
Okay. And as the medical examiner, you do not know what order those two shots occurred.
That is correct. I do not
Okay,
know the
so
order.
Mr. Drinks could have been shot in the arm first or in the neck first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about the lethal wound to the neck. Okay. You talked and used medical terms, and it sounds like there was massive injury to the base of the brain, among other things.
The skull and the brain, yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified, to my understanding, that the ability to consciously control one's body would be immediately lost.
That's correct.
Okay. Death may not be immediate, but the ability to move body parts, to open a door, to move your feet up and down, things of that nature would be immediately lost.
Yes, conscious movement would have been immediately lost. Yes.
Okay. And we're not talking about within a minute. We're talking about immediate because of the severance of the, because the base
Because of the massive damage to the skull and the brain, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
This was them pinning again, pinning down the prosecution to a specific theory. Once that injury happened, Mr. Drink could not move at all.
Okay, any redirect?
Very great. Yes. Would be active.
Okay, why don't we take a break and then we'll get back with our next witness.
Next
Doctors
witness
kept regular
is
ordinary course of business for
her.
Enterprise Holdings.
Yes.
Tell the jury, what are the documents?
Skipping ahead to cross-examination.
14th at approximately 3
Had a Priceline reservation.
line, or if yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms.
This
Davis.
is a
Good.
rental car.
Still. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shane Stillwell. Okay. All right. And let me just, Shannon Stillwell is also known as Shannon Jackson. Okay. So Shannon Jackson, I might say Stillwell, Jackson Stillwell, same person. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Knight, would you do me a favor and just put up 189 VV? Thank you. Ms. Davis, if I ask you any questions about specifics, I'm going to have this picture published, but just let me know if you need to refer to any of the other documents in front of you,
Okay.
such as the rental contract, et cetera, okay? All right, so as I understand, Mr. Jackson, or I'm going to say Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell came in to rent a car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that car, do you know if that car was already booked online, or if he just, with his friend, arrived at the counter to rent this car?
Based on the information from the rental agreement, it appears that there is a reservation attached to the rental.
When was that car reserved?
I do not have that information.
Okay, so we don't know when the online reservation was made. All right.
No.
Okay, so Mr. Stillwell shows up with this, do you know this lady's name?
I do not.
Okay, so he shows up with this lady and to pick up his car that he booked online, correct?
It appears that way.
Okay. He came into the Alamo rental desk where there's surveillance videos himself. He didn't send someone else to come pick up the car, did he?
I don't believe so.
Okay. He provided his name, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know certain things were redacted. He provided a address from his license.
Correct.
He provided a telephone number.
Correct.
He provided his license.
Correct.
He paid using a credit card, correct?
He had a Priceline reservation, so he would have had a credit card on file, but likely it was prepaid through Priceline.
Okay, so he had a credit card on file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all that information was presented and known by Alamo when he came to pick up this car that he reserved at some other time earlier, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he signed the rental agreement, correct?
Correct.
In his real name.
Correct.
All right. So then, and that was, he picks up the car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. And then on March 16th, he, according to the records, and I know you were not on the phone personally, right?
Correct.
All right, but you're the custodian of records. According to the records, he calls on March 16th at 1:37 p.m. and wants to extend the rental on this white Audi, correct?
He did call. I might have to refer to the document to confirm the time. Yes, at 1:36 p.m.
Okay. Now, we'll talk about the tint. Ms. Knight, could you put up a picture of how this tint? Okay. When you received this car back from the police on March 20th, right? 2022? Was it March 20th you received the car back?
I don't know the exact date it arrived on our lot. March 20th is the estimated return date of the rental, but the vehicle wasn't returned through the normal return meet.
Fair enough. Don't worry about the date. When you received this car back from the police, right?
Yes.
Okay, it had tint on it.
Yes.
Okay. And tint was a violation of the rental agreement, wasn't it? Applying tint to the car.
We do not allow folks to alter the vehicle.
Mr. Stillwell violated assuming he applied the tint to the car, he violated the rental agreement, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Did you charge him with any crimes?
Violating a rental agreement, I did not charge him with any crimes.
Right. Okay. It was just a rental agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that prior to renting a car from you, 2 separate attempts had been made on Mr. Stillwell's life?
Objection, Your Honor, assuming.
It's in evidence.
Objection, what's your objection?
I'm sorry.
Were you aware when you came to testify that 2 different attempts had made upon Mr. Stillwell's life?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that one of those attempts on his life was made when he was in a car?
I was not aware.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could please display 172 VV first. Okay, I just want to be clear on this. This picture, maybe I'm sorry, Ms. Knight, maybe 173 would be better. Okay, the purpose of this picture is to show, and we're going to get to the headliner in a second, but when you received your car back, the sunroof, is it moonroof, sunroof? Whichever one it is.
Yes.
Okay. Had been damaged somehow before you got the car back.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't personally know if that was damage done by Mr. Stillwell or done by the police when they were manipulating the car. That's fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of this photo is just to document the damage to the glass in the sunroof.
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to be clear what we're talking about. These other supplies, those are just supplies that were in the Alamo business, wherever this was, a storage facility, and not anything more than that.
Correct.
Okay, cool, thank you. And if you could just put 183. And again, this is the condition you got this car back from the police, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the term headline?
Correct.
Okay, and the headliner had been removed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have one brief moment. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Anything, any redirect?
I'm going to show you part of what's been admitted as the 170 VV. Some of you recognize 170 VV.
I do.
It was 170 VV.
It's the invoice that we received when we had to pick up the vehicle from the police and have it towed back to our facility.
And what is the date on that document?
March.
Hey, thank you, BC. Either he is the world's dumbest criminal or Atlanta police have a personal vendetta against YSL members. I would assume it is the latter. And that brings us to $10 to the next spin on the wheel. Thank you so much, BC. Thank you so much.
24th.
And would that be when the vehicle would have been returned back to Alamo?
Yes.
Mr. Shar asked you a series of questions regarding potential attempts on Mr. Jackson's life. Do you know if he has rented any other vehicles between 2015 and 2022?
I'm not aware.
Sitting here today, do you have any idea why a renter would put substantial tint on a vehicle that they were just renting initially for 2 days?
Oh, she's asking if she knows. So if you know, then you can answer.
Let me repeat it.
I have my, I mean, a renter would.
Sustain.
Must
Sounds
have
like she does not know.
Yeah.
I think I have no further questions.
Any recross?
During the, sure, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead.
Let's get to Mustache Guy.
What was?
Anyway.
You can do anything you want to with that. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your rank.
Deputy first class.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Bateson. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I just have a few questions.
Yes.
As you looked at that weapon, you see that it's been modified with a blank is it? Switch from the back. Yes, correct?
Yes.
And you say you did not modify that weapon, correct?
No.
Okay.
Other than the sites, I may have changed the sites at some point. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. It's been 2 years.
Right. You don't know who modified that weapon, correct?
No.
You don't know that if my client, Mr. Kendrick, modified that weapon.
Oh, I don't know who possessed it after I sold it, other than Phil. But that's
You have no knowledge that Mr. Kendrick ever possessed that weapon, correct?
I don't know.
And you have no knowledge of Mr. Kendrick that Mr. Kendrick may have ever fired that weapon, correct?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly. Do you
Completely worthless, but let's skip ahead to after lunch.
No. What? Not films. It can be like audio recorded, but not filmed. I mean, you can't film the juror. You can film the rest of us if you want to. I think you stand even if it's just one juror. Okay, if you could just grab a seat. This trial that you're on was over, and eventually just said, okay, just send me that.
This is the second jury thingy. Let's listen to that one.
Okay, if you could just grab a seat. I got a couple of questions. So I know that earlier this week, your employer reached out to you and inquired whether this trial that you're on was over, and eventually just said, okay, just send me the next juror excuse note. And I have been in contact with the employer to find out exactly what Dot said. And so she shared with me y'all's text chain about that. And essentially she says, she just asks, are you still on jury duty? And you say yes. And you ask if everything's okay. And she says, yes, your teammate came in asking which trial you were a juror for and that a specific trial was over. And your response was, everybody and their mama keeps saying that. So what
we would like to find out is what anybody might have communicated to you. And I know sometimes you cannot help if people just come up and blurt something out, and hopefully you know to say, I can't talk about the trial, but what has anybody communicated to you about, and you know that we started with 6 and we now have 2, and I instructed you, don't worry about the reasons for it. Has anybody communicated anything to you? And if so, what?
More so the decrease of the defense.
Okay.
That's been most of the communication where people assume I wasn't here this week.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you one more thing. And then she, after you say that, she says, well, that's the reason I'm reaching out. And you said he was one of 6 to are finishing the trial. Who do you mean by he?
The communication when I got it was more so specific to say who wasn't here anymore and why they assumed the case was over.
And who would you have gotten that communication
The
from?
teammate called. The teammate that made the
Oh,
her.
okay.
Called to specify what she meant. I didn't call her, she called.
Okay. And what did she communicate to you? Just that,
Williams wasn't here.
okay. And did she say anything other than Williams isn't a part of the trial anymore?
No.
Okay.
They assumed him not being in the trial.
The trial was over with. Okay. And do you recall the instruction I gave you on Monday, you and the rest of the jury on Monday morning, to essentially not speculate about any reasons why, and that shouldn't have any impact on your verdict or your deliberations?
Because the communication with staff was just trying to figure out how we were supposed to address it.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, you haven't done anything wrong. We just have to figure out, because obviously y'all are supposed to only consider the case based on the evidence and the information you get from here in the courtroom. So just want to make sure that you are able to, I know this communication came after my instruction, so are you still able to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. I'll excuse you back to the jury room. We'll have all of y'all out in just a sec.
That is the issue with this trial. Everybody thinks that once Mr. Williams was out, the trial was done. It isn't. We need to keep the pressure on. There are 2 left in this trial. There are 12 more waiting for this trial to end so their trials can commence. We need to keep the pressure up.
Okay. Anything anybody wants to put on the record after that?
Your Honor, given that she didn't indicate, as the court said it was looking to hear, I don't suppose so.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yeah, still, we're fine and ready to continue.
Okay. And Mr. Weinstein?
No issues for Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, great. Then let's get the state's next witness and we'll get the jury out.
Right.
Which number it is.
And it is. Remember when I said that Investigator Gaither is the absolute worst investigator I've ever laid eyes on? I was wrong. It is Bad Santa Cowboy Cop. This guy is without a question a moron. Absolute moron. Now, he moved forward with evidence that, oh, this proves this proves that, this shows this shows that, this shows this. And then they showed pictures of the suspects handcuffed in back of cop cars. Let's go to Mr. Short's cross-examination. Because, it is so bad.
Car been tracking for reason why someone would rent a car.
I don't see why not. Sure.
Could that be a reason why someone would repeatedly rent cars for years, switch them up? So people couldn't track him down and kill him? Could that be a reason?
Assuming fake evidence.
Overruled.
Could that be a reason?
Sure.
How about an individual whose friends had just been gunned down 3 days prior? Could you envision a situation where that individual would want to rent a car so no one knows what he's driving?
Object speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And tinted windows. You said tinted windows can be used to commit crimes because you can't see in as well. Could conceal an identity.
That's correct. That's what I said, yes.
By that same logic, couldn't tinted windows keep people who are trying to kill you off of your scent, off of knowing what you're driving?
Yes.
Especially 3 days after they have murdered 2 of your friends in cold blood?
Sure.
Could that be another reason why someone would rent a car?
Yes.
Could that be a reason why someone would rent a car and break a rental agreement and put tint on those windows?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. This warrant that you took out, sir, for the rest of Mr. Stillwell, you charged him with murder, the murder of Shamal Drinks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you specifically charged him with the shooting of Shamal Drinks, correct?
I'd have to look at the wording, but I think he used the word partaking.
May I approach her?
You may.
We're looking at a copy of the warrant that you took out, assist you in remembering the wording.
Sure.
Grab the wrong one. Got it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And just refresh your recollection, and if after your recollection is refreshed, if you could look up.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And in fairness, you did say participate.
Yes.
In the warrant, but you said by shooting Shamal Drinks.
That's correct.
Okay. On 3/14/2022.
That's correct.
Okay. So specifically, your allegation in that warrant is that Mr. Stillwell was the shooter of Shamal Drinks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we've talked about some of the evidence that you think you have on this case. Let's just call it what it is. I know that we've been referring to the man in the pink hat, okay, or the man with the slime or dye shirt. You have BP video from the corner of Windsor and Fulton Street, correct?
Yes.
Clear video.
Yes, very good, yeah.
And it shows my client wearing a Pink Floyd hoodie and a pink hat. And it shows Mr. Guamarvius Nichols, correct?
Yes.
And it shows Mr. Miles Farley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And you had that video, and then you also have these rental records of renting the car on that day. Now, let me ask you this. Is there any indication at all, if we're talking about planning something, is there any indication at all that anyone would have known that Shamal Drinks was going to show up at the gas station at that time?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know where Shamal Drinks was coming from?
No.
Okay. And then you have video from the FedEx, correct?
I do.
Okay, and that shows Windsor Street.
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client in his white Audi pulled up next to Shamal Drinks' car.
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client shot Shamal Drinks.
Participated, yes.
Okay. I mean, your theory is that my client was driving.
Yes.
Okay, and your theory is that the shot was fired out of the driver's side of the car.
Oh, the Audi, yes.
Yeah. Your theory is that Shannon Stillwell was in that white Audi and shot Shamal Drinks at that stoplight.
Yes.
And your contention is that video, that FedEx video, will back that up ultimately.
That's my conclusion from my investigation, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go back to where this investigation started. Evening of 3/14/22.
Okay.
Okay. And you see this red car with this gentleman inside who's sadly deceased, correct? And you arrived before the body was removed, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, this is your crime scene. I know that you weren't the first one there, were you?
No.
Okay, but this is your crime scene.
Yes.
So you're in charge of knowing the status of the crime scene and where everything was at the time it was first discovered.
Ultimately, yes, I am.
Okay. So let me ask you.
In the case against Shannon Stillwell, this is probably the most important part. Most important. And even though I wish Mr. Short had gone further, I understand why he didn't.
The Nissan Versa, the red Nissan Versa. Before anyone came to the assistance, before Mr. Cheeseborough showed up, was that car still on?
When I was there, I don't remember it being running, no.
No, I'm asking, since it's your crime scene, when the first people showed up, to your understanding, it's your investigation.
I wasn't.
Speculation calls for hearsay.
Is he the lead detective?
Yes.
Okay, well, overruled on the speculation, and would your report contain all of that?
It doesn't, if the car was on or not. I know the lights were on. As far as the car was running, the door was open when I got there.
That's the next thing I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not
Sounds
certain.
like he didn't know.
So you're not certain. Okay, so the car was running. Or is that what you're not certain of?
Obviously, it was running when he pulled into the stoplight. When I got there, I don't recall if it was running. I know the lights were on, the doors open. I don't recall if the car was still running or not.
When you got there, the lights of the car were on and the door was open.
The lights were on.
Right, the lights of the car were on and the door is open. When we say the door, we're talking about the driver's side.
That's correct.
Front door. Okay. Now my question is, before you got there, before anyone got there, was that door open? That front driver's side door to the Versa?
It's my understanding to stay closed until the paramedics or EMTs open the door to check on the victim.
Okay. How about Mr. Drinks's feet? Were they on the brake?
I believe they were, yes.
How about the gas? Was 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the gas?
I don't recall that.
You don't know, or are you saying no, that's not true?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And when one of your first tasks was to determine the identity of this gentleman, correct?
It's one of the first things, yes.
Okay, and you weren't the only one there. There were other officers there, correct?
Yes.
And among those officers was representative from the gang unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Investigator Flores?
May have been. I don't recall.
Okay. Either way, even with the assistance of the gang unit on scene and all APD resources, no one recognized this gentleman, Mr. Drinks.
He was not identified officially identified until we did the fingerprint scan.
Right. And that was about 1:06 a.m. that next morning, correct?
It was while we were on scene. I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay, fair enough. Miss Hilton, if you could do me a favor, please. Could you publish? I'm sorry, Mr. Body said he was going to help me. You're going to help me with something else. Thank you. 107 Victor. Thank you, Miss Knight.
What Mr. Short is doing here is so excellent.
Cell phone. Do you see that cell phone in Exhibit 107 Victor?
Is it that one in the pocket there? Is that what that is? Yes, I see it. Oh, it's on his arm. I believe it's plugged in.
Do you see that cell phone?
I do, yes.
Okay. As an investigator of homicides, do you often collect cellular phones?
Yes.
And that's from victims and suspects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reality is, cell phones, if you're able to get into the cell phones and have authorization to get into cell phones, they have a wealth of information, correct?
Sometimes they do, yes.
They can have call logs. They can have contacts, correct?
Yes.
They can potentially have tracking information, who you're in contact with. Places you've been.
Yes.
You can learn a lot about a person from a cell phone, correct?
Yes, you can.
You can learn who their friends are.
Yes.
You can learn who their enemies are, potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. In this case, as a lead investigator, you are aware that actually 2 cell phones belonging to my client have been seized. in this case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And their contents have been extracted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Drinks, as lead investigator, did you ask the crime scene tech or crime scene tech Davis or any other individuals to seize or to collect Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to analyze the contents of Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
I don't recall that now.
Okay, you don't recall ever seeing the contents?
No.
Okay, so as far as you recall, we don't know who is in Mr. Drinks' contacts?
No.
We don't know what he's been texting about leading up to this incident?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. We don't know of anyone that he's had disagreements with or squabbles with or anything like that from his cell phone?
I'm not aware of any of that, no.
Okay, and you're not aware because not saying that none of that exists in his cell phone, but you just haven't seen the contents of his cell phone?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about these videos, if that's okay.
Sure.
And Mr. Abate, I'm going to ask you to just be on standby in case I need to publish anything. Thank you. Detective, we had the BP video.
That's correct.
Several different camera angles.
Correct.
Okay. Including outside at the pumps, inside the store from different angles.
That's correct.
Okay. We had the King's Liquor video.
Yes.
The surveillance video. And then we had the FedEx video.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the BP video first. And I'm not going to replay all the videos. You see my client, Shannon Stillwell, in the pink hoodie and pink hat, arrive in the white Audi, correct?
Yes.
In the white Audi that was rented in his name.
That's correct.
And the white Audi that he told Investigator Viverito on March 16th, yeah, that's the Audi I'm driving, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And it did have tinted windows, didn't it?
Yes.
All right. You see him arrive at the store, and then you see Mr. Gumarvius Nichols arrive in a Ford Fusion shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols pumps gas.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley is an occupant of Mr. Nichols' car, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, they all entered the store. They're on video.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley's
Freeway ride. How did he not go through the victim's phone or find out where he was coming from? What the hell is going on? Yeah. Why didn't he? Because this absolute twat has the tunnel vision, the shape of a toilet roll, and that is why his investigation is crap.
wearing a slime or die shirt.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about Mr. Farley's background or history?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know that he's a clothing designer?
No idea.
That he creates those shirts, those slime shirts, and sells them to the public?
Okay.
Okay. You were not aware of that before today?
No, sir.
Okay. So you see those three individuals go in and out of the store. First, you see Mr. Nichols go up to the register with Mr. Stillwell, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in these videos, in all these videos, you don't see anyone with a handgun or anything like that.
No, sir.
You don't see anyone that seems to be irate or upset, do you?
No.
Well, maybe some people in the store, but not these three individuals.
That's correct, yes.
All right. You see Mr. Nichols make a purchase and buy some gum for Mr. Stillwell, correct?
Yeah, he bought something for him. I couldn't tell what it was.
Okay.
But yeah, he did.
And this is the first time Mr. Nichols was in the store before he pumped his gas,
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
And you see Mr. Nichols joking around with the clerk, acting like he's pulling out all these bills.
Right.
And then you see Mr. Farley come in.
Yes.
And you see Mr. Stillwell turn around on Mr. Farley and act like a monster and kind of scare Mr. Farley. And Mr. Farley does this weird pirouette.
Right. Yes.
They're playing around.
That's correct.
Okay. Everyone seems, from the video, no one seems upset.
No.
Okay. Later on, you see Mr. Nichols come back in the store to make another purchase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what he purchases?
No.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, I'm going to ask if you could play the video of where Mr. Nichols comes into the store for the second time and makes a purchase. If you could play that. Are you able to see what he is purchasing?
It looked to me to be like some Black and Milds, maybe.
Okay.
That's a guess. I don't know.
Okay, appreciate that answer, and I know that it's noted that it's just a guess. And you can stop and say, thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with DS-56?
You may.
Sir, I'm approaching you with what's marked as DS-56. Do you recognize that image?
Yeah, it's an image from the series of video we just watched.
Okay, that's a still image from the video we just watched?
It appears to be so, yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the video we just watched? Image from the video we just watched?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit DS-56 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Could those be backwoods blunts?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what backwoods are?
So like a little cigar, isn't it? Something like that.
Okay, is it also something from your experience that can be gutted and used to roll a marijuana blunt?
Yes.
Okay, how long, to your knowledge, if you know, have you ever seen anyone, we'll just say on video, through police, through detective work, have you ever seen anyone roll a marijuana blunt?
I'm aware of how it's done. I've never witnessed it.
Okay.
For over 30 years. For over 30 years and over 100 murder investigations, this witness has never witnessed somebody rolling a blunt. Raise of hands, how do you feel this credible? Press 1. If you feel that this guy is absolutely full of crap, press 2.
Okay, it takes some time, correct? Depending on how experienced you are?
Yeah, I would assume it would, yes.
Okay, and is this purchase made right before Mr. Nichols returns to his car?
Yes.
When he's sitting there for like 4 minutes as idle, as Ms. Hilton said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, yes or no, whether what was going on in that car with Mr. Nichols was Mr. Nichols was sitting there using those backwoods to roll himself a marijuana blunt? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the entire BP video, we see Shamal Drinks show up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, no indication that anyone was expecting him to show up.
No.
Okay. While Shamal Drinks was present at the BP, he walks into the store, correct?
He does.
How many times did he walk in the store? Once or twice?
Just once.
Okay, and he makes a purchase.
Correct.
And there's apparently some other man on the video that's trying to steal some condoms or something, and the clerk is having a problem with him, correct?
Yeah, there's a little kerfuffle.
So wasn't he trying to steal?
Okay. Do you see a man getting into it with the clerk and then suddenly pulling condoms out of his pocket and throwing them back at the cashier?
I remember that interaction. I don't know his condoms, but yeah.
Okay. And then Mr. Drinks has some interaction with that individual and they leave together at the store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is? The person that Mr. Drinks was interacting with?
Do not.
Okay. Have you ever interviewed the clerk about what was going on in the store?
No.
Do you know who the clerk was?
No.
Okay. Throughout the entire time that Mr. Drinks is on the video, and quite frankly, Mr. Stillwell is on the video at the BP, Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols. Do you see any interaction between Mr. Drinks and any of those three individuals?
No.
Do you see any hostility between Mr. Drinks and those three individuals?
No.
Okay, Mr. Drinks was having some hostility with the clerk, right?
He was observing that, but yes.
Okay, but not with these individuals. You don't see any mean looks or anything, do you?
No.
Okay. So then we go to the King liquor store video.
Gotcha.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you know how we have timestamps on some of these videos and no timestamps on other videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. The videos that have timestamps, and I understand that King Liquor and the BP are under the same management, right? You don't know.
Not privy. It makes sense, but
Okay.
I'm not privy to that.
All right, but do you have any reason to believe that the BP video, the timestamps would match perfectly with the timestamps, or they're perfectly synced up with the FedEx video, for instance?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you have any reason to believe that any of these videos would be perfectly synced up with phone records or anything like that, like records held by Sprint or another phone company?
No.
In your experience as an investigator, businesses that have these surveillance systems, their times, you can get an hour of footage, but the time on that footage can be off, correct?
It can be, yes. Not set correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. In the BP video, besides the Ford Fusion, the Nissan Versa, and the Audi, did you know any other vehicles of interest that piqued your curiosity in the BP video?
No.
Okay. How about in the King's Liquor video, when you see 3 cars driving up Windsor Street? Did you see any other cars that piqued your curiosity?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the FedEx video. We do see the red Versa go up to the left lane, correct?
Yes, we do.
And we do see what appears to be the white Audi, and especially when you link it up with the BP video, end up in the center lane, correct?
That's correct.
And then we do see the white Ford Fusion end up in the right lane.
Yes.
And we do see the white Audi run a red light, don't we?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you know anything about the history of the attempts on Mr. Stillwell's life?
I do not.
Okay. You don't know that in 2015, a car gunned up behind him or sped up behind the car that he was in and riddled the back of that car with bullet holes?
Objection, he said he doesn't know about any of symptoms.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the name T.R. Jones?
No.
Okay. Anyways, you see Mr. Stillwell run that red light.
As BT says, why didn't the Charger pique his interest? It didn't. It did not.
In the white Audi.
I do, yes.
And then you see Mr. Nichols in the Ford Fusion run the same red light.
Yes.
Okay, cool. In that video, we see I'll get there in a second. Let's talk about LPRs. Detective Bender helped you with the LPRs in this case, correct?
She did, yes.
And you consider this an important part of police work because you're able to track the movements of specific cars.
Yes.
And you, at that time, felt that the white Audi was a suspect car, correct?
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
Yes.
And you thought the white Ford Fusion was a suspect car.
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
I did.
And Detective Bender was able to get you all that information about the movements of those cars, or I shouldn't say the movements, but different places in time and different times where the LPRs picked up those license plates throughout those 2 days that you ran them. I believe it was 2 days.
Yes, whatever she found, she was able to identify the tag numbers and the cars and where they were, yes.
Okay. As lead investigator, besides the Versa, besides the Audi, And besides the Fusion, did you ask Detective Bender to run LPRs on any other specific cars that you may or may not have seen in any of those videos?
I couldn't ask her to run something I didn't see, and there was no other cars. No.
No other cars that piqued your interest?
No, sir.
Okay.
No other cars that piqued his interest. Let's see if that is correct.
All right. You were able to obtain the rental agreement for this Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that Mr. Stillwell rented this car on 3/14 at approximately 3 in the afternoon?
Well, let me check. Yes. That's correct.
And you are aware that he gave all of his personal information, his license, his signature, his phone number, his address. He appeared on surveillance at the Alamo. He did all those things while renting that car.
Yes.
And you're aware that in the early morning of March 16th, which would be 2 days after this incident, Investigator Viverito and Investigator Flores spoke to him in the back of a police car after the house he was in was shot up, correct?
Yes.
And they took pictures, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that he told Investigator Viverito, yes, that's the car I'm driving.
He did.
And you're also aware from the Alamo records that later on March 16th, 2022, he actually called Alamo to extend his rental on that car until March 20th, correct?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Could you look at your investigative summary, if you would? And I'm going to refer you to page 19.
Okay.
Okay, do you have this page 19? It's page 19 of 25.
Yeah, at the very top you're talking about?
I'm about 2/3 of the way down. Do you see a notation, 16 March 2022, 1337? Shannon wants to extend the rental or the rent.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And then at 1337, they talk about a rate and then Shannon agrees.
That's correct.
Okay, so under your theory, my client appeared on video at the BP with this rental, is on video shooting man out of the driver's side of this rental. And then 2 days later is telling Investigator Viverito, that's my car, right?
Yes.
And then also later on March 16th, seeks not to get rid of this car, but to extend the rental.
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's talk about gunshot residue. You testified earlier in this case, and we talked a little bit about gunshot residue, right?
Yeah, we did.
And you said you got to be careful about gunshot residue because of the false positives.
Right, yeah, you could be anywhere in the room. If a gunshot goes off, we all in here would have gunshot residue on us.
Right. We're talking about microscopic particles.
That's correct.
That are expelled out of a vehicle, out of a firearm when a firearm is shot.
That's right.
Okay. And these particles are expelled in a way that you just said, if someone shot a gun in here, we could all have gunshot residue on us.
That's correct.
Okay. And that would be unfair if I shot a gun to say, well, you have gunshot residue on you, because that would be a false positive on you.
That's correct.
Okay. But gunshot residue does detect if a gunshot was fired in the area, correct?
Yes, it's evidence of that a gunshot was in the area, right?
All right. Especially in fabrics and cloth and things of that nature, correct?
That makes sense to me, but I'm not an expert on it, but yes.
Okay. Well, those type of materials would not be subject to something like hands where you could sweat the gunshot residue off, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, that FedEx video that you viewed, we see traffic lights, right?
Yes.
We can see brake lights, correct?
Yes.
We can see headlights, correct?
Yes.
What we don't see is a muzzle flash, do we?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified about shell casings.
Yep.
And you said you looked all over for shell casings on the scene.
We did, yes.
And shell casings are the cartridges that are expelled when a gun is fired.
That's correct.
Okay, and there were at least 2 or 3 shots fired just from looking at Mr. Drinks' the red Versa, correct?
At least, yes.
Okay, so you were looking for 2 or 3 or possibly more shell casings on the road, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't find any.
None.
And your conclusion was, of course, maybe you missed them. That's always a possibility. But the other possibility, as you stated in direct, is the gun wasn't, the person who's shooting the gun didn't put the gun outside of the car where you would see the muzzle flash. The gun was actually inside the car when it was fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and certainly if the gun is inside the car, that would cause gunshot residue to be spread throughout the car.
You assume so, yes, sir.
Including the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You decided to collect the headliner.
Say again?
Well, let me ask you that because I don't know that for certain. You worked along with CS crime scene technician Antoinette Green to process this car, correct? The car being the Audi. Mr. Stillwell was arrested
Yes.
on March
I'm
17th.
trying to recall, because it's not in my report. I knew you were going to, but I don't. Do you have anything to refresh my memory? Do you have a crime scene report with my name on it? Because I don't.
I don't have anything written by you, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, but let's try to work through this. On March 17th, you know that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the warrants that you brought on March 16th.
Yes.
Okay, and he was arrested in Atlanta. He wasn't in another state or anything like that, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And when he was arrested, he was actually still in the white Audi that he had extended the rental for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Audi was collected as evidence, correct? Brought to police impound.
That's procedure, yes.
Okay. Are you not aware that crime scene technician Green, do you know who Antoinette Green is? Is she a crime scene technician with APD?
Yes.
Are you aware that she processed that car?
I don't recall for sure. I know I've done several cars with her before, but in this particular case, I don't recall being with her to process the car. This particular car.
Do you recall a headliner was collected in this case, correct? You do know that?
I do not.
You don't know that the headliner of the Audi was collected as evidence in this case and analyzed?
It makes sense that it would be, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Isn't that this is a perfect example of cross amnesia? All of a sudden, his memory is gone. Absolutely gone.
In your experience, your expertise as an investigator, a homicide investigator, a headliner would be a very appropriate piece of the car to collect to check for gunshot residue.
Again, yes, sir. It makes sense. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
And it should have gunshot residue in it if a gun is fired from within that car, correct?
If it has not been cleaned, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know, as we sit here today, whether or not a GBI analyst tested that headliner for gunshot residue?
Do not.
You don't know what the results are either, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. You took out warrants on March 16th, 2022 at 6:39 p.m., correct?
Holy crap. Sebastian Miller for 500 Danish krona, which is roughly $65. I do not want to point any fingers, but why is Fanny Willis' client, who is a member of YSL, not charged? I know that. Fanny Willis represented YSL Mondo as a defense attorney. My understanding of this case, and I have told this for well over a year, that is most of this case is based on information she received as a defense attorney of YSL-Mondo. That is clear violation of attorney-client privilege. That is YSL-Mondo who have self-snitched, a self-snitcher claiming to be a founder of YSL is not in this trial, not even charged. That is why YSL-Mondo is not in this trial. Jesus Christ, thank you so much, Sebastian Miller. And that brings us to another spin of the wheel. We have $10 left. We got a spin thanks to Sebastian Miller, and now we are $10 away from another one. But, folks, let's spin the wheel of regrets. Oh, fork. Habanero sauce. Here it is. Habanero sauce. Where's my spoon? There's my spoon. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Pori, pori, pori. Showy, showy, showy. Ooh. So that is why YSL-Mondo is not on this trial. Oh. 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 Shadi says, my son goes to school literally across the street from the BP, and he was arrested at school Monday for armed robbery. They're trying him as an adult at Fulton County Superior Court. Oh God, I hope you have a good attorney. I really hope you have a good attorney. Oh, I really hope you have a good attorney. Derek says, you can't clean all gunshot residue. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. If they collected that lining, it still has gunshot residue. Again, Shadigi, get a lawyer, get a good lawyer. Get a good lawyer. That's all I can say. Whew. Let's continue. We are $10 away from the next spin of the wheel. And now all of the hot sauces are gone. It's a gin shot, a sour shot, or a whiskey shot left. Why? Oh, I have a...
For my client as well as Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley.
Hold on, what?
Yes, well, 6:40 PM, but yeah.
Okay, 6:40 p.m.
On the
And that
16th,
was
16th, yeah.
And that was right after, or shortly after you had that conversation with Investigator Viverito in police headquarters, where she identified the people that were in the BP
That's
video.
correct. Yeah, her, the Sergeant Belknap, yes.
So once you had an identification from the BP, that's when you move forward with the arrest warrants against Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know why I get the wheel of World of Doom.
All right. Well, I want to talk to you about your analysis of the FedEx video. You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. At the time that you swore out these warrants against Mr. Stillwell, you had never even viewed that FedEx video, had you?
I don't think I got that till after.
No. Frick's sake, what's going on here?
Afterwards. I did speak with a representative who described it to me and sent me some still.
Why do I have a World of Doom all of a sudden? No, I have no issues with my internet. Let's check my internet. Sebastian Miller! Time to take a spin. I'm just going to show you my internet. This is my internet. 269 download and 492 upload. There's nothing wrong with my internet. This is solely on YouTube. And between YouTube and StreamYard. But Sebastian Miller, thank you so much. $10 you say, time to take a spin. 200 Danish is $29. All right. Thank you. And let's spin the wheel of regrets. And it is a whiskey shot. Let me show you my jug. Shot glass. You have a whiskey. Dun, dun, dun. We have almost finished the Wheel of Regrets. Or the Wheel of Regrets. Cheers. There's only 2 spins left. Oh. Wow. There's only a gin shot and a sour shot left on the spin of the Wheel of Regrets. Oh, I'm not showing you my private parts, my private internet parts. 7 hours in, and we're 2 spins away from a full Wheel of Regrets.
Shots. Okay, and I'm gonna go to page 14, going in.
Have I ever done a pickle shot? Yes, I have. This is the pickle. Wicked Pickle, spicy pickle flavored whiskey, and it is vile. It is absolutely vile. Whew. All right, let's continue.
Into 15 of your investigator report.
Oh, for frick's sake. You saw my internet. There's nothing wrong with my internet.
Investigative report.
Okay.
On
I
page
have
14,
to.
going to
Okay.
15, you write,
Normal speed.
as of the writing of this report, and this report was written on 3/20/22, correct?
Well, that's when I started it, but yeah.
Okay, so you started this report 4 days after you you obtained the arrest warrants
What the frick is going on here?
for Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
You started this report 4 days after that. Okay.
Yes.
And-
This part, now I had notes and all that stuff, but
Understood. And you say, as of the writing of this report, the actual video from FedEx has been requested via a subpoena, but has not been received. The above pictures were sent to me by FedEx corporate, by a FedEx corporate.
I don't know why. This is the world of, but there's
Corporate off-
absolutely nothing wrong with my world or with my internet. I wish I knew what's going on here.
Officer who told me that he had watched a video which shows that the two white cars pulled up alongside the red Nissan, forming a straight line across the road. And then suddenly the two white cars sped away against the red light and the red car stays in place. That's verbatim from your report, correct?
yes, sir.
And your report is accurate to that fact.
It is, yes.
You, at the time of writing this report, and certainly at the time of bringing out warrants against my client, you had not watched that FedEx video.
No,
But you had spoken to someone at FedEx corporate.
Oh, come on, what's going on here?
That sent you some still pictures, correct?
that's correct.
And had told you
Yes,
what
the internet
they
is
felt
drunk.
they saw on that video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who was that FedEx corporate officer who analyzed this FedEx video?
I don't remember.
Do you know that person to have any law enforcement training?
Not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know how many times that person watched that video before giving you?
Oh, for frick's sake. What's going on here? Stop it! Stop it!
His or her conclusions about what the FedEx video contained?
No,
Okay. When did you finally receive the FedEx video?
I don't recall exactly when I got it.
Do you remember what month?
No, I don't remember.
When did you remember when you first watched that FedEx video?
I've seen it several times, but I don't remember when I first saw it, no.
Was it months after bringing out these arrest warrants on?
Oh, come on. Folks, I showed you my internet. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my internet. This is between StreamYard and YouTube.
Mr. Stillwell?
No, it wasn't months. It was a few days probably.
Well, a few days would have been 4 days afterwards you started writing this report, and you didn't even have the FedEx video then. So could have been longer than a few days before you.
Oh, for frick's sake. Come on. It's
Watch
not that much more before my recap of this week is done. It's not really that much more. Come on.
Video.
Survive the last
Yes,
ones.
it could have been.
Okay. And of course, you brought those warrants on March 16th, 2022, without any gunshot residue results from that white Audi.
That's correct.
Oh, for frick's sake. Folks, I wish I knew what's going on here. There's nothing wrong with my internet. Absolutely nothing.
You said you saw a car in that video,
Dropping down to
the FedEx
potato quality.
video. Miss Hilton,
This is on 144p. 144p. Okay, folks, stay with me.
could you play the FedEx?
Stay with me. I am going to restart everything here. Stay with me. Stay with me. And I'm back. I restarted. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. There it is.
I can't see it now.
Let's get that up. Wow. Okay. Now, folks, this particular video, what the state did not show you, what they did not show you, is something me and my viewers. Now, this, they missed, it was just one frame. Just one frame. And we discovered Sasquatch. Sasquatch in a white car. It was there all along, folks. It was there all along. Sasquatch in a white car. Okay, this is no disrespect for Mr. Drink's family or himself. This is disrespect towards the investigation. The absolutely horrifyingly bad investigation they committed. All right, let's try this again.
You can or cannot?
I cannot. But
Burrito in police headquarters where she identified the people that were in the BP
that's
video.
correct. Yeah, her,
Okay.
the Sergeant Belknap, yes.
So once you had an identification from the BP, that's when you move forward with the arrest warrants against Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you about your analysis of the FedEx video. You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. At the time that you swore out these warrants against Mr. Stillwell. You had never even viewed that FedEx video, had you?
I don't think I got that till afterwards. I did speak with a representative who described it to me and sent me some still shots.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to page 14, going into 15 of your investigative report.
Okay.
On page 14, going to 15, you write, as of the writing of this report, and this report was written on 3/20/22, correct?
Well, that's when I started it, but yeah.
Okay, so you started this report 4 days after you you obtained the arrest warrants for Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
You started this report 4 days after that. Okay.
Yes.
And-
This part, now I had notes and all that stuff, but
Understood. And you say, as of the writing of this report, the actual video from FedEx has been requested via a subpoena, but has not been received. The above pictures were sent to me by a FedEx corporate officer who told me that he had watched a video which shows that the two white cars pulled up alongside the red Nissan, forming a straight line across the road. And then suddenly the two white cars sped away against the red light and the red car stays in place. That's verbatim from your report, correct?
yes, sir.
And your report is accurate to that fact.
It is, yes.
You, at the time of writing this report, and certainly at the time of bringing out warrants against my client, you had not watched that FedEx video.
No,
But you had spoken to someone at FedEx corporate that sent you some still pictures, correct?
that's correct.
And had told you what they felt they saw on that video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who was that FedEx corporate officer who analyzed this FedEx video?
I don't remember.
Do you know that person?
How do you not put that in your report? How do you not even keep notes of the person at the FedEx who told you their conclusion? Remember, a few hours ago, I told you, up until this guy took the stand here, I considered Investigator Gaither to be the absolute worst investigator I have ever laid eyes on. This guy is worse. This guy with 30 plus years and over 100 murder investigations behind him is worse than Detective Gaither, who was fired from APD and then fired as an investigator for a neighboring county's DA's office as an investigator. Fired twice. This guy is by far the worst investigator I've ever heard of. Gaither was fired. Well, that's my interpretation, because she left APD a year before full pension. Then all of a sudden she gets a job at the Cobb County, I believe it was as an investigator, and she left after 3 months. For me, for you who don't know, I'm Nick. I've been doing labor law for over 30 years, and it is my opinion, through 30 years of experience, that she got the option from APD after 19 years to either you quit or you're fired. She chose to quit. She starts a job as an investigator at the Cobb County DA's office, and 3 months later, she gets, in my opinion, the option either you quit or you're fired. Do I have evidence for it? No. But through my experience doing label law for over 30 years, those were the options she got.
Person have any law enforcement training?
Not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know how many times that person watched that video before giving you his or her conclusions about what the FedEx video contained?
No.
Okay. When did you finally receive the FedEx video?
I don't recall exactly when I got it.
Do you remember what month?
We
No, I
does
don't
not
remember.
recall.
When did you remember when you first watched that FedEx video?
I've seen it several times, but I don't remember when I first saw it now.
Was it months after bringing up these arrests?
Remember, he claims to have seen it several times, and his testimony is he saw the white Audi, the white Fusion, and then a car making a U-turn. That is his sworn testimony.
Arrest warrants on Mr. Stillwell?
No, it wasn't months. It was a few days probably.
Well, a few days would have been 4 days afterwards you started writing this report, and you didn't even have the FedEx video then. So could have been longer than a few days before you watched the video?
It could have, yes, it could have been.
Okay. And of course, you brought those warrants on March 16th, 2022 without any gunshot residue results from that white Audi.
That's correct.
You said you saw a car in that video, the FedEx video. Ms. Hilton, could you play the FedEx video for me? Thank you. And it can be 101:20. We can start. I think it's fair to say you saw a car making a U-turn on the video and you saw it was a little odd.
Yes.
It piqued your interest?
Well, it just, yeah, it did. I wouldn't say it piqued my interest. It just went with the situation, I guess.
I think you said you thought on direct, you testified, you thought that the person driving that car may have heard or seen something, correct?
Folks, we are closing in on 300 likes on this stream. I need you to get to 350 likes, and I will add a spin on the picker wheel, on the wheel of regrets.
Yes, I did.
And the reason you say that is because that person driving that car abruptly made a U-turn.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready when you are. It's not ready. You're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we could go to 101:20, yeah, just. That's that's red Versa pulling up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be the white Audi.
Yes.
And that would be the white Fusion pulling up on the right lane, correct?
That's correct.
That's not the car that makes the U-turn, is it?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Isn't that strange? Didn't he just say that he saw Stilwell's car and the Fusion and then the third car making a U-turn? After looking at this video several times? Isn't that strange?
And Mr. Stillwell is now running the light. He's no longer there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
he's
see,
no longer there.
now this car pulls up and makes that interesting U-turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your determination is maybe they did that because they may have seen or heard something, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Now, folks, let's look at this without the sound. I'm going to do this in 0.5, half the speed, no sound. Let's look at what actually happened. There is the red car going up to the intersection. Here is what they claim is the white Audi. Here is what they claim is the white Ford Fusion. They are all waiting for red light to stop. This is half the speed, folks. Half the speed. So they are all waiting for red light to turn green. No muzzle flashes, no nothing. They are just standing there. Just standing there waiting for the red light to turn green. No muzzle flashes, no nothing. We don't know if it's the Audi. We don't know if it is the... This is what the prosecution claims. You see cars going left or whatever's. Nothing new. It's a normal intersection. Here, all of a sudden, is a car. This is half the speed, going fast as F. Look at the taillights there. On the car that is speeding up from behind. Is that a Charger? I don't know. The prosecution never checked what's that third car. And remember, this guy, Bad Santa Cowboy Cop, claims that the third car, is the one who makes a U-turn. That's not the car that makes a U-turn, is it? And you see, when that car is speeding up behind, that alleged white Audi is taking off. Why? Well, Shannon Stillwell was shot at 3 days prior from a car that sped up from behind. So you see, Mr. Stillwell, if that is actually his car, taking off. The Focus, taking off. And whatever car that is, is all of a sudden pulling up beside the red car. Here comes the fourth car, soon into picture. This is just before the U-turn. Pay close attention. Look up left corner. There is suddenly something flashing. There is suddenly something flashing. And immediately this car makes a U-turn and takes off. Now let's go back a few seconds. According to the medical examiner, the guy in the red car does not, after when they claim is when Stillwell shot at that car, immediate death, foot on brake, does not change. Let's look at that. What happened up in the left corner? Is that the brake light off? When Mr. Stillwell is long gone? Let's look at it again. Look at what up in the left corner. Boom. Brake lights off. Right as car number 4 makes a U-turn. Brakes on. Up in the left corner. Mr. Stillwell, if it is his white Audi, is long gone. Long gone. Fourth car takes off. Third car takes off. Brakes off again on the red car. Brakes on the red car. Third car takes off. Red car does not move again. I'm submitting to you guys that video alone proves Mr. Stillwell had nothing to do with that murder. Nothing. Nothing. Now, why didn't Mr. Shard move forward with more questions? He doesn't need to. All he had to do was to bring the investigator to that point. This will either be a part of the defense case in chief or their closing arguments. He doesn't need to. This will be played with Mr. Shard's narrative. This will be played. I assure you, this will be played with that narrative. Now, Is there more to this recap? Yes. Friday morning. But Friday morning, absolutely dull. Absolutely dull. So, this week, the jury is fed up with the prosecution. Mr. Shard proved that Mr. Stilwell had nothing to do with the murder. Mr. Weinstein proved that somebody on the force stole at least $350,000 worth of jewelry. That, my friends, is what happened this week. Well, besides the Kayla business and everything, but that's besides the point. And you know what? I'm going to give you a freebie here. A gin shot or a sour shot. Not the wheel of regret. We are 7.5 hours into this recap stream. The entirety of the week. And I submit to you that the 3 things that happened this week was Shannon Stilwell had nothing to do with the murder. The cops stole from the evidence, the jury. And the jury is fed up with the prosecution. That is what happened this week. Folks, I salute you. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for pushing into the wheel of regrets. Thank you for allowing me to try to translate this faster clock. And remember, folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you on Tuesday. Well, Tuesday for the YSL, I might have stuff lined up for you for Monday. Okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.
Defending the voiceless, the wrongly accused, facing the foe whose motives are abused. In the courtroom battlefield, they'll stand tall, unveiling corruption, they'll conquer it all. Against the corrupt prosecutors' wrath, with words like weapons cutting like a path, challenging the system that's filled with lies, seeking truth.